When did he hear you in turmoil, Chicago?
Oh, he yesterday when you systematically broke me down and
No, I
destroyed
didn't.
everything about ma'am. No. So I had to go ahead and tell my truth and tell my truth what I went through. So my video, you do your songs, I do my videos, and it was
Chicago,
hard.
what was the first video that I saw, right? Like, why did you slow the song down like that? It spooked the fuck out of me. Like, why
It
you
was.
got me sound like I'm some type of dystopian diamond?
I mean, if you look closely, right at towards the end, it flashes and she has horns and everything.
I didn't
Um,
see that.
oh yeah, it's in the first one. It was like embedded into it. So she had horns. I turned the sound all the way down to 666. So this got slowed down to 666, slowing down. That's how you sound, slow down. I'm trying to put it in reverse, but I didn't have enough time to do
Are
all
you
that.
fucking kidding me?
Mm-mm.
You weird. What's up,
How?
Selena?
It's my interpretation of what went down.
That's your interpretation of me?
Of what happened, yes.
Okay.
So yeah, I think there's only three videos out today. The fourth one comes out. It should come out at midnight, and then the fifth one comes out later. And then on Sunday, I'll put them all together so they can be 1 minute
The
video.
vid, the video I saw was it looked like it looked like you took Thinker's avatar and made it walk towards you,
Mm,
He
and
did what?
he took your
no,
avatar and it looked like it made it look walk toward, and y'all shook hands or something. He said, and you were saying something about this is the story about how Thinker broke my heart or something. You said I just fell out when I saw it. I didn't do it all.
Wow.
then she laughed at
Wow,
the end.
Chicago. Now, wait. Why wasn't I tagged in that video, Chicago?
I, you
Hold
should
on,
be.
hold on before I get to this tongue lashing. That I'm gonna give Chicago and give him the inspiration to make another fucking video. Y'all, welcome in, y'all. Thank y'all so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. Tonight is Maddie's hour. It's 18 and up tonight. We get to hear from the youngins. What's up to the YouTube fam? I see y'all over there. RP, Rondi Atkins, how are you? Cleveland Cooley, what's up? What's up, Rodney? Darth Gently, what's up? Assertus Ichthyus, thank y'all so much for being here. If you haven't yet, say what's up. Southern Breeze, how you doing, love? Say what's up in the chat. Make sure y'all like the stream, share it out. I'm trying to help build up the audience over there so y'all can have some people over there to debate in the comments. And to all the nerds, thank y'all so much for being here. Now, Chicago, what the absolute fuck?
It was just a retelling of Tale.
But wait, do you have a video of my thinker avatar walking up
No,
to
no,
you?
absolutely not.
Oh,
I respect your boundary yesterday when you said, nothing of you. So when I did design it, I told her just to make a silhouette of a woman. So
It's blue and it's a woman and it's walking.
I didn't. Yes, I don't know where he got that from. The computer had a mind on that one. I made sure because she wasn't gonna look. If I'm gonna have Thinker come at me, at least I ain't gonna have her come at me for real, for real. So I made sure to stay within parameters and stuff like that because
Think I go watch the video.
I'm trying to figure
it
out
probably blue because it got blue strings.
why wasn't I tagged in that one?
You
Why was
what? You
I
commented
ain't
on
seen
it.
I only seen two. You made three.
Unless one, like I said, I had to. It's from military time, so whatever it. Hold on, let me pull it up. Y'all, not doing too much.
I thought it was a cool video. It was cool.
Numbers blew up overnight. New fans, new deals. I told myself she deserved it, while I kept writing her next move.
Will
Numbers
you
blew
not?
up overnight.
Are you serious? Somebody's gonna take that serious, right?
Nobody gonna take it serious.
Oh yes,
No,
they are.
Oh man.
They say never meet your heroes.
I think this is the one he was talking about. Hold on, let me flip it up.
you gotta see it. You have to see it in action.
I have seen that. I haven't. I've seen
Look at
that one.
this.
Yeah. Hold on, let me
The
start
one
the.
with the avatar.
They say never meet your
I didn't see
heroes
her walk up.
or mentor them.
Where,
But when
where
Thinker
did you see her
asked me to
walk
guide
up?
me online, I thought,
Well, he shook her hand. I like I said, I just
Now you
start
you starting
laughing
to
at
sound
it.
like the Christians talking about God walked with them in the garden. She didn't. She ain't walk nowhere. That's her
I'm
hand,
about to
Nelly.
say, you
Well,
know,
I
that's
seen the silhouette, and then I seen her hand reach out. I thought she walked up to her.
Nelly, you talking to too many believers.
You
Um,
think they know what it is?
yeah, cause what? How did you picture her legs moving when the only thing you see is a hand?
I don't know. It just I don't know. Maybe I visualized it because I started laughing the minute I heard him talking. I just
No, I'm
started
joking.
laughing
No,
with my.
yeah, I think it's just like what we're used to, and so our brains tell us that a thing happened. You know what I'm saying? I'm just fucking with you though.
Oh, I
you
know,
know,
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
Thank you
I,
so much, RP. Huh? What you
I
say?
feel like that's just like just how you express yourself in art and everything. It takes a different form depending on who watches it and read it. You know, it's a rhythm that goes on. So he saw his own rhythm moving. He saw how it lungs at me and attacks me on the stage. That's what his was able to see.
Okay, Chicago.
But when I saw the first video that you tagged me in, it was creepy as fuck.
The
And then
trailer one,
right out the one where you slowed the damn song down, and
yeah,
it's got me sounding like I'm in some type of fucking time warp or something.
yeah.
And then right after that, Mama Bass video came on, and she had that loud horn for Rapture, and it was like I I go from your video, and I'm sounding like, like, yeah.
And then I'm trying to catch it with the horns. Yeah, I got to catch the Easter egg itself. But I told her to have like the devil was supposed to be in the back, but it ended up making you it. So I guess
What?
yeah. It was,
Hold on, you
you,
told it to make the devil, and it made an image of me. What do you mean it
the
made me?
silhouette.
I'm not in that video, Chicago.
No, you're not in it. No, of course you're not in it. But it transformed the woman into silhouette into with horns and everything.
Wow.
But you can like she's there just doing her thing and just talking, and then you just see a little bit of it, and I can't even grab it because it's so fast. Just
Oh my goodness. I
yeah.
do like your broken wing commercial though. I do like that. That's
I think you think I think I'm gonna keep
Hold
working
on.
on the broken wings.
Let that play, and I'm gonna show you what came up after your video.
Okay, I'll turn it on. Hold on. Now this is it was just a trailer, so if it looked a little rough, it's because it was a trailer.
Sorry,
Okay,
got my
hold on. Let me make this announcement. Oh, never mind, y'all. Never mind, y'all on it. Y'all on it. Okay, go ahead. Go.
sorry, got my heart broken by a creator named Thinker. She pointed, laughed, and turned my pain into content. Sorry, got my heart broken.
Like that is some creepy shit. That's some creepy shit, Chicago. And like, so when I scrolled off of your video, Mama Bash video came up, and this what the fuck. When I tell y'all, and I had on my AirPods too, and I was not ready.
wow.
Hold on, why is it not playing? Do y'all hear it?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, never mind. I haven't pressed play. Damn, play, motherfucker. Well, what the hell is wrong with my computer? Hold on. That sound right there. And it was real loud in my AirPods. Do y'all hear it? Like, yeah. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, God damn Chicago. So I sent it to Fee and Christine. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with Chicago? And it was like, he's about as bad as Oso.
And it's your silhouette that they, or
That's not
not
my
your,
silhouette.
they're not yours, but that's a figure of demonic proportions in the back of some. All I know that thing has horns, so it's just I don't know what that symbolized. It was something. Thinker once used my story for content. She laughed. The crowd joined in and sat and watched it happen. Some moments just break you. They remind you who watching. So, mm, yeah, I think.
Point it, laugh.
I'm gonna fuck you up. I swear I'm gonna fuck you up.
Yeah,
I,
and
I
then
thought
we
you. I
have
thought.
you.
I thought you only had one ear and didn't like music.
Oh, I don't. That's why I'm able to do this. They even made a song out of a song that I said this. I didn't even tell it to make a song, but it made a song, and I didn't mean it. It was like this, but
It was from her childhood days. A song about being invisible. Funny, I didn't know she meant me.
Oh my gosh, you get on my nerves. I swear you do. Oh
I
my god.
didn't know that I was the one that was going to be invisible. I didn't know that was her foreshadowing onto me.
Oh my
I
goodness. What's
had.
up, Noza? Wow.
Oh my God, I had so
Hey,
much fun.
Chicago. I posted behind the scenes videos of the music video that I did make today. Like so you told me to post sub only, right?
Uh huh.
And I
Uh
posted two of me doing the green screen part of the
huh.
video, but
Hmm.
nobody can see them. Like it's just sitting there on zero views, and it's been like that all day. Like how does am I supposed to notify the subs that I posted content for them?
On the subscription. Nah, I see them. They locked. Subscriber. Oh,
So you
well,
can
no.
see them.
Here, I'm about to pull it up on my end. Now, I don't know if it's because I'm not on the
Oh,
10.
they gotta go. They can only see them in the live. They can't see them on like on the FYP or something. What do you mean they're locked?
Then it was a watch sub only two. You got two video. Both of them, you got green
How do
screens in
you
the back.
unlock them?
I think I gotta get a subscription.
You Chicago, you're not subscribed.
I am subscribed. I don't know what you're talking about unless you want me to do the 10.99 or something like that. But like I said, I'm already on the thing. Hold on.
So okay, so only the super fans can see that content.
I think I'm the 9.99. Let me try. Let me invest my $2 and 69 cents.
Yeah, we're gonna have a conversation.
Oh no, no. But I'm already like I'm on a thing. I never stopped it, but whatever.
No, but
I just did.
no. What I'm saying is like what I think is because no one has seen the videos. I'm thinking everybody has to subscribe. Yeah, I got.
Oh, look at you.
But can you
Oh,
please take me off the screen? That is
yeah. I
sub only,
was
sub
already.
only
I was
content.
ahead of you, but it
Huh?
works. 6 minutes and 28 seconds of thinking. Good lord, I can't wait. I need more content.
Oh God.
You
So
know
you
what?
got
It's
no,
obvious
no.
because
Anything
you
that I post,
restricted me.
that's sub only, please do not do that.
No, no,
Like
no.
if I,
I got you. That's why I love my
yeah,
restriction because I work better under, under restriction and stuff like that. So the more you restrict me, the better I can like be flourish and stuff like that. So the more I can't do, the more I'll find a totally different route to go. You know what I mean? So keep on
what?
restricting. That's why I love obeying your boundaries and stuff. Like I love boundaries because with boundaries, all it means is just a way to go find other boundaries to find. Until we find like a wall of boundaries. We want to keep in like a boundary prison where then you look up and the
You
really
sound
the
like that preacher that was on stage last night. Like, what
oh
the hell are
lord.
you even talking about right now? But no, seriously, anything that I post in sub only, I don't want people to repost because that's going to be like behind the scenes type stuff, right? Or I may have a conversation with the subs that I might not say on live. So I don't want that stuff reposted.
I totally got you. I understand and I got you. For shits and giggles and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
like I said, I truly do respect boundaries of you and everybody else and people of that nature because I got you. I got you. But
Appreciate you.
it's still not going to stop my truth my truth from coming out. You can't bound my truth. All right, you may
Well,
be
it's
able to
not. You don't have truth. It's not. That's not true. What you're posting.
says you.
It's which I'm the one who wrote the song, and I
I'm
know
t-
that the song
Mhm.
isn't about you.
It
So
is.
it's not about you.
It is about me being invisible to you.
You probably think this song is about you, but it ain't.
I bet you think this song is about me, don't you? And
The
it
the
is.
the song isn't about you.
Ha ha hoo hoo. Thought you get the money too. Greedy motherfucker. Whatever. Yeah, yeah. So. I mean, like when I hear it, like it speaks to me just like how Mr. Nelson saw your avatar coming to life and strangling, my kindness and stuff on stage in front of those TV.
I
So
ain't
if
got
he
nothing to
saw,
do with what's going on with your brain or Nellie's brain.
I mean,
Nellie over there eating peanut butter.
ah!
The peanut butter shouldn't sound as loud in Nellie's mouth, but for some reason it does. And then he swear up and down that the microphone is sitting on the couch and he on the front porch. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Oh,
But
I love
I ain't got nothing to do with what's going on in
I
y'all's
love Mr.
brain.
Nelly video when they pop up. It's just like he be post somewhere. He be like post up on the stairs or something.
Nelly be like, "Hello, hello." Nelly like, "Punk, can you hear me? Can you hear me?"
He's just like he always calling the council meeting or something of that nature. It's just like who got the minutes, all right? I'm like, oh
Yeah,
Lord, what y'all do to him today?
Right.
He's just been like,
that's
hello.
funny.
Oh my god.
Oh my God, I would have hated like him and my father. I would have hated it. It just come on like you fucked up today. I'm like, what? You know?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Are you okay? How many Red Bulls have your ass had today?
Oh my God, none.
None.
Oh man.
I got. I almost called you Oso.
Oh Lord, Joe. Okay, well, let's get ready for your Chucky thinker cheese today with all the Maddie's World. Na 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 Maddie's World. All right,
Are you
coming over
calling
here.
Maddie a child?
Yes, is she over? She just 18, right? She barely 18 or whatever. No.
She ain't Chuck E. Cheese age.
Oh, I mean, she could be. I don't know. Shoot, I don't go to those places. You don't want to open up the
Why
kids'
you bring
pen.
up Chuck E. Cheese then?
I don't. That's why I think children. I don't know where else kids go. Can you tell me where children go? I
I
don't
mean,
know.
18-year-olds are not at Chuck E. Cheese. The
I
fuck?
don't know that because I don't hang out with 18-year-olds. I hang out with 35 and up women. So I don't know what 18-year-olds do. You don't got children. You had like four, so like you should know where they go.
They don't go to no fucking Chuck E. Cheese.
All right then. Well, I'm glad you know. Thank you for enlightening me.
I'm gonna tell you what song is about you though, because I
Oh
think
Lord Jesus.
you got a little obsession going on, dude. You realize that? Like
With who?
what you
With
mean with
who?
who? What the fuck is the Thinker playlist on your page, bro?
So I can put the movie there. That's all it is for you. Now you looking too deep into the thing now. So yeah.
You
You
obsessed.
trying to swim in a puddle right now.
No, motherfucker. I saw your comment on the video. I will not be erased. You didn't think I see that?
It took you
You don't
two
think I
years to
see?
see that comment.
It, it did not take me 2 years to see. You wrote that shit 2 months ago.
I wanna know. You say your God rejected me, but everybody know. We see you keep requesting me.
What is this about, Chicago?
Finally found someone you couldn't impress. It's a gaslighting lies. I don't take
I
that
can't
mess.
hear it.
Obsessed.
I forgot. This is what I'm talking about. Like how you
Because
so
with that song, all I hear na 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 I know. I don't understand myself, but I get. Back when I give it, I get. Even some kibbles and bits. I'm like,
hey,
it's the shit.
y'all
Yeah, I
tap the
really
screen
don't.
up.
I
Send
don't hear it.
your super votes. Help us get on the FYP so we can get it rocking in here tonight. If y'all know some 18 to 24-year-olds, let them know that they can come up and talk to our 18 and up co-host Maddie, who will be up here in about 30 minutes.
Finally found someone you couldn't impress with your gaslighting lies. I don't take that mess.
Obsessed, 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 obsessed. You're delusional. Stop losing my mind.
I'm glad you hear the lyrics and I don't. So they fall on deaf ear.
Now you're all mad with your civic complex because you can get on stage. You're back in the chat trying to preach round two. Talking about love, but that ain't you. Same old speech, just a different spin. And God told me,
About
but he never
Buddha.
chimed in. Got the whole crowd laughing, yeah, the nerds on roll. Every time you request, we take info. Should I drop you quicker, let you preach again? They yell me that prophet, amen and amen.
I wanna know.
You say you got rejected me, but everybody know. We see you keep requesting me.
Gonna sing through your nose. Go, go.
You couldn't impress with your gaslighting lies. I don't take that mess.
Oh, but you can hear the music
My
because
nose.
your ass is going right along with the melody.
I can
You
go with
just
the
got caught.
melody.
You just got caught in the line.
I may be
You just
deaf.
got. Why you up here lying like
I may
Christian?
be
Like you
deaf.
just got caught
I
in a
don't hear the
line.
word back. Look, I listen to Japanese music, okay? Way before people listen to K-pop. So all I hear is just like I don't know what they singing in Japanese. You like one of those people that try to like hit a person in the wheelchair to see if they can walk or not.
What?
I'm singing through my nose.
Finally found someone you couldn't impress with your gaslighting lies. I don't take that mess.
And I play DDR, so I know how to go to the beat for the most part.
I'm finna bring up the first guest, Chicago.
All right, go ahead. Enjoy your Maddie's night and everything like that. Your kids bop of thinker, so enjoy that.
He just got caught in the lie talking about he only got one ear and he can't hear music. And the whole time he up there bullshitting to the melody. M-Box Blue, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Coach T? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I don't think Coach T is going to connect. If you are still here and you requested on purpose, go ahead and send your request back up. Give me just a second, Maddie. Give me just 1 second. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible and you are 18 and up, the guest box is open. Nelly, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So I was thinking today about, were you on the stage yesterday when that guy was talking about the near-death experiences, and he was saying that the neurosurgeon had a near-death experience and the demons were clawing at his skin. Like he had died. Well, he didn't want to call it a near death experience. He said that the neurosurgeon died in the hospital. His soul went up to the ceiling. He saw himself in the bed, and demons was crawling at his skin. Were you on stage when that conversation?
I don't think I was. I think I had left
Okay.
when that happened.
Okay. And so I was asking him questions about, we were talking about the brain and the fact that this guy was a neurosurgeon, right? What I looked him up, and what I found out is that he was in a coma. He had a rare bacteria that was affecting the part of his brain that affects the thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
And so that makes sense to me that, okay, he's in a coma and he had like hallucinations or lucid dreams. And then like I was thinking about that today, and as many surgeries as I have had, I've had 17 surgeries in my entire life. Well, 18 now because I just had one a couple of months ago. Well, a month ago. I've never dreamt under anesthesia. Never had any dream. Don't remember anything while I'm under anesthesia, and I always thought that it was because they just put us to sleep. So I researched it today to find out why. right? And it's because the medicine basically just stops the neurotransmitters to your brain. Like it puts your brain in an unconscious state, damn near like your brain is dead. And so, yeah. And so if we don't, if they can do that to our brain, for us to have surgery so that we don't feel pain, to make sure that we don't wake up and like we're not uncomfortable, and we don't see anything, right? We don't remember anything because the neurotransmitters are not firing, right? Our eyelids are not flashing back and forth, like we don't have REM, so we are unable to dream in this state. So when a person is dead and the brain is no longer working, the neurotransmitters are not firing, it's impossible for that person to have lucid dreams. It's impossible for them to go to some, other world and then come back and remember that shit because the brain is dead, right?
Okay, well,
So,
I'm listening because I'm really not familiar with anesthesia. I've never really been under it.
yeah,
Then
but
that
you know
would
what it is.
Yeah, I know
um,
exactly what it is,
Yeah,
but
that
the
would
well,
effect.
single-handedly prove that everybody who's been saying they died and came back and they saw heaven was lying because their
yeah,
neurotransmitters were not working. That's so good.
right. But what I'm trying to find out is why this neurosurgeon didn't say that. Like why this new like it doesn't make sense to me that a neurosurgeon would then say, "Oh, I used to be atheist, now I'm Christian because I saw God when I was in a coma and I had a near death experience and the demons was crawling in." Like this why wouldn't this
Hmm.
neurosurgeon?
And you sure he was a neurosurgeon?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I
Oh
researched it.
wow. Well, he probably he probably didn't say it because he think that we couldn't find out the information or you couldn't find out the information. You know, about how everything works and that maybe only doctors really, know that because no one really looks that up. So that's probably why he left it out. You know, he should be highly embarrassed.
He went on tour, he wrote a book, and people believe him that he met God. I mean, it's not strange that people believe him that he met God. Hell, they think the lady saw Biggie Smalls in the fucking juicer in hell, and they accepted that. Like the guy last night, literally, he didn't want to believe what I was saying about somebody saying that they saw men hung upside down by their balls in hell, and women hung upside down by their tits in hell. But he ended up saying that he can believe that that would happen in hell, and that the person saying they saw that actually saw it, just simply because he wanted to validate his belief. And I think a lot of people do this when it comes to these NDEs. They're so eager to validate their belief in the afterlife that they automatically just accept these erroneous claims of going into the afterlife and being given a tour and being told to come back and warn everybody. Because if we cannot or have not dreamt during surgery, then everything that they are saying is automatically invalidated, unless somebody can prove that you can carry, that you have neurotransmitters in the afterlife and you just come back and plug them bitches back up in the same body, like changing batteries in a car or some shit.
Well, it really makes sense to me because I mean, just based on. Go ahead.
A coma is different though, right? Like a coma, they're not in a coma. They're not unless you were in a medically induced coma, right? Like where they actually stop the neurotransmitters in your brain. But in anesthesia, though, that the goal of anesthesia is to stop the neurotransmitters in your brain so that you don't feel any pain and to make sure that you don't wake up during surgery. Yeah, you can. Coma is just a deep sleep state, so your eyelids are still able to flash back and forth, right, and create the like retracting the light and stuff, and so that's where your dreaming comes from. But go ahead, Nelly.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, I've never heard of anyone having a dream in surgery or moving in surgery or anything like that when they under like that. I've never, never even heard of that. I've
No,
never
people
seen it
don't
in
move. People don't move in surgery. That's not what I'm saying. They don't. I'm saying because they don't move in surgery, because they don't dream in surgery, and the reason they don't is because of the anesthesia basically put the brain in an unconscious state to where the neurotransmitters aren't firing. So you cannot dream. And there are, if somebody, what it was saying is, if somebody has a dream, it's because they were under light anesthesia, right? And it wasn't like a serious surgery, right? They were
right.
given like light anesthesia, but under heavy anesthesia, dreaming is damn near impossible because they block the neurotransmitters to the brain, and it's in like it's damn near next to dead.
I was just thinking about it too. That kind of makes families who keep their brain dead family member alive, that makes that even more terrifying because you are actually keeping a husk. They aren't even thinking or still dreaming about anything because their neurotransmitters aren't firing. That's
Yeah,
scary. That's literally a vegetable.
Yeah, that is. I didn't know that, so I learned something today. I didn't know how that's how it
Me
worked.
too.
I did too, cause I was thinking about that conversation, and I'm like, why haven't I never had a dream in all the surgeries that I've had? Like, you would think that while you were in, because that's got to be some good ass sleep, right? You would think that I would have traveled all kind of fucking galaxies, and would have all. I've had 18 surgeries in my whole life. You would think that I've went to damn near every fucking planet.
You would think. Wow,
Yeah,
that's a lot of
and
surgeries too. I didn't know that
yeah,
either.
yeah, I had cancer twice, and then I had four cesareans. I had a intestinal repair. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Um, but the doctors did their damn thing. Cat Adventures. But like, why? I'm gonna take you down because obviously you came up here on accident, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, oh, let me fix this. 18 and up, the guest box is open. Southern Breeze. Okay, so like, if they can remember when they have their near death experience, why wouldn't we remember when we are under anesthesia? Anesthesia is closer to death. That mimics death damn near of the brain. And so these people are claiming that they actually died, and then they come back and they have a full on memory of what they were doing while they were dead.
Wow.
So I don't think so.
After learning that, I don't see how.
Right? No, yeah, I said that's what I said, Rebel. Like, if you are under like a light anesthesia, that's the difference, and that's what it was. The research was saying. Like, if a person does have a dream, typically they had like very light anesthesia. What's up, Dale? Yeah, normally when people come up here, they don't say, "Oh, I had a dream when I had surgery." Like, a lot of people have had surgery, right? Even if it was minor. When they come up here, their experiences are always near death. It's never, "Oh, while I was having surgery, while I was under anesthesia." Somebody gonna come up here and lie today because they hear me saying this. But no, they don't ever say. it was when I was under anesthesia. It's always near death.
Wow.
I just went to go run and tell my boyfriend that, and I blew his mind too. I was like, "Guess what, thinker just found out?" He was just sitting there with his mouth wide open.
What do you mean anesthesia though? What do you mean by that, Ortep? I'm confused. I'm really confused by that comment when you said anesthesia though. Help me understand. What do you mean gotta be careful? Like anesthesia is when you have surgery. We ain't out here getting high. What are you talking about? Selena, can you open the guest box? Like, are you able to bring that person up on stage for me? Are you there? Or Joshua, are you there? I hate the way TikTok be fucking with my shit. Grief lasagna.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well.
That's good. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
I'm 40 and I'm an atheist.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, for this, I'll just use one specific example. In Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28 and 29, it describes a situation in which a man finds a virgin who is not married and he rapes her. And the caveat is if they are found, the attacker must pay the virgin's father 50 shekels of silver, and she is to wed the attacker and they can never divorce. Those two scriptures alone, for me, show that there is no justice in the Bible for women. Because here's the thing, if they were caught, or if they were not caught, please forgive me, my brain is not braining at midnight. If they were not caught, the attacker would have just gone away and the young woman would eventually have gotten married. And in that time they did, after the wedding night, they would do a bedsheet check to be sure that the young woman, let me use TikTok friendly language, released red fluid onto the sheet after her wedding night. Because if she had not, she would have been taken into the town square and stoned to death, because that would have been fraudulent.
You can say if she had her period or if her hymen broke. Like, you don't have to.
Okay, sorry.
Speak like a child. The only thing that I don't want you to say is like self unaliving.
Okay.
Yeah, but everything else is good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So for me, there is no example of mercy in the Bible, in my opinion, and I'll land my plane.
Okay. So I heard you talk about the lack of justice when it comes to women, and I agree with you there. You know that there is a lot of favoritism when it comes to men. When you say there's no mercy in the Bible, can you talk about that? Like, mercy when it comes to women, because justice is the suspension of mercy.
Okay.
So do you want to go deeper in that, because we're talking about mercy?
I can go a little further, I guess I would say. I don't know if it would be considered mercy. When we go to Matthew chapter 15, the Canaanite woman in the Bible approaches Jesus with a need, and he essentially calls her a dog. And I think in the end of that story, he fulfills the need, but not before he essentially uses a racist epithet against her and against her people. So I don't know if that would be an example of mercy, but it was, here put the damn fries in the bag kind of thing, you know? Yeah.
I don't think it was mercy because she didn't deserve a punishment,
Of course. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that mercy. I don't even think that what he did for her, he did it because he wanted to help her. Like he was being supremacist,
Yeah. I agree.
right?
I agree.
But I think like a an example where mercy is disguised as grace. I mean, it's favoritism disguised as grace when it comes to women would be the Jezebel story and how Jezebel was demonized for the shit that her husband did, right?
Oh, yeah. Facts.
Yeah. Ahab was the one under covenant with Yahweh. Ahab was the one who put up the statue to Baal in the king's court. Jezebel wasn't, in covenant with Yahweh. She was under no obligation to worship the God of Israel. She was raised, by her father's gods. It says that she cut off the prophets of Baal, but the Hebrew word there used there doesn't necessarily mean that she killed them. She could have been not allowing them to practice their Yahwehism while she was queen. She could have killed them. Like we just don't definitively know what the writer was trying to say in the story. But she was demonized the most. Yahweh in the story had her killed. And then today, the church calls her a hoe, even though the story doesn't say anything about her sleeping around, right, on her husband or having these sex orgies. I saw a video the other day where a woman was beating the shit out of a bag of makeup, and she kept like grabbing the makeup saying, look at the come out, you demon, this is Jezebel. And then she was like, look at it coming out, and literally yanking the bag hard enough to make the makeup like fly up out the bag.
Oh,
And then she
jeez.
was like, watch it go back in the bag. And then she's like, that I command you, you have to obey me. And so she would pick the makeup up, put it back in the Ziploc bag, and then shake it again, and to make it look like the makeup is like jumping up out the bag because she's like casting the demon out of the makeup. But women today have that mentality around makeup, around their own sexual autonomy, because of the narrative that was put on Jezebel, while ignoring that it was in this story, it was literally the men who did all the shit, right? The elders were the ones who found the witnesses, right? Jezebel did tell them to do it, right? She told them to bring a charge against Naboth for blaspheming the God and blaspheming the king, but she wasn't the one who convicted him. She told him, you got to get two witnesses who will testify, to this. And the elders did that. The elders held the trial, the elders and the judges, and they convicted Naboth and they executed Naboth. But Jezebel is the one demonized for it, and nothing is said about the men. Right? They're still holy, and even in the story, Yahweh says, "Did you see how my servant Ahab bowed and repented to me? I will not make him die this time." Like he forgave Ahab for idolatry, but then turns Jehu into an assassin to kill Jezebel and all her kids. Are you there?
Yes. Sorry. I was trying to clear, I was trying to clear my throat quietly.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Do you think the person in the video was doing that for theatrics, or if there was a background of like maybe mental illness?
I think I think almost every believer that believes in this has some form of mental illness. But I think she was doing it because her pastor, like she was talking about it in the video, like her pastor had told her that makeup was demonic, and that's what makes her have car accidents and stuff. Like it's the indoctrination, and
Of
it's the
course.
stories, right, that
Yeah.
we're told about Jezebel. And women are called Jezebel all the time. Anytime she does something that isn't necessarily in line with what the patriarchy said, how the patriarchy says a woman should present herself.
Yeah. Which is ironic considering that the Bible also tells men that they should gouge their eyes out and remove their hands if it causes them to sin. But I don't see any eyeless or handless men in the churches. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we're supposed to have our hands cut off if we grab a man by the dick to harm him, and our hands ain't cut off because I think a lot of us have either kicked that motherfucker or grabbed it and twisted it. So yeah, we should also be glad that they're not following that part of the Bible too.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else, Grief Lasagna?
Not particularly. This was such a calm live, and I wanted to hang out for a bit. But if you need to clear the space for more ops, I'll be more than happy to drop.
Oh, I don't allow people to hang out on stage
Oh, okay.
unless they're a co-host. Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
But I definitely thank you for coming in, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. Okay.
Thanks to you as well.
All right. I was thinking the same thing. It's not calm in here. And I think this person that's coming up on stage right now is getting ready to prove that shit.
It's calm right now, but it's not gonna last too long.
Yeah, it never does.
Man, shut
Jesus.
your bitch ass up. You a
I
wannabe
told you.
rehunter.
Didn't I tell
Shut your
y'all?
bitch ass up.
Didn't I
You
tell
really
y'all?
talk to
This
everybody
motherfucker
walking
here
around
is a
taking
hater.
your medicine. Shut your
He
bitch
said
ass
he
up.
was in here
Shut
the
your
other
bitch
day.
ass up. You
Look,
lying like
he
you
was
all
in
kind of
here the
shit,
other
but
day
you
talking about what?
lying.
He was in here the other day talking about why'd I get muted? Because I'm white. Like motherfucker, your PFP is a fucking sock puppet, bitch. We don't know what color you are. Only you know what race you are, motherfucker. That's your insecurities. And then how you gonna come up here? How you gonna come up here call me a bitch and fucking run? So scary ass.
She jinxed us.
We knew that shit wasn't gonna last. Chico, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? You a scary motherfucker. You gonna come up here and call me a bitch and go on teacup and then get back in my motherfucking chat. You scary like your Jesus. The fact that you named yourself after him. Like Jesus bounced while he was on the cross because he was scared of the fucking knife. And then your ass got up here because you scared of my motherfucking tongue. You
I
little weak
mean,
ass bitch.
think the only scary person is him because he's on a fake account. You can't even do it with your main account, buddy. Now hot
You
shit
got
down.
muted. You got muted for typing in all caps, not because you white. Don't nobody know what race you are. No, but you a fucking lie. Ain't nobody finna bring your dumb ass back up here. No, you're not coming back up here. Go sit your ass down. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructed or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. If you know how to come up here and have a civil conversation. Why don't you tell him who's disrespectful? Jesus destroyer, Jesus disciple, whatever your name is. Did you not see what he did? Did you not see him come on stage and just start calling me a bitch? Like why the fuck do y'all be wanting people to respect abusive shit? Of course you don't know what he did. You got Jesus' blood in your eyes. Y'all excuse abusive shit.
He really got Jesus nuts in his eyeballs. That's why he can't see shit or hear shit neither. Yeah, now it's you didn't pay
Y'all
y'all
but
don't
you
pay
sitting in
attention to
here
shit.
in my chat because you want to judge me all night, right? But your own brother in Christ who named himself Jesus came up here and called me a bitch off the wham for no fucking reason, and I'm rude? Fuck you and your Jesus. Fuck both of y'all. Y'all got the game fucked up. Don't nobody have to respect your fucking disrespect. I swear, like y'all some weak motherfuckers. Donald Smith, if you're in the request box on the backup account, I need you to come to the main account if you're trying to come on stage. Satan don't exist. The fuck I'm gonna cuss out Satan for? Satan didn't call me a bitch. Talking about we got a bigger enemy among us. Let's cuss out Satan for fucking what? Satan didn't call me a bitch. Jesus did. From Jesus's mouth. Satan does that. Show me Satan calling somebody a bitch. Literally, your God, your Savior, in your holy book, called a woman a female dog. There is nowhere in that book where Satan is calling anybody a female dog. That's Jesus. I don't know what you surprised about Jesus Christ. You should read your book. You wouldn't be so surprised. Like y'all are the ones that is like doing this to yourself because you didn't read the book. You took some theologian and your pastor's word for it that your God was so innocent. Like Jesus was body. Jesus only cared about the Israelites. That's why he put whips together and was whooping people ass in the temple because he wanted them to go back to Torah worship. As God, he told them he was going to rub shit on their faces. He told them, he said, y'all keep running to those shitty ass gods. And he literally said shitty. He said, y'all keep running to those shitty ass gods. I'm going to take shit and rub it on your faces. In Malachi. He literally told Ezekiel to cook bread over human shit because he wanted the Israelites to know what he thought about them and their idolatry worship. But y'all want to act like your God was so damn innocent. You can't say fuck. You can't say shit. You can't say bitch when they were saying this shit. You know why your Jesus is innocent? Because y'all say that he didn't sin. He followed the law perfectly. Motherfucker, you made him follow the law. There ain't nothing in that law that you gonna say Jesus did wrong. If Jesus killed the motherfucker, you would say, well, he's God, he knows best. Hell yeah, he innocent because you forgive him of every fucking thing. Hell, if Jesus had, if it came out that the naked little boy in the garden when he got arrested, that he was essaying that child, you'd be like, well, he created him. Of course he innocent to your ass. Y'all excuse bullshit in the name of Jesus. Of course. Annie? Hello, Annie? Annie, are you okay?
Yes.
Why are you sitting there quiet?
Who are you?
Did you come up on accident?
What?
Did you come on stage on accident?
On stage?
I'll take you down, okay? Have a good day. The
Yeah.
crazy thing is, as many times I said her name, she did not answer until I said, Annie, are you okay? But she sounded like an older lady, though. I don't think she knew she was in the TikTok live. Clark?
You've been hit by, you've been struck by. Hi.
How are you?
Good. Am
How
I
old are
on
you?
stage? I'm sorry. That's mean. She seemed lovely. I'm 33.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am a believer. I just generally find most believers being like, well, you can't believe that.
You said you find most believers being like what?
They're like, you can't believe that. And I'm like, oh. Okay.
You
And
can't believe what?
like, I think, um, you know, who wrote the Bible?
Who do you believe wrote it?
Well, men that were, pretty close to the one that the whole centerpiece of the Bible is there for. But I mean, like, you know, do you think that they'd keep the book like that around if it wasn't filled with all the oppression and, the stuff real Christians are supposed to, like, recognize as, like, kind of the representation of the political spiritual hierarchy of the time that just male dominated stuff? Where's Mary's book? We don't talk about her.
So are you Catholic?
No, if anything, I'm Lutheran, but the guy that started the Protestant Reformation and was like popes and transubstantiation and paying money to get out of sins are all pretty whack. And they were
Then
like,
don't
you
even
can't be part of the church. And Martin Luther started the Protestant Reformation in 1517.
so you're a Protestant. What is it that you see
No,
about
Lutheran.
Jesus? I mean Lutheran, Lutheran. What is it
Sure.
that you see about Jesus that you
Uh,
like?
so to me, Jesus represents being the most loving, peaceful, giving person that there is, and standing there, what is, was, ever will be, and as far as I believe, and stood up to all of the, the power structures that had hijacked, use of the law as it is, articulated via the Old Testament and whatnot, and so, he came to basically school them all on it, and they just really didn't like that. And word got to the priests, the priesthood, the theocracy, and the politicians, and they were like, "You deal with him." And they were like, "Oh, we don't know how." How about they just kept passing him up the chain until Pontius Pilate's like, "Whoa, I don't want. Oh crap!" And of course, he let the people who were just like, "Yeah, that's." Just not even denying what we've suggested you might be is worse than this really heinous fella. And
So
yeah,
yeah.
so
So
we should do the same.
so Jesus didn't go up against power structures though. Like he
Of course he
did
did.
go. No, he didn't. He didn't go up against power structures. Like he called out the Pharisees. I
Well,
think
when
he
he
only
was
called out.
arrested,
Hold
they
on, hold on. Let me talk,
sorry.
please. He called out the Pharisees. He called out the Sadducees maybe once. He didn't like call out the Roman government. He literally healed a Roman centurion's sex slave because the centurion was like, "I know you're worthy like me. Like I'm a man of authority. You a man of authority. I say go and people go, and you say go and people go. But I'm not as worthy as you." And he's like, "Whoa, dude." A Roman centurion like has faith in me, dude. Like he didn't call Rome out. Rome was the one in power at that time.
So what happened leading up to his crucifixion?
What do you mean? What happened?
Who was he put in front of before he ended up in front of Pontius Pilate?
The Jewish elders, but he wasn't under authority of the
The
Jewish
heads of the
elders.
church.
He wasn't. I said power structures. He was under Roman authority. They were in a Roman province.
Right,
Literally
but
the
I'm
reason
saying he
literally the reason he was killed, right? The reason why he was set up is because the Jewish elder said it's better for one man to die for the nation. Like it's a plot. Like I literally think this book is a guide for like
it's a
ways to get
better
people to
for
be so I promise you I'm not going to talk long, and I'm going to
sure.
have a period, and then you're going to be able to respond. But
No worries.
I think that this book is a guide for war. It's a guide for psychological warfare. It's a guide for indoctrinating those that you conquer, right? And so I was thinking about this today. I did a lot of thinking today while I was editing. And I was thinking about the CK incident and how CK was assassinated. And it ended up being by, the far right side. I was like, this shit just doesn't make any sense. And I was thinking about how the story is written in the Bible, where the Jewish elder said, it's better for one man to die for the cause than for the whole entire nation to be destroyed. And then considering the mission of stopping, what do they call it, like white replacement or something like that?
Great replacement theory.
Yeah, the great replacement theory. Now all of a sudden, you have all of these people wanting to fight black people when we have shit to do with it, because CK was killed in such a manner in front of so many people, right? And it kind of like made them loyal to the whole idea of whiteness. Even people who once was like, racism is so taboo, are feeling threatened and think that black people want to take over white supremacy, and we don't. But it seems like even that, right, is a something that people can or have mimicked over time in order to what do they call it, light fire under their base. But yeah, he went before Pontius Pilate. The Jewish elders set him up to keep Israel from being fucked up by Rome. But yeah, that's about all I see. Go ahead.
So, the thing that I lead with in my faith is to remind my condemnation gospel, quote unquote, Christian brothers and sisters and everyone else, that the verse after John 3:16, which says, "For God so loved the world that he sent his one and only Son, that you who believe shall not perish but have eternal life," is for God came, or Christ, God, what I forget which one, came not to condemn the world, but to save it. And I have a beautiful book. It's called The Prince of Peace, and it essentially it carves out a lot of the majority of what Christ said and his walk, and the just outpouring of love and peace towards practically everyone that he encountered. Of course, there's the story of what I like the interpretation of the turning of the other cheek is to refer to how like the guards they slap you across the face as a sign of obedience, and so it was customary to turn your cheek to the right and leave your left cheek open. But I think Christ's joke was to like get some boogers on your face and kind of lick your lips, and then you turn your cheek to the left, and the guards would get like a handful of boogers and saliva. And I think that's actually more why he got crucified, because he was just like kind of fucking with the authority really good. And like I think that he was basically the OG creator of like antibiotics and plant medicine that we recognize as bringing us to a lot of these experiences that people see as incompatibly tied to or definitely tied to the mystical Christian experience. Concentrated residue of cannabis on Hebrew temple walls was found. A lot to indicate that they were trying to tap into some stuff. And frankly, I agree entirely with the assertion that the use of the Bible for war and separation and psychological weaponry, it's absolutely used by that tons. I think CK is one of the most antithetical to what Christ actually represented individuals, and that the type of reaction to his end of being here is it's awful, and I think that type of martyrdom for those who represent the worst elements of what is in the entirety of the Bible, which primarily is wrapped into Levitical, Old Testament condemnation gospel, it doesn't represent the Christ that I know and love in my heart is not going to sit in paradise while any one of his children, brothers, sisters, friends sit tortured for eternity. I don't believe in that. And I believe it's like Christmas with your stocking full of coal. Ain't no parent actually going to give their kid coal, but until you're mature enough to realize that that's to teach you, like, this is to do the good things before you realize why doing these good things are good. Yeah, anyone who says you need the Bible to have morality is crazy. Just want to end on that note.
Yeah, so I think it's a lot of people have this idea of Jesus in their hearts and in their minds, and then they once they actually study the text, they find out that Jesus doesn't exist because Jesus was supremacist, and the things that CK was saying, Jesus very well would have said. In fact, he literally called a Canaanite woman a dog because she was a Gentile, and Jesus didn't like Gentiles. According to the law of Israel, the Gentiles were inferior to them. They were animals. And Jesus calls her a dog. But what I've learned in my studying, I take Hebrew classes, and I was talking to one of the students there. He sent me a paper by a Jewish scholar by the name of Matthew Thiessen. And then I watched a roundtable discussion with him and other PhD Jewish scholars and and some rabbis, and they were talking about how they actually referred to Gentiles as donkeys, like Ezekiel did, right, in the Bible, not dogs. They have heard it called as dogs because to them Gentiles are inferior animals, and it's a part of their DNA. Like they are just born that way, right? So Jesus would have thought the same thing, and in fact he did, and he said so. He said as much. And so from the supremacy ideologies that the God of Israel, and taught and instilled in his chosen, early Christians adopted that when they said that the covenant changed from Israelites to followers of Jesus, i.e. Christian. But I do want to go back to something that you said. You said that he came to save the world. And I often ask believers this question, like, how did he come to save the world? Because in this book, he plans on destroying it. He plans on...
That's not true.
I'm sorry, let me finish. Right? I understand that there are going to be things that you are not going to agree with me on. And we can discuss those things, right? And I can back up what I say with scripture, right? And so if I'm taking notes as you talk, if you want to take notes as I talk, I think that'd be helpful for us both. I'm actually looking forward to having a good conversation with you. But he is planning to destroy the world and to take the sinners off of the earth. And in fact, in Isaiah chapter 13, Jesus actually quotes this prophecy in Matthew 24 as a sign of his coming. And in that prophecy that Jesus, as the God of Israel, gave to Isaiah, he's going to consecrate his anointed ones, which at that time were the Medes against Babylon. But since the Hebrew scriptures have been reinterpreted and retrofitted to fit Jesus, to say that they were actually about Jesus and his followers, the consecrated ones would be Jesus's followers. And in that prophecy, it says that they will be stabbing men on that great day of God's great wrath. They'll be stabbing men, raping women, dashing babies' heads against a stone, and Jesus will be destroying the sinners off the earth. So I don't quite see him trying to save the world. I know it's in John. I know John says this. Jesus doesn't say it. The writer of John says it. But what I see is Jesus coming, as the promised Messiah, or claiming to be the promised Messiah of the Jewish people. He builds a small following, right? Convinces those people that he is this Messiah. His mission is to restore the kingdom to Israel, right? And to be a light unto the Gentiles, which the Israelites were to be the rulers, right, of the Gentiles. and the Gentiles were to serve the Israelites and worship their God. And that was Jesus' mission. But what he has to do first is get those off the earth that aren't down for that cause. Those would be the sinners, right? Because that goes against the will of his Father. Because remember, he says that there are going to be people that come to him and say, hey, Jesus, we prophesied in your name, right? I did
And he
all these
says,
things in
Lord,
your name.
Lord,
And
I never knew you.
He's going to say,
Or,
get
yeah,
away from me. Like, I don't
depart
know
from me,
you.
evildoers.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Clark. I promise you, I'm almost done. He's going to say, only those who do the will of my Father, right? And the will of his Father is in the Hebrew scriptures. And that was for the Israelites to conquer and build his kingdom, right? And to be a light unto the nations. So I don't see Jesus's goal of trying to save the world in this text outside of the scripture you quoted. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's just a handful of things, because making this distinction, saying that like Jesus is going to take all the non sinners with him. Jesus straight up says that if you say you have no sin, you deceive yourself, and the truth is not in you.
I didn't say
And
that.
that, no, I'm saying Jesus said, because you were making a distinction between those whom Jesus will like take along with, or in the
I didn't
end
say
and
that.
destroy. Well,
Oh,
weren't
no,
you
no.
saying
What
that they're
I said in Isaiah 13, it says that Jesus is going to destroy the sinners from the earth. I know y'all have a belief in a rapture and that Christians are supposed to be raptured up, but this book doesn't say that. The book says sinners are taken off the earth and Christians stay. Like believers stay with Jesus and rebuild the new earth. So Isaiah 13 says sinners are destroyed from the earth. Selena, can you let up? I think that's Dudette in the request. I can't open the request box. Are you able to let Dudette up? Go ahead, Clark.
as far as I understood, it was it would be those who were saved that would be brought up to heaven, and then it would be like Satan ruled for like a bunch of time or something. Yeah.
I
But that,
can
like,
bring
this is
up
all
Isaiah 13.
Revelations too, right?
No, well,
That's
Jesus
okay.
quotes it in Matthew 24.
Okay.
And then he quotes Isaiah 13 in Matthew 24 as a sign of his coming. But I can read it to you so you can see. I'll put it on the
Sure.
screen here. This is Isaiah 13. It says, on a bare hill, raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. Joshua, oh, you don't see her? Okay. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalting ones, to execute my anger. Listen, a tumult on the mountains as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms, of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. They come from a distant land, from the end of the heavens. The Lord and his weapon of his indignation to destroy the earth. Wail, for the day of the Lord is near. It will come like destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and every human heart will melt, and they will be terrified. Pains and agony will seize them. They will be in anguish like a woman in labor. They will look aghast at one another. Their faces will be aflame. See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. Then it says, for the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. This is what Jesus quoted as a sign, right, of the day that he comes back. He tells them he says, after the suffering of those days, then he quotes Isaiah 13, verse 10. For the stars of heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. I will punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their iniquity. Nelly, can you take over? Somebody's at my door. I'll be right back. Nelly, are you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Here.
Can you take over right quick? Somebody's at my door.
Oh, no problem. So, what do you think about what she's read so far?
I think that that's generally a description of what will happen, like a very, very long time from now. I believe that. I mean, a lot of the stuff that talks about like the end times in the Bible, I see as like I see that as way
Hold on.
so far down the
I'm back.
road that it's hard to tie that in specifically to what I see as the mission of Christ through everything that I have interpreted about his mission and his
Well, I,
Are
I
we on a different topic or are we still on the
no, we're
same
still
topic?
talking about the same thing. He just kind of went a little to the right. I was just asking him, what did he think about what you read so far? But then my next question was going to be, where in the Bible do you see that you guys are supposed to be raptured up and going to heaven?
I thought that was the revelation description of when in the end times, like all the followers would be raptured and brought. But I don't really adhere to that. That's not really that much tied into to my faith. To me, the Bible is a piece of technology that I think is it's like trying to understand certain elements of how the universe works before we've gotten there. Well, just because we haven't figured it out yet doesn't mean we can't describe. Oh, what happened before the Big Bang? Haha, proven God. No, it just means your science
Well,
hasn't gotten there yet.
before Thinker started reading this passage and told you that the Bible didn't say that, before that, you actually thought that you're going to be raptured up and going to heaven.
Well,
No, no,
I
we didn't
thought
have.
that was a common belief. I don't necessarily adhere to that. I just thought that the belief regarding the rapture was that the believers would get pulled up, yanked up to heaven, as opposed to the other way around, which I thought is what was being said. Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't really believe in that in general. Like I believe that Christ tapped into something, and essentially his death and resurrection, which to me was like, haha, survived the crucifixion. I rolled a boulder out the way 3 days later, maybe with the help from my friends. We'll call them angels, whatever fits the thing for y'all. But I just, I hear all this, and this is really interesting because now I have to like go back and dig and like, wait a second, is that actually what that says there? And it makes
Well,
me want to read more.
well, the problem I
Appreciate
have,
it.
the problem that I have with it is that, I mean, all of the stuff that you believe, there's no evidence for it at all.
Well, I mean, that's part of it. Yeah, that's what faith is about. But I mean, I hear you. It's just that's kind of why the Bible to me, like that's why the first thing I said, like if it wasn't loaded with stuff that could be used for like heinous fucked up shit, they would have just destroyed it. So that's like a weird conundrum that God has to work with, in my opinion. But like, I don't know. That's just primitive man functioning through a shitty landscape of society, and I guess.
So
But because my problem, sorry.
basically, what I'm hearing is that you know you and this is not to mean no disrespect, but it just seems like you pick and choose what scriptures you want to fit your narrative for your God and your Jesus.
To some degree, I will give you that. Yes, straight up. I'm not even going to hide behind that. But it's based on me being in a moral quandary with myself, in which I say, wait, am I more like peaceful and loving and forgiving and caring towards my fellow man and neighbor than Christ? I struggle to feel that way. Therefore, my picture of Christ is of the most loving, peaceful person that there could be. And so my adherence to scripture with Christ, if it doesn't align with that, I see it as the result of man doing man.
Well, I mean, basically, if you would, if you read the scriptures, I mean, the way you just describe Jesus is not how the Bible describes Jesus. So,
But there's tons of contradictions in the Bible.
well, it's not just the contradictions. It's just based on what you said about Jesus, and then you said you asked yourself, "Are you a better person? Or do you treat people better? This, that, and the third." You know yourself better than anybody, and I believe that you would probably say, "Well, yes, I'm better than Jesus. I treat people better than
Oh,
Jesus did."
woo. That's a scary thing to think.
I don't see why is it so scary? It's a man in a book that was written down by some humans. They're telling you this happened, that happened, with no evidence to back it up. So
And I'm
who
telling you
cares?
what I believe happened, and I believe that his action of self-sacrifice in accordance with the greater good, and to make a statement that I think challenged what the Pharisees and Sadducees and what the current interpretation of the law was of the time, I think it was the perfect
You
life. I
want to know
think
the funny thing about that?
sure,
The funny thing about it is when you mention Jesus, you say, well, you believe that about Jesus. But you guess what? You know about yourself. You don't have to believe nothing about yourself. You know.
of
That's
course,
the difference right there.
right. But
If
the thing
one
I also
second, if
know
you were
about
in
my
the
sorry.
one second, if you were in the request box on my backup account, I cannot bring you up from the backup. So if I removed you and you're trying to come on stage next, you have to send your request again, but do it through the Thinker account. Thank you. Go ahead, y'all.
No, I finished. I mean, that's what I was just trying to just come across. I mean, you you're comparing yourself to a belief, but you know everything about yourself, but you're believing something about a man that's in a book that somebody told you. You know, everything that you know about your God, everything you know about Jesus, everything I know about Jesus, it was told to me by another human being,
Not
was
me.
written down by another human being.
So when did Paul meet Christ?
Who said Paul met Christ?
A lot of people seem to think so, but he didn't. But yet he wrote the majority of the Bible, and people basically said, "Oh, you're basically like speaking from the same truth as Christ, therefore you must have been tapped into the same thing." So
Well, that's
maybe there's
not true
something we could
because
tap into.
That's not true because Paul and Jesus wasn't even on the same page.
Also, he didn't write the
Oh,
majority.
great. Perfect.
Like Paul did not write the majority. Paul wrote maybe 7
Of the
letters.
scriptures?
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
you
Didn't he?
do realize there are 13 Pauline letters, right? And only 7 of them were actually written by the same person. Not even sure if this Paul character actually ever existed, but only 7 of them have been proven by handwriting analysis, textual criticism to have been written by the same
Yeah.
individual. But there are
13 letters.
66. There are 66 books in this Bible. How is 13 the majority of 66?
Well, he
Well,
wrote the largest number of individual documents in the New Testament.
So then that's what he did. He didn't write the majority of the Bible.
That's what I followed up with. I'm sorry.
You didn't follow
I,
it with
I, I
that, but
well, yeah. I said the Gospels. Like,
no,
I
you
mean,
didn't.
sorry, not the Gospel, New Testament. Okay, I'm sorry, I misspoke. I generally speaking don't adhere to the Old Testament as more than that of a table for which the story of Christ sits upon, which is the New Testament, and I even take the New Testament relatively separate from the words of Christ Himself.
well, but the reality of it is this. You do know there were scholars during the time that supposedly Jesus walked the earth. You know there were scholars during that time. There were people who wrote different things about that period of time. You do know they existed, correct?
Of course.
Okay, well then you should also know not one of them wrote about a man named Jesus that was going around healing people and doing all these miracles. And
Yeah, I know there's really only one scholar that seemed to like kind of well articulate that Jesus was like a guy that existed. I understand that. I understand that. Yeah.
well, I mean that doesn't make logical sense. I mean, you're talking about a man who walked on water. You're talking about a man who rose people from the dead. You're talking about a man who actually rose from the dead 3 days
Yeah.
later after being crucified on a cross. You mean to tell me not one scholar would write about that?
Well, I mean, I think there is one that did. Is it like Aquinas or what the fuck? I don't remember. But so
Oh.
what you're telling
There are
me?
no scholars that wrote about your Jesus during the time of his life. And then
Well, so
hold on, Clark. The people that have written about the followers of Jesus are second and third hand references, right? Like there's no first hand accounts of people who knew this Jesus and was there when all of this stuff happened that wrote anything that we have found in history at all.
Yeah, that's fine.
And that's just a little bit, that right there is a little strange to me because I know how people, most people think. I mean, even these days, if something that miraculous was to happen, I mean, it would be all over our news. Back then, that was their news, some writers and stuff like that. It would be there. There's no
But
way
wouldn't you
that
agree
some.
that the power structures at the time wanted to keep this pretty under wraps as well?
Oh no, why would they want to keep something like that under wrap when they use it to control people to the day? They've never kept it under wraps.
You think that when Jesus was crucified, that they used his crucifixion as a tool of control immediately? I mean, that's
Like
No,
they
I think.
paraded, it was a Roman crucifixion,
Thank
right?
you.
Like the way he was crucified the exact way that Romans crucified their criminals and offered up to their gods. Yes, they
yeah,
would
and
use
then
it
but it
immediately.
was,
Like that,
but
you
it
do realize
was,
that
it
this was
functioned
written.
as a
I'm sorry, Clark.
story.
Clark. You and I cannot talk at the same time. I know you and Nelly do it. I don't know, men. I don't know. Y'all got like two brains in your head. I don't know, maybe half and half. Then y'all can hear different conversations. I can't do that. Okay, I'm neurodivergent. I'm asking that you not do that. But what I was trying to say is the narrative of Jesus was not written until 30 to 40 years after his so-called crucifixion, right? And then the next one was written maybe 50 to 70 years after that, right? And then John was written in the year 110, right? So nobody was writing about his crucifixion, and it is very possible that there was a man named Yeshua. There were a lot of men named Yeshua that existed back then. Josephus writes about him. There's probably 11 in
That's what
the
I was talking about.
antiquities of the Jews. There's different Yeshuas, and honestly, like there's a story that he tells about a Yeshua ben Ananias who's him and his father go into the temples and they fight the God, I can't think of their freaking names now. The sect that carried the daggers. It starts with an S. The security. The
Sikhs.
no, not the Sikhs. Oh God, I think it's the security. Um, Susan, are you in here? The Sakari. The Sakari. I think that's how you say it. The Sephardi Jews, and they would rob the priest, they would rob the temple, right, and cause the priest to go hunger. And so this Jesus, well, his name was Yeshua ben, and his father's name was Ananias. They went and fought them. He ends up getting put before Rome, and they execute him in the middle of a Jewish festival and left him laying out in the festival for 3 days so that people could see, like, don't fuck with Rome, right? So like there are multiple Jesuses that Josephus talks about, and I think the writers of the Gospels used Josephus's works when they were narrating some of the stories of this specific Jesus. But it is very possible, right, that there was a man named Yeshua that lived, that claimed to be the Jewish Messiah, as we have people alive today who claim to be Jesus, and that have done it in the past too. And they build a cult, they build a following because there are people who believe it. And so if 100 years from now they see the videos of these people that they've posted, and somebody says, see, this person did exist, does that mean that he was actually Christ? Does that mean that he actually fed people with 2 loaves of bread and fed 5,000 people? Right? It doesn't. And I think this is why most biblical scholars, credible ones, right, who are non-biased, unbiased scholars, will say that it's more plausible that a human named Yeshua existed at that time and built a cult. But whether he, was risen from the dead and was God in the flesh and did all of these miracles, that they deny, right? Because there's no archaeological evidence for a resurrection. There isn't any archaeological evidence for his sacrifice, right? For his crucifixion, but definitely not a resurrection. Definitely not these miracles.
What archaeological evidence for resurrection would there be?
First off, a crucifixion. His family burying him in a tomb with his name inscribed on it. Writers, people at that time who saw it, right? Who claimed that they saw the thing, the big old, what do they call it? The thing rolled away that's on the wheels that they put on the wheel. They would put the big old stone in front of the tomb and put it on two wheels, right? Like seeing that rolled away, right? Other accounts, there's none. There's not even a tomb for him.
I don't think not finding a tomb or some like tertiary evidence of what was for 3 days a tomb of someone who then left it. I don't think that that's demonstration of anything. But to
but if they found it, you would say that it is proof. And I
no,
didn't say that it didn't happen. I said there's no archaeological evidence, right? That he
yeah,
did any of those things. He very well could have existed, but so does Yaju Judah, who says that he is Christ today. That doesn't mean he's Christ.
right. But if we know this guy exists, so
We know Yaju Judah exists.
right. But you're kind of dancing back and forth between whether or not Jesus existed, then whether or not he was.
No, I'm
Christ.
not. I literally said it makes sense that a human existed named Yeshua. Whether
okay, good.
And yeah, he's a human.
Okay,
Right? It
good.
doesn't mean that he was God in the flesh. It doesn't mean that he rose again after being crucified. It doesn't mean that he did any of those miracles. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
fine. I don't think that there's proof for any of those things. I started by saying that a big part of Christianity is wrapped into faith, and that kind of falls apart if you have too much evidence. I mean, there is the scripture that says, "Blessed are those who believe and have not yet seen," which would indicate that there is some means of seeing something. And that is what I was kind of saying about, I think that there are a lot of experiences we can have in this world that tether to what is written, and that if you are very discerning of the scriptures, that you'll realize that a lot of what is written was used for control and power. But I think the notion that a man surviving a capital punishment of the system that was used to ridicule and humiliate him and stifle anyone that was following him was somehow to their benefit is if that was what you were saying, I don't understand that. It seems to me like his resurrection and saying, "Hey, I made it. What up, yo?" And his followers being like, "Yo, he survived. He's around," and that making it into the book. I think that's an incredibly empowering story of resistance.
I think you would think that if you don't actually read the book and you don't actually study it, but I do. Right? I know
That's a
that.
very condescending
I'm
thing
sorry,
to
there
say.
you go again. No, I said if you don't actually study it, but I do. I am speaking about myself.
But your
You took
comment
that.
was like loaded to say, "Well, yeah, if
You
if you don't understand what you're
took-
talking about, of course you
made
believe
a
that."
statement. You made a statement, right? About how when we said that Rome used this as control, right? And to say that there's no proof of Jesus's doing all of these amazing things, right? You made a statement and I responded to it. I don't have anything to do with how you felt about that. But as I stated, a person would think that if they don't study the book. But in the book, Jesus is literally talking about taking over pagan worship. He's literally talking about getting the authority of that, which is the thing that the Satan offered him in the wilderness.
Yeah, there's also scripture where Christ is accused of
I'm sorry, let me finish,
casting out
please.
devils.
Let me finish.
Sorry,
Let me
okay.
finish. In the wilderness, Satan tells your savior that the power and authority of the nations, which were the Gentiles, the kingdoms of the Gentiles, was given to him. And that if Jesus bows down to him, he'll give it to Jesus. And Jesus responds, get away from me, or flee away from me, thou it is written, thou shalt only love the Lord thy God. But then when he dies at the hand of Rome, he goes to his dad, he comes back. Well, I don't know where the hell he went. I think it says he went to Hades. Actually, he hadn't even ascended yet. He goes to the underworld, he comes back. How the hell did he get authority from his daddy while he was in fucking the underworld? Because he hadn't even ascended yet. But he comes back and he says to the disciples, "Hey, my daddy gave me authority over the nations now, and I'm gonna give it to you, Peter. I'm gonna give the keys to you." Like the thing that Satan offered him in the wilderness, that Satan owned, after Jesus dies on the cross, goes into the underworld, he comes back, and now he has authority over the pagans, which is Roman worship. And then he says, go out and make the nations, go out and make all Gentiles my disciples. And then it switches from Torah worship to this, whatever this is today, the worship of Jesus, where Jesus becomes a bigger star than his daddy, or if you believe that he is his daddy, a bigger star than he was before under Rome, because Rome then makes Jesus their one and only God. Rome gets rid of all of their gods in the pantheon. They have this meeting at the Council of Nicaea, and they acknowledge that Jesus is divine, and then they make Christianity their state religion, and then Rome spreads it. Like, why wouldn't I see that?
Why wouldn't you see what?
You didn't understand anything that I just said?
I understand what you just said, but why wouldn't I see that as demonstration that Christ has now turned on his message that he spread while he was alive?
Did I say that?
You're saying that
you stated, I don't even think you know what I was responding to. You stated that it did not make sense for us to say that Rome used it, wrote this story, or made some of this stuff up in the story about a man who claimed to be the Jewish Messiah, crucified him, and then made him a martyr because of all the good things that Jesus did, and the fact that Rome killed him, and then he rose up from the dead, and it's like giving power to y'all, right? And I'm responding to you from a place of studying, right, and research, and saying, this is what the story says, right? The story says that after your Savior was crucified by Rome, he did not return to his Father yet, although he claimed that he did. I don't know how that makes sense, and that just came to me. But I guess he goes to the underworld. He goes to Hades. He gets the keys of death from death, right? And then he comes back and he tells his disciples, "Hey, I got authority on earth now." And he says, "My daddy gave it to me." But before he was crucified, Satan owned it. Satan had the keys, and he had not even yet gone to his dad. My hand accidentally hit my mute button. That's why I went out. He hadn't even gone. He hadn't even ascended yet. But even in this, before he died, he is in the city of Caesarea Philippi, which is where the shrine of the Greek god Pan was, the big mountain where they would go in and out to worship the god Pan. Jesus is standing in front of the shrine, the Caesarea Philippi shrine, and in the opening of that mountain in antiquity, they called it the gates of Hades. And Jesus is saying there at right there with Peter in front of the shrine of Pan, and he says, upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. He is talking about Greek and Roman gods, and he's saying that he's going to take over the Greek and Roman worship, which he does.
So I'd love to share some of my thoughts on this, but it seems like I get about a sentence out and then I'm silenced for quite a while. So I'd like to share a little bit more of what I'm
God,
trying
why
to
do y'all
say.
lie so fucking much?
All
I don't
right.
know why.
So,
Like, I don't know
yeah,
why you're
it's not a
lying.
lie. I'm
It is a
trying to
lie.
have a back and forth here, and it's just not happening. And if you want to be
Sure.
disrespectful about it, I'm not
Oh,
going
I'm
to
being
want to
disrespectful to
participate.
you. I
Yes.
then leave, Clark. Leave. I'm not gonna beg
Oh,
you to stay.
okay. Bye.
All right. Goodbye. That fuck the fucking lie.
I literally, for more than a minute, I believe 2 minutes, he was on an incoherent rant in my ears. So, whatever.
Like that is crazy as hell. When I every time I try to talk, I get no the fuck you don't. You just sat there and lied because that shit fucked your mind up because you know damn well I'm telling the truth. And then like I do need to talk about this. Like Jesus, didn't Jesus go to Hades before he went to his dad in this story?
Oh yeah.
So how his daddy give him the keys if he hadn't even gone, if he hadn't even ascended yet? He went to fucking hell and got the keys. So he did bow down to the devil in this story. And it's
Yep.
the devil his daddy? Like what the fuck?
Mm, yeah. Yeah. Like I said, they just don't read. That's just all it is to it. Pick and choose.
They pick and choose and they accuse.
Yeah,
I
that's
wish
it.
I would have put that in LIE. Because that's what the fuck, like what the, why did he just do that? Like that, it was a good conversation. It just accused me for no fucking reason.
Right, that part.
If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, y'all, if you're deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. There is 585 people watching the live right now, and the guest box is empty. And we've only been live for an hour and 45 minutes. It's too early to be begging for people to come talk to us. So please, let's make it do what it do. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Share the live out. Help us get some people in here that actually want to have conversations with us. Do the super votes. Thank y'all very much. Y'all please don't let it get quiet because y'all know I was shut down in a minute. I don't, it's awkward.
Knew
If
you was
you are
about to say that.
deconstructed, yeah, I can't stand the silence. Like if I'm live and I'm live for the purposes of having conversations, then okay. But if don't nobody want to conversate, then there's no reason to be live.
Oh, I want to ask you, can you make a Children for Christ song, please?
I don't like that word, so I don't feel comfortable doing it.
You
I
don't
don't like
like?
saying that word. Mm-mm.
Oh,
I don't like. Mm-mm. Yeah,
didn't know you didn't like that word. That that's new for me.
yeah. I don't. It's not in my daily vocabulary. If that makes sense. Like even when I hear people say it, like it just. Like, I don't like that word. I don't like that word. I don't like the other word. Like I didn't when my kids said it growing up. I wouldn't even like I would correct them and not even let them say that.
So the other
Not
word
saying
is
that
a
it's anything
cuss
wrong with
word.
it. It's just very negative for me. Huh?
The other word is a curse word in my mom's house. You can't you can't say
Yeah.
that.
I'm not saying it's anything wrong. I'm not saying y'all can't say it. I don't like it. Like so like me working with that word would not be it would be very negative for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Why y'all so shocked? Because I said I don't like that word.
They confused. Trying to figure out what word you talking about.
No, she asked for me to make a song "Cooning for Christ," and I don't like that word. I'm not gonna spend a lot of time making a song with that word. Like it's just not it's not beneficial for me. But I'm not saying that anybody can't say it in here. It's just not. I don't think y'all have heard me say that word. Not a lot. Like I think I may have. I don't even think I said it once, but I'm not gonna say I probably have never said it once. But I don't like that word. Like it's just so. I don't know, and I don't like the people who. I don't like the people who are that. Does that make sense? So those type of people are blocked on my FIP. The shit that they say and how they go against their own people, the negative emotions that it sends, like I just don't fuck it. I don't deal with it. I don't watch Candace Owens. I don't watch the other guy. Like I just don't do it. So it's not beneficial for me. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, Stephanie. Now, how did you take Poon and turn it into twerk? That's all I want to know.
Oh, because there is a video on the FIP where somebody is doing that. I did see that video.
Working for Christ?
Twerk. No, the Cooney for Christ that you asked for. There is already a video where guys is doing that. Not for Christ, but he turned a twerk song into that.
Mm. Well, to fill the silence, I cooked today. I know what it's called that I cooked. So it's just a pasta. And then I did
Please turn
cheese
your camera
filled
off.
garlic roast.
You said
Pookie, turn your
pasta and
garlic
garlic.
off. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
All right. All
And
right.
garlic
Uh,
roast with cheese in the middle.
where'd you get the recipe if you don't know what it's called? How did you
For
know?
cheese?
No,
Well,
not you. Give me just a second. I'm gonna introduce you in just a second. Yeah,
like I
where'd you get?
saw it online, but I'm pretty sure there's like a more like there's an exact name for it because it's cherry tomatoes, onions, garlic, and spinach. And you
Oh,
saute it and then you add cream and then you put cheese and then whatever season it's a word for it. It's a
no,
specific
there's
type,
not
I
no word for
guess.
that. I own a restaurant. There's no word for that concoction.
Oh well,
So like
excuse me.
I may reply certain ingredients,
No,
but tomatoes and garlic, no.
I'm sorry. We don't know who you are, and it's kind of weird that you
Oh,
just
my fault, my
interrupted our
fault. Hi
conversation.
guys. I'm sorry.
Can I get your age, please?
42.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I believe in God. I don't believe in Jesus.
Do you believe in the God in the Bible? Like, are you an Israelite?
Yeah, yeah, I would say that's accurate. The God of the Bible. Sure. I would say that, yeah.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No.
Like a Jewish?
Nope. No. Definitely not.
You believe in Yahweh though, the Torah.
I mean, I've read millions of books, but like, I don't believe like you guys believe. It's different for me.
I don't. I'm not. We're
But
not believers. We're
I'll play
atheists.
along. So
No, I
atheist
don't
here.
want. I
Okay.
don't want you to play along. No, I don't want you to play. I'm not interested in that. So I'm going to go ahead and drop you.
All right. Cool.
And
Thanks.
I hope you have a good
That
night.
was
Okay.
fun. That was fun.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Goodness gracious. Like, why do people?
Play along, really?
Like, yeah. Like this doesn't say atheists come up. Like why? Like I don't understand that. I do not understand the desire to go into a believer's life if they ain't calling for you. I don't understand that.
Yeah, but like I was saying before, he started talking to me and I wasn't talking to him. It's the cherry tomatoes, spinach, onions, and garlic, and it's sauteed, and you add cream to it, cheese, and then you add your pasta. Chose to use linguine, and then Basically, okay. Took a baby bell, the little red things, and then I got the Pillsbury country style biscuits, and I put the baby bell in the middle, put it in the oven, and then I made a garlic butter sauce, and I just kept putting the garlic butter top of it. But like, I know there's a name for it. I just can't think of. Somebody said Tuscan, and there's no meat. There's no meat in the pasta, guys. It's
That
not a
sounds
meat
good.
one. Yeah, it was the boyfriend and his roommates tore it completely out of the frame.
Swan, you are being muted for typing in all caps. Do not type in all caps in my comments, even if you are talking for Jesus. Do not request while you are on mute. Please wait until your mute is over if you are trying to come on stage. Guys, please do not use caps in the comments. They are for mods and people who have a vision impairment. I appreciate you for respecting the rules of the space. Also, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Guys, I'm going to give it about 30 more minutes to see if we get some people on stage. There's too many people in here for the guest box to be dry. I know y'all are used to coming in here and seeing Christians crash out. But again, keep in mind that that's not why I go live. If you are deconstructing, you are the primary people that I am interested in speaking with. If you are a believer who is comfortable, having discussions where your faith is might be challenged, unlike the last guy, you are who I'm interested in speaking with. And if you are an atheist who has some knowledge, like you research, you study, right? And you have some information that you want to share with us with credible resources that we can go and research ourselves, that is what we are looking for. I do not want anyone to come up here just to tell me that y'all agree with us. I'm not looking for it to be an echo chamber, right? I don't want to sit here and say, yeah, I agree. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all for being here. But let's learn, right? Let's have some conversation. And then if we can, we've been at 159 shares since the beginning of the live stream. To help us still be here when everybody wake up, please share the live, all right? Share it to different people, to people that have not, that you have not shared it with before. Repost the live. Remember to feed the beast. The the beast plate is low, and y'all know how TikTok works. And I know, everybody is asleep, but I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to stay live for y'all. But y'all know me. If it gets too quiet, we gonna call it a night. And that's not me threatening y'all. I'm just telling y'all how I am. The silence is just way too much, and then the small talk is a lot. I can't do a lot of small talk. Go ahead, Maddie. And that's just my neurodivergence. I've been told y'all that from the first day I went live. But go ahead, Maddie.
Okay, I was just talking about my little pasta sauce. Okay, apparently, Ash showed me out. It's called "Marry Me" sauce. Thank you so much, because the video literally did not tell me. It literally just hope y'all
Why
did
is it
not
called
just
marry
hear
me
my
sauce?
boyfriend. Hey, it's good. I'm not married yet. Maybe my saltine should get a hint, but
What
but
did
it
he
was
say?
really
Did
good.
you did you did you cook him some? Did you give him some?
Yeah, I cooked the whole.
What
I
did he
cooked for the
say?
whole house. I cooked for the whole house. He told me it was really good, and he gave me a whole bunch of kisses and stuff. But I've been getting overstimulated. Like, I don't like, you got
Maybe
like a
that's why it's
five
called
kiss
marry
minimum,
me.
maximum.
Oh, you say
It was,
it's so you're like me. Don't kiss me too many times. Like,
yeah, like
yeah.
every one of my space, especially after I just got done slaving over this hot stove. You come up here kissing me all over my face a gazillion times. Let me get some air.
Yeah. 2 or 3 is okay. Like after that, I'll be like, okay. Like, okay. Sweetie cakes, how are you?
Good morning, thinker. How are you? Morning,
I'm doing
panel.
good. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm very, very well. Lovely to speak to you again. Um, I do sort of peer in every now and again, and hear the live, and it's so weird to see people crashing out when the faith is questioned, because we should question things, right? That as human beings, um, people with so-called, God gave us thinking minds, apparently, but we're not supposed to use it. We're not supposed to question things. Um, it it's weird witnessing the crash out, especially with the gentleman you were speaking to just now. He simply couldn't cope with the truth that was sort of coming out. You could see it going round in his head. I could sort of see it. But it's funny, when I was a Christian, when people did that, I didn't crash out. It made me think. It's things like that actually brought me out of Christianity. And I think I would like to sort of understand the thinking behind the complete freak out. Your faith should stand up to scrutiny if it's true, right?
I think it's because their what their faith isn't built on the book, right? It's built on, as he said, the cherry picking of it.
Mm.
Which there are some pastors who tell them, like, that's how it's okay to read the book that way, and it's okay to cherry pick and build your own Jesus. And some of them have done that and felt like, okay, they don't need to read, the book anymore because they've, constructed the perfect Jesus who matches them. Like, their Jesus likes the things that they like, wants the things that they want for humanity, doesn't like the things that they like. And if they hear something that goes against that, and especially if it can be backed up with the book or historical data, I can understand that being quite scary because you're not prepared. Having a lack of knowledge, I think, puts you in a place of weakness and vulnerability, right? It's the powerful knew that knowledge is power. And when you're in a place of knowing and you're dealing with people who lack that information that then you can manipulate them,
Mm.
right? And so I think he just found himself in a place of like in a vulnerable place, and he needed an excuse to get out of it. Which
Yeah,
I don't like the fact that he, lied on me. If he'd have said, hey, this is uncomfortable for me, I'm not ready for this, I would have stopped because I respect boundaries. But you tried to demonize me and turn me into, you lied on me for one. Not you, but you know what I mean. Like, he
yes.
lied on me. He tried to demonize me and said that I was being rude when I'm the one who had to say to him multiple times, hey, stop talking over me. Hey, I'm neurodivergent. Please don't, I want to have a good conversation with you. Like, I even pleaded with him multiple times to stop doing it. But then he turned around and said that I was the one doing that to him because he was in an uncomfortable place.
Yeah, it's true. It's that vulnerability. And a lot of men, especially, don't sort of, they don't like being vulnerable, especially in the hands of a woman. I do, because I listen to Justin's live as well. And he's he's far more disrespectful than you. And they take it.
Think
It's
so?
so It's weird. Yes, they take it from him. He can be so rude. He will sit there and call them dummy, and sort of say things like, "Oh, for God's sake, dummy, no dummy." He says things like that to them, and I find that the men take it more than when it comes from a woman. When it comes from a woman running the live, especially Christian men, and a lot of the times, you know, the black guys, when they come on, I find that they're more respectful because he's a man than when they're talking to you. Because a lot of these church bros, they're used to being honored in the church by women. They're used to the women being, subservient to them and honoring them. And when they come out of that, and very much sometimes, their world, apart from work, their world is surrounded by those women. They're subservient wives that have accepted, you know, um, they feel that God is giving them the grace to suffer. Um, and when they're in the church and the women who serve them, their world is filled with that. And very often it's black women in the church, in their lives. But when somebody like you come along who's really smart, who's educated, who's able to challenge them, it really throws them for six, and they really struggle to cope with it.
Yeah, I'm just listening to you. Go ahead, because it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they really struggle, and when they crash out, I just think to myself, it's something they're not used to. And when you said just now what you said about the vulnerabilities, it leaves them vulnerable. They're not used to being vulnerable in the hands of the women around them. And sometimes, they come and they call you sister. And I'm thinking, she is most definitely not your sister. And you will find out very shortly. And they sort of, because they're used to saying that, and that sort of humbles the women in the church. I've seen it with my eyes, and that doesn't humble you. It makes no, sometimes you tell them, don't call me that, I'm not your sister. And they can't cope with it. It's like watching a movie. When I'm listening to it, I can sort of read their body language and sort of what's sort of going around in their head. And sometimes they start having a completely different conversation to what you're having. You say they would say something to you, you challenge it, and they have a completely different conversation. They would forget because you challenged it, and obviously you challenged them with facts, you challenged them using the book. They would just leave that there and move on to something else. And I just think to myself, wow, this is so bizarre. This is not normal conversation. And when they say to you, when they stop and they say, can I speak now? It's like, how dare you challenge me? They're not used to it. And it really, you leave them vulnerable, thinker. You leave these men quite vulnerable because you're so knowledgeable. And I think you have a head. You're definitely neurodivergent. There's no two ways about that, because the facts you keep in your head. You're literally like a computer, and whatever they say, you don't, because many lives, they just counter it, they just argue about different things. You don't even do that. You use the Bible and you use archaeological research, and that's a massive struggle for them, because you cannot argue against facts.
Yeah, the weird thing is he's back in the request, and now he's in the comments wanting to argue about whether I know what mercy is, but he came up here and didn't talk about mercy one time. And he's like really weird for thinking that I'm going to bring him back on stage when he just freaking lied on me and crashed out the way he did. And again, that tells me he can't handle the type of conversations that we have in here. But yeah, I agree with everything that you were saying. And I was thinking about that today. While I was editing, I was doing a whole lot of thinking. And I was thinking about even the younger generation does that same thing. When I was on Talk Heathen Sunday, and you could tell the guy that we were talking to was young, right?
Mm. Yeah,
And
yeah,
he
I heard
said,
that. I did.
yeah, yeah. And I'm like, this is a grown ass woman that you're calling girl.
Yes. Yeah. Even in the church, young boys are treated like gods. I remember my friend, we were having a conversation about marriage in the church. And he said his friend is getting married next week, and we are talking about the wedding and where it was happening and everything. And he said to me, he said, if you see the girl he's marrying, he could only ever have gotten her in the church. So I said to him, what do you mean? He says she's completely way out of his league. And out of the church, he wouldn't even have the nerve to speak to her. But because men are treated like gods in the church, he said to me, when I'm ready to get married, I'm definitely going to start going to church, because I know, but he's not an abuser. He's a nice person. He said, I know I'm definitely going to find a lovely woman in the church. There's no two ways about it. And, you know, he said to me that this woman, if he wasn't in the church with her, if he met her in the workplace and she wasn't a Jesus girl, he wouldn't have the nerve to talk to her because she is so way, way, way out of his league in terms of looks, career wise, you know, education, in every metric. She was way out of his league. But because they're in the church together, he's got her and they're getting married. And you know, he said to me, he doesn't even, he said because he's so insecure, he said from what he's witnessed, you know, with the few interactions he's had with them, he said he feels he's trying to humble her, which is what men do when you're out of their league. And he just, it's really bizarre. So even young boys are treated with so much honor by virtue of being men, of being male in the church. And when I heard that young man speaking to you, I thought to myself, this boy really thinks he's in the church. Even though the respect they have is all fake, it's all pretend, it's all, oh, God is good and brother this and sister that. All of it's fake because most of those people are not very nice people. They're not very nice. And when they come out of the church, that's why they treat people so cruelly. And that's why they're so judgy because they're not nice at all. Everything's on the surface. Everything is fake. There is no care. The same way that there's no mercy in the Bible, there is also no mercy in the so-called body of Christ. It doesn't exist. The only place I've sort of seen mercy in the Bible is when David did the most atrocious acts, you know, sleeping with his friend's wife or his staff, sending the man off to go and die at war, and getting her pregnant and all this nonsense. And God kills the baby and says, oh yes, okay, that's fine, I have mercy on you. And when this one went to go and lied, Abraham lied to the king and said that his wife was his sister. God then punishes the king and makes the king go and beg Abraham beg. It's just insane, giving mercy to people who are doing the most wickedest things. And where mercy should be applied in the Bible, it does not exist. Because it should have existed in the Garden of Eden when two very innocent people who didn't know much were punished and banished forever. Where was the merciful God? There was zero mercy for them.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you remember the live that I ran asking, was the God always a forgiving God, or did he have to learn how to forgive?
I remember that.
Because he didn't forgive Adam and Eve.
No,
Like
there was no
what?
forgiveness.
Yeah, and they were trying to say that he did, when he killed the animal and clothed them. But that doesn't make any sense because that would mean that that first off there was no transfer of sin because according to him there had to be, and then he would have put the sin back on them if that was the case. But he isn't a merciful God. Like he says that he gives mercy or extends mercy to whomever he pleases. That means that he's not merciful. He can extend mercy, but he's not merciful.
Exactly. It's when he feels like it. So mercy is not a standard. Mercy is not something that you should expect. I would do it to whom and whenever I want. So don't expect mercy. To me, that's what that means. When, I would give it to whomever I choose. To What do you mean? Isn't everyone your child? Why would you give mercy to one child and not another? As a parent, I apply mercy to my children no matter what they do, and equally. How can I say it makes me a terrible parent if I'm merciful to one, if I'm kind and merciful to one and cruel and banish the other? It doesn't make sense.
He and I think like this is why they don't know how to extend mercy and they
Exactly.
lack accountability. Yeah. Yeah. The crazy thing is, like, he literally is in the comments trying to say that he didn't drop, his phone died.
He said
Now,
bye.
mind you, he said that he accused me of being rude, accused me of cutting him off. Now he's in the comments actively trying to gaslight us and say he did not voluntarily leave. He did not drop. His phone died. They don't have, and this is not the first time, right, that we've seen this type of behavior. And I think one, misogyny has a lot to do with it because of the prioritization of men and what they desire and need. Even men who claim to be the good guys, right, who claim to be followers of Jesus, and oh, the reason why I follow Jesus is because I just think humanity just deserves so much, right? Nobody deserves to go to hell. Like, even like that thought that nobody deserves to be punished, is that's the same mindset of, you know, a man that would say, the pastor that just got arrested for essaying a 12-year-old, you know, deserves just the 6-month sentence that he got, because at least he's doing some time. Like, we have to be forgiving. Nobody deserves their whole life to be ruined just for that one incident. Like, to me, it's like, it's that, like, that same type of mindset, because men have been prioritized, and they tend to like, really like, religious men tend to take up for one another, right? Because, and I think they think in their minds, like, that could be me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it were me, I would want somebody to do this for me.
Exactly.
And that's that. Yeah, that's that do unto others that you would have others do unto you thing.
Exactly.
Um, Nate, I don't want you to get muted. Y'all, that's my homeboy. I don't want you to get muted. So, and here, please don't type in caps. Caps are for mods and for people who have a vision impairment.
My, oh, I'm sorry.
Huh?
I was
No,
just
go ahead.
about
Well,
to
you.
say, mind you, he's in the comments saying you were rude and that you cut him off. But literally, I was talking about my pasta. He cut me completely the fuck off, and I said, "Excuse me." He still kept talking to start talking about the topic, and I was in the middle of a conversation with you, and he completely cut me the fuck off.
He he's one of those he called me entitled because I set boundaries for myself. Like, that, this is like the third time this week where a man has gotten upset about the boundaries that I set,
They're not used
right?
to
That
it.
don't allow them, yeah, they're not used to it, and they feel it's oppression to them for a
Yes.
woman to say, you can't do this to me.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
it feels like oppression.
Because the church tells women, let your husband do what they want and pray, and have God change them. That's because the church, because they hear it also. They hear it. They hear those horrific preachings too, and it has an impact on the way they think, and they carry that nonsense outside and get a shock. It's a bit like, I think the church. It's a little bit like social media. You know, like your algorithm is, it sort of caters to you, and you tend, algorithm tends to be a little bit echo chambery, and you end up thinking this is what the world thinks, and the world does not think that. It's your algorithm. You step outside, and have a conversation with people, you hear things, and
Hey,
sometimes some
can y'all
people
get
get
the
a shock.
spammer? There's a spammer. Sorry, sweetie. Mods.
And some people literally get a shock when they hear different. And I think that's the same for these Christian men when they step out of the church, and they have women. They don't mind men because they're very passive when it comes to men. But when they get women challenge them, it freaks them out. They can't. It's something that they struggle to comprehend. And when they see a woman, not just somebody who's challenging them and just having a conversation so they can call you names. No, you challenge them in such a succinct fashion, using their precious, precious book that they don't read and they don't know. And then with research from, you know, properly peer reviewed research that can be backed up, that it's a bit much. It's too much for them. And when I see them, especially sometimes they come and they pretend, and I think I can, and it's funny because I'm also neurodivergent and I pick up on signals. I can usually tell within a few seconds who's going to crash out during a conversation, and it often doesn't take time before they start crashing out. Who has the capacity to have a normal conversation and have their beliefs challenged, and for them to be able to think, and those that are literally going to crash out. It's almost 100 out of 100 when I'm sort of listening to these lives. And thinker, I actually, it's strange because even within my household, I've got my son who, God bless him, he's 14, and he was born in the church. All my children were, and the girls have sort of, because they're older, I've been able to explain to them why we're no longer in the church, and I've moved away from Christianity completely. But he's so young, and he's in a Catholic school as well. He's struggling with, because he has faith, which is fine. And I respect his faith, and I'm supportive of him. Um, he's struggling with me not being a Christian anymore. And when and I struggle to, because I don't want to challenge him. I don't want him to believe in a lie. That's one, right? Because there are certain things, if my children believe in it, even from young, I would say, actually, no, that's not realistic. That's not true. And have a conversation with them in a language that they would understand. But I am really struggling to support, but not challenge, because the belief is a lie. I don't want to tell him he believes in a lie. I don't want to say, oh, but I'm struggling with it, if you know what I mean. Um,
Yeah.
it's
Just
a really big,
I was gonna say I
sorry.
would just like keep promoting critical thinking, like,
Yeah.
you know, just the hows, the whys, the whats, the whens, and the whos. Questions around that instead of opinionated statements,
Mhm.
I think would be the best way to approach it, right? Like, and the best way to support them, right? Because
Yeah.
it'll open conversations, and someone's like, well, how, like, or have you thought about this, or have you thought about, it this way? Why do you think that? Why do you think Jesus said that, or why do you think God did this, or how did He do that, or is, like, I think just making sure when you do talk to Him, damn near every sentence that comes out of your mouth is a question that is open ended, that
Mm.
promotes him thinking. I think it's going to be the best way
Oh,
to support
thank you
him
for
in
that. Yeah,
you.
that's a really,
Can
thank you for that. That's a really good it's a good approach. I He's offended. Like when he comes into my room and I'm listening to these deconstruction lives, right? He's so offended by it. And I say to him, but your belief doesn't offend me. Um and because he hears things, right? He hears the conversations, and it he gets a little bit cross. It's less so now. Initially, when I started listening to these deconstruction lives, and he would hear conversations, and he says, "Why are you listening to this? This is why you no longer believe."
may I ask a question, please?
Yes.
You said that you was once a Christian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is your son, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I would probably run with thinkers. What she said earlier, try to keep it in, things in the form of a question, this, that, and the third. Because if that's the case, then I guess you would be the one that introduced him to the book.
Absolutely. I'm completely
So
guilty.
yeah, no, it's not about guilt or anything like that. It's just it's a hard pill to swallow when you learned about God from your mom,
Mm.
and now your mom is telling you, God, this is not true. You
Yes.
know, that's a hard pill to swallow for a child. So yeah, you have to be that. You have to tread very carefully when you're dealing with that. Because I had to deal with that, and I'm
But I
still
think
dealing with it.
But I think children are more agile than adults, right? Because they bounce back from the Santa Claus thing pretty quickly,
They
right?
do.
Yeah. And so, I mean, it might be, a little disappointing, but as a approaching it and handling it in their youth would probably be the best time to do it, right? Because they're more flexible and
But you
and not
go ahead.
as, stuck on not changing.
Well, the reason why I say that is because, like I said, just in my own personal experience dealing with my kids, and now I'm working on my grandkids about it. But um, and I'm glad you brought up the Santa Claus thing. The Santa Claus thing, yeah, we introduce Santa Claus to our children, and it's once a year, this, that, and the third. But God and this Jesus is every day. We teaching them to pray over their food. We teaching them to pray before they go to bed. We teaching them to pray to God about their problems throughout life. So that's what makes it a lot harder, because that's
No,
a
I didn't. I
everyday
didn't say
thing.
it. Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't hard, right? But I'm saying
Right.
children are a lot more agile, and so if you have conversations, like you go from saying do this, right, and to allowing them the autonomy to decide their belief system, and you participate in that with them by having conversations, right? It won't feel like you're yanking it away from them, and it also won't feel like you're forcing it on them.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Children are a lot more flexible in accepting to changing who they
No, I
are
do.
and what they
Yeah.
how they see the world than mature adults are, because they're so used to seeing things one way.
It's true, and he's a good critical thinker. He does he's very smart. So I think I will approach it. I'm just terrified. I didn't feel sort of when he sort of approaches me with certain things. I do have conversations with him, but I think I just wind him up. And I don't like upsetting him. It feels as if anything I say it's offensive to him. So I think I'm just going to come at it with the questions, and have him answer them.
Yeah, and he still might get a little flustered because he's not going to be able to find the answer, and because he is young. One thing that you say is, "Hey, don't get frustrated, right? Like this is the time where you get to study, right? You get to go and research and find the answer for yourself, and then come back and let's talk about it over dinner, right? Let's talk about what you found over dinner, have him,
And,
be active in it himself.
And he is. He's so because he's autistic. He will go into a rabbit hole once he something piques his interest.
Good.
So I do think that if I was to ask him a really interesting question, he would dig the earth. So,
Hey, that neurodivergent people, like when it comes to facts and data, it's hard. It's really hard for us to deny that shit. So
yeah.
yeah.
He will dig. So I think I will throw curveballs at him and just ask questions and have him go and research them, and we can talk about that. I think that would really work for him.
Well, you know, when I was married, you know, we were, well, we was into Christianity, and I was going through my deconstruction at that time, and I was kind of in the beginning stages. But once I learned, little different things and studied different things about the Bible, and found out this wasn't true, this didn't happen, whatever the case is, I think the final straw for I literally scared my wife, because I used to tell my kids, and I know it sounds bad, but I used to tell them, do not, you know, do not uh, talk about God in a negative way. I used to use the term, because I was taught the term of God will strike you down, that kind of stuff, and this, that, and the third. And one day. we was at the house and it was a bad storm. We had a rain come through, thunderstorm, this, that, and the other. And my wife at the time and my daughter was there. And I just walked right outside in the middle of the yard, in the middle of the thunderstorm while it was raining, and I cursed God from up downtown just to show them that I lied. I told them, I said that was a lie. I said I only, I didn't mean to lie to you. I only taught you what was taught to me, and I was taught wrong. And it's not saying that my parents did anything wrong. They only taught me what they were taught, and so on and so forth. You know, but that literally scared the living shit out of my wife. And I think that did it right there. 'Cause today she's still a Christian. She still jumps up and down in the house on Wednesdays and all that stuff. So, uh, yeah, it's hard. My kids, they look at me, a little differently, because of my deconstruction. Um, you know, and it's hard. It really is hard when it comes to your child because, you know, I'm the one who introduced it to it, to
Yeah.
to the guy, and it's just hard.
That's exactly
Yeah.
how I feel when the girls were easy. They sort of because they're a bit older. I had conversations with them, and they sort of got it straight away, and they started asking the same sort of questions. And but with him, they've left school, but he's still in a Catholic school, and this thing of blaspheming. That's what he just like what you said, Nelly. Sort of God will strike you down and things like that. The Catholic schools are a bit scary sometimes, and I think he does think that when I'm listening to these lives, that I'm not being fair to God, and I might get struck down and things like that,
I
and
think
I think
those types of teachings is the best thing to attack because that is literally what creates psychosis and
yes,
indecisiveness. That I don't suggest that you allow to fester because it speaks to more than just him, more than his belief. It's going to that idea right there is going to shape how he moves about in the world and how he views himself and his place in society. And so I would attack that like immediately that belief and kind of help him see that like asking like have you ever seen God strike anybody down? Have you ever like tell me about a time that in your lifetime, right? That you've heard of God striking somebody down, right? Do you think that there are bad people on earth? Do you think that there are people who have blasphemed? Like, have you ever seen lightning? Did the God like send lightning out? Help him, bounce back to reality with that.
yeah,
And I
yeah.
literally don't even know where that term even came from. I don't even know how it even got started. Do you think it?
How what got started? The striking down?
Yes.
No, I don't. No, the Old Testament. The God killed a guy for blaspheming His name when He was telling them to go into Canaan. The touching the Ark of the Covenant and
All
the
of
guy
that.
dropping dead immediately, like
Mm,
stuff like that.
mm.
Ananias and Sapphira lying to the Holy Spirit,
Yeah,
which they said was blasphemy.
and I remember my pastor. He had a favorite story in the Bible where this character did something, and I don't know whether it was Moses or whoever it was, said to God, if they die in a normal way, how would they know that it was you? And the whole ground opened up, swallowed him, his whole family, and it was as though they never existed. All that sort of nonsense. And it's those kind of stories they use to terrify people.
Yep. And I told y'all my son is a believer, but solely because he was scared of the rapture. I am so hoping that his ass has been on TikTok these last couple of days and see the nonsense. Like I haven't talked to him about the TikTok rapture thing yet. But I'm hoping he's watching this shit and and realizes that it's just people creating the paranoia. But that's really
When
the
is
only reason that he's still a Christian, and he told me that.
when is the rapture
It was supposed to be
again?
in September.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
it was
there's
supposed to be
another
today.
one.
It was supposed to
It
be
was
today.
supposed to be today. The
Yeah.
rapture. Yeah.
They're
I
just
thought I
making
felt the ground shake a little bit today when I was driving. Maybe by the bumps on I-40. It could have been that. I
no. Oh, Thinker, thank you so much for your help. Thank you, Nelly, for the conversation. Really
Oh, you're
appreciate you
welcome.
guys.
Thank you.
You're so
I
welcome. Thank you
appreciate
for
that.
coming up, sweetie.
Yeah, but have a good
Have a good
night.
one.
We're morning over here.
All right, you have a great day.
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be 18 and up tonight. If you are a member of the Think Peace fan club, I hate fucking saying that word fan. Heart Me Club. I'm going to say Heart Me. If please send a Heart Me if you have followed the live stream, so TikTok will know that you are active, so they will push us out. That is important. Your engagement in here is important. There are gonna be some people that's gonna hate and not want the engagement to happen because they don't want this live to exist. But those of you that enjoy the content, that you are here to learn, you're here to laugh. Your engagement means a lot to me, and it means a lot to everybody here, so that we can, continue to have conversations. And I appreciate y'all for that. Also on YouTube land, if you have not yet, make sure you smash the like button. Make sure you share the live stream out. Make sure you also stop by the main YouTube page and check out the video that I posted today. I started posting content for y'all. So yeah, check that out and help get that on the algorithm so we can get some more people in there. There is somebody in the backup. Healthy OG, I see you in the backup. If you're trying to come on stage, can you request through the Thinker account? I can't bring you on stage from the El Joso Ray account.
Well, I know what I was going to ask. Um, I'm at the part. I'm still working on the. Well, I'm working on several things, but the Jezebel actual story. Uh, but I'm outside of the Bible now, and of course, things that I had. Trying to pull it up now. I was going to ask you, did you know anything about this? What I found on King Ahab. Um, and I could be mispronounce mispronouncing this like I always do. But have you ever heard of the Kirka monolith?
No, the what now?
It's called when I was doing research on King Ahab because I wanted to know, the archaeological evidence of his existence and what he actually did, this, that, and the third. Um, they said, let me see, the most important reference about King Ahab was on the Kirketh monolith. It's Kurkh, if I'm pronouncing that right. And it's monolith. Yeah, it's a stele from the
Has it?
Neo-Assyrian uh, Empire that dates back to 853 BCE.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Well, it says, let's say, let's see. It says the monument was erected by Assyrian King Shalmaneser III to commemorate. Am I pronouncing that right?
Shamanessar.
Yeah, there you go, Shalmaneser the third to say that word for me. Commemorate. I cannot
Commemorate.
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 Thank you so much. His military campaigns, and it describes the battle at Korgar. Is that how you pronounce it? Korgar. Qarqar. Korgar.
I'm not sure. I would have to
Oh,
be. Yeah.
but anyway, it says it describes the battle at Korgar where Charlemagne. I can't say a name for shit. Shalmaneser's army faced a collision of 12 kings from the Levant. And then it says Ahab is explicitly named in that inscription as Ahab the Israelite. And that kind of threw me for a loop. But this is supposed to be, you know,
Why did it throw you for a loop?
well, I didn't know Ahab was an Israelite.
Yeah, he was the king. He was the king of Israel, of the north.
But yeah, I mean, for him to be described as an Israelite outside of the Bible, that's kind of threw me up for a loop. That's what I'm saying. Um, yeah,
Why why is that though? Why did it,
because
I'm trying to figure out why it threw you for a loop. Because remember we talked about how Ahab was a real king and his wife Jezebel was real, but her name wasn't Jezebel. They gave her a slur for a name, which mean where is your king? Ahab was a sickly king, like but he was a real king, and so was Omri, his father.
yeah, but in this particular thing that I had found was, I mean, this King Ahab was far from being a weak man. Um,
No, he
he was
wasn't
a
weak. He was sickly. He was a powerful king, but he was a sickly
mhm.
man.
And see, none of this of what I found in here says that.
Well,
Um,
you're looking at a stele, right? You're looking at
uh,
a stele
yes, that's what it's called. Let's see. Important
that
of the
that
main
records a
words.
battle, right? It records
Right.
one battle, yeah, but it doesn't tell the whole life of Ahab, right? And that it sounds like the stele that you are reading is from the opposite nation that they fought. Is that right?
Mhm.
From Assyria, from the Assyrian king Shalmaneser. Like you're
Yeah,
reading a cuneiform record from the Assyrian Chronicles. Is that what it is?
I think that's what. Yes, yep. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. So it wouldn't detail Ahab's health.
Okay.
Their purpose of even mentioning Ahab would be like they're recording their military efforts, and then a lot of times in antiquity, even when they lost, they wouldn't just outright say that they lost.
Hmm.
Like they would still kind of beef themselves up, and downplay the other side. So that like the purpose is not to give a full history on Israel's king and their records.
Yeah, but okay. Well, let me ask you this: do you know where I can find uh, uh where he's buried at?
No, I don't think that anybody's ever found where he's buried at. But there's a book in the Discord by an archaeologist by the name of Israel Finkelstein. And there are some notes also in the Google Drive, right, where we talked about this.
Hmm.
But this book here, the Bible Unearthed, has archaeological evidence for the Amorite dynasty, for Ahab, for his father, the architecture that they built, the government, like their laws and things like that.
Hmm.
But this book is in my bio, and then I did sub only lives on this book uh, towards the beginning of 2024, and then those lives I did post the recording of those lives in the Discord as well.
Okay. Now his father's name was
Omri,
Omri. Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Something like that. Okay.
yeah.
I'm trying to put this together in words. Um, but I want to be as accurate as possible. Um, you know, but it's just, I don't know. It's just the only thing that bothers me when I go to research, especially people that are mentioned in the Bible, I can't seem to find a burial site for them, for nobody. And that's what throws me off. But yet I can go back in that same time period and find, uh, African history and burial sites for African kings and queens. I don't understand that. That just throws me off.
I mean, I don't know that. I haven't looked to see if there's any burial sites for any of the, like, all of the kings, but I know that there are some archaeological evidence for Israelites having existed in that time. Like, it would be intellectually dishonest to say that that there was not. Like, we know that the northern kingdom did exist because King Cyrus did come in and conquer that kingdom,
Right,
right? So we know it did exist.
right.
We have archaeological evidence from the king palace, from his gates, right? They have strata from that that matches the descriptions in the Bible. Some of the architect that the Amrite dynasty built and developed was attributed to the Davidic monarchy, and they've been able to debunk Solomon building this stuff and attribute it to the Amrite dynasty because of the timeline of the material that was used. And so we know that the dynasty did exist, and they actually got conquered right before they reached statehood. They were about to become a state. Like, they never reached full statehood because Cyrus came in and conquered them.
Right, and I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying, though. But like I said, the only thing that just keeps throwing me off is that somebody this powerful, you would see, it just seems like, I mean, it would be something that would be somewhat sacred burial for him or something. I mean, it just seemed like it
I mean,
would. And
no,
go
I
ahead.
get what you're saying. Like, I think it depends. Like, if we look at the story of Nebuchadnezzar, right, in here where it says that who King Darius came into Babylon and destroyed the Babylonians when Nebuchadnezzar's son was on the throne. That didn't actually happen with Nebuchadnezzar, right? Belshazzar was Nebuchadnezzar's son, and
Mhm.
Nabonidus was the one who left for, he was gone 10 years, not 7, like the Bible says, like Daniel says Nebuchadnezzar was. And Nabonidus sent himself away on like a mental thing. So he was gone on this island, and he got word that his son had gone rogue and stopped all of the festivals of the god Marduk. The priest of Marduk sent word to his dad. So he came back. When he came back, King Cyrus came in and destroyed Babylon. There was never a king named Darius, right? But when oh God, I feel like I gave way too much information, and I damn near lost the fucking plot of why I'm telling you about. Yeah, this is why. Okay, so Cyrus, when he came and he destroyed Babylon, right? He allowed, Cyrus had a rule that he did not kill kings, right? He did not kill kings. He allowed them to live in a place that they wanted to live, right, untouched. So he allowed
Mhm.
Nebuchadnezzar to go to Cyprus, right? So
Mhm.
Nebuchadnezzar would not have been buried in Babylon where he ruled, because Cyrus allowed him to go somewhere far off and live to spare his life. So there could be situations like that when they got conquered. The the conquering king allowed them to leave the area, and they could have possibly have died somewhere else, like Nehemiah did.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can agree with that too. It's just like I said, that's the only thing that bothers me um, about these stories. I mean, we can find the archaeological evidence of that situation actually happening. Uh, you know, it almost makes me wonder. I guess being sarcastic, I guess, were the names changed to protect the innocent? I mean, I'm just finding it hard to believe, you know, uh, to say the existence of all these kings, but yet you can't show me a burial site for none of them. It's always a twist to why we can't find their bodies. We can't find, the bones. We can't find none of this stuff, and that's what
I mean,
twists
I
me.
like right. We have to think about the fact that we're talking about 4,000, 5,000 years, and just because we haven't found it yet doesn't mean that no one will. We know that this kingdom existed. We know these kings existed, right? Because we have archaeological evidence that leads to their existence. Just because no one has found a burial ground for them does not mean that one does not exist. We haven't found burial grounds for every African king, right? But like that's just not factually true. We're talking about ancient, you know, burial grounds and artifacts, and people keep. One thing that I can honestly say is like people keep excavating the same sites over and over and over again, and the
Mhm.
reality is that there are other situations that could have possibly happened, like the one with Nebanias, where the person could be buried somewhere totally different, or could have died, in battle and just wasn't buried because kings did fight, right, in battle. So I mean, I don't necessarily see a lack of a burial as a reason to say that it's not true, especially when there's already a good amount of archaeological proof for the existence of them as kings.
Right, and like I said, I agree. I agree that this happened. I agree that uh, the kings existed. I'm just wondering, was his name King Ahab, or did they just put the name in there? You know what
Well,
I'm saying?
you're right. You're looking at a stele, right, where Shalmaneser called him Ahab, right?
Right.
So then there shouldn't be a reason to reject whether he was called Ahab back then if it's in the stele, right?
Well,
That's a
Shalom.
Syria's record. That's not an Israelite record that you're reading.
Right.
That's a record from another nation.
Right. And I'm trying to whatever you said, I cannot pronounce his name. Shalmaneser. Am I pronouncing that right? Shalmaneser
Yeah,
the third.
I could probably not be pronounced right. I know who you're talking about, but don't focus on the pronunciation. Like,
I'm
yeah, but I know who you're
even
talking about.
just like I said.
I find it interesting that a Christian is in the YouTube chat saying this is dry as fuck. Um, because I don't know, like, are you here to see fights? Like, we're literally talking about historical evidence of your book. Like, do you want to hear yelling and screaming?
For the Christians that's in there, this is what you call discussing and learning and researching. Okay, something you need to do. Yeah, yeah. I mean this, but but what I did find by reading this and just understanding it, it does align, with First Kings 22:39. Um, it aligns with that. Um, not all of it, but a lot of it does. I know they added their own twist in the Bible, but it does kind of align with First Kings 22:39. Um, that's I just found it interesting when you started talking about the Jezebel thing and this, that, and the other. I never really focused on Jezebel. I never really focused on King Ahab, and then, but it got so interesting with Jezebel. I couldn't find really nothing on Jezebel, of course, but when I started researching King Ahab, I was like, damn, you know, I mean, this motherfucker did exist. This motherfucker, did a lot of shit. You know, I don't think he done none of the shit that, well, some of the shit that's in the Bible. I don't believe that happened. But as far as these battles, uh, he was credited for providing like 2,000 chariots and 10,000 soldiers for the war. It was, I mean, this actually happened. I know it did. You know, I
So
guess, I'm a burial person. I've been trying to find burial sites on everybody I research. I try to find where are they buried at, you know.
So this is Jezebel's signet ring. This is what she would have used to sign letters. This was found. This is biblicalarchaeology.org. Um, some scholars disputed, but the majority of scholars validated and said that it's her signet ring. Um, it was found. Let me see. Let me see when this was found.
I think I seen that. Let me see. Let me take a look at it real quick. Where did I see it?
Uh, when was this found?
Let me see. I had pulled that up because I seen that and I did a. It was discovered in Israel in
Yeah.
1964.
Well, that's when they published an article about it, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
It
Believe
was
it belonged
purchased
to.
on Antiquities Marketplace. That's not when it was found. The museum purchased it, and then they purchased an article about it in 1964. But it doesn't say what. Oh, let's see. Attention was paid to the ceiling. The
Hmm.
researcher
Well, why
was
was it?
first drawn to the
Oh,
seal, but then intrigued inscription. It doesn't say who they bought it from and who it originally found, but several researchers have analyzed
let's
it.
see.
Some say that it's not uh, legit, and some say that it is. It's more that says that it is legit than not.
Yeah, I have that in my little archives here.
Yeah.
But you're right. The majority of scholars agree um, with that. The exact location where Jezebel's seal was found is unknown. That's what it says. The exact location where Jezebel's seal was found is unknown. It was not discovered in a controlled archaeological uh, excavation.
Then why are you worried about it, Just Passion? Like you're literally sitting here. You're literally sitting here listening to this. If you don't want to listen to it, scroll the fuck out. Like damn. I'm not
Yeah.
here. I'm not here for your amusement. For you to watch Christians crash the fuck out. That's not why I go live. And you are literally, I hope you know, dumbass, that you are agreeing with somebody who thinks your belief system is nonsense. You stupid motherfucker. You just agree with shit because you think they against me. That motherfucker is against you too, dumbass. He would
Wow.
rather have you on stage and I cuss you the fuck out, you stupid ass.
But I just think this stuff is important, you know. And like I said, when you started talking about it, I got so interested in it. And I just thought it would be a good add to my book because, I never really even thought about this. There's a few things I didn't think about to even put in this book. So now that I had to go back and start redoing it, I'm going about it a totally different way. I'm telling what's in the Bible and then versus what's outside the Bible. It's not me, trying to change nobody's minds or anything like that. I'm just showing them what's there and you make up your own mind. So when a person reads my book, it's not going to be about me, you know, telling you to do anything. You make up your
You
own
are
mind.
you obviously don't know how to read, you dumb motherfucker. He said you are trying to make sense out of nonsense, stupid ass. He didn't say you don't make sense. That's not what the fuck you was agreeing with. You saw some shit that will let you jump on a fucking hating bandwagon and you ended up hating on your own self, stupid. Slow the fuck down. Don't your God say be slow to speak, slow to anger, motherfucker? Slow the fuck down. I know you're here to hate on me. You'll get the opportunity when one of y'all motherfuckers stop getting scared. You'll get your chance. It's 2 o'clock. We got about 2 more hours for y'all motherfuckers wake up and thank Jesus for Wednesday morning. Kay, how are you? Shut the fuck up, passion. Like you about as bad as the church person. Like I don't give a fuck if you are an atheist. If you don't want to be here and listen to me study and Nelly study, get the fuck out. I don't go live to amuse you. Kay, are you up here on purpose or on accident? Especially like your ass ain't even sent a fucking heart me. I don't know why the fuck you think that you can tell me what the fuck to do. You ain't contributing to shit. You sitting here for fucking free.
Yeah, I mean, I think they tend to forget that, just because we have these discussions with Christians, I mean, I think they lost the path of what the live is about. You keep saying that this is a research live. That's what this is. I mean, the Christian talk is just a bonus. You know?
I mean, even that is research. That's research for me. Like the questions that I
Right,
ask, and I say this all the time. The conversations that I choose to have in here are things that are on my mind. Like
right.
my deconstruction is prioritized, right? I care about helping others, right? Sharing information, I do. But shit, my deconstruction and the questions that I have are just as important and probably even more important because that's the shit that's gonna be on my mind all damn day. So it even the conversations that we have are a part of my research and my deconstruction. Like that, don't forget that I'm deconstructing too. I got bullshit I gotta clean out.
Do you trust the source of Science Daily?
No, I don't. I haven't used it. I don't know if they're who. I don't know who's behind it.
Yeah, I don't know either. They had a lot to say about it. I mean, I try to pull up all the resources I can to see, what, they're saying different. But a lot of the resources that I pull up, even Science Daily, agrees that, that this was Jezebel's ring. Um, so yeah, but yeah, I'm like I said, that the Jezebel story, I mean, and the King Ahab is probably to me now is the most interesting. Especially when I can find archaeological evidence and stuff. That's when I get excited. You know, I get excited about that type of shit because that's what I'm looking for. It's a good, and I think that people who believe in the book should know what's real and what's not. You know,
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing is how David asked didn't actually predict any prophecies. How the writer I mean Daniel, the writer of
Daniel.
Daniel was like using history and faux prophesying. He was doing prophecy aventu, and believers in here actually banked their whole entire life off of a fucking prophecy that he never ever made. That's hilarious, Nehemiah.
Yeah, that is it. I did kind of forget about that. But I've been
And
on
how
this
there
for the
was a
last four
Daniel,
days, though.
in the Canaanite in the Canaanite traditions and their stories, and that Daniel is older than the Hebrew Daniel, and that Daniel was a judge, and that Daniel's God was called the Ancient of Years, and then the Hebrew Daniel ended up being a judge, and then his God was called the Ancient of Days. I mean, it just fits, right? And the Daniel of the Canaanites was fake, and so was the Daniel in the Hebrew Bible. And how scholars all agree that Daniel, Noah, and Job did not exist. Like, I
Oh
like
yeah,
talking about shit like that, especially when there's a smart ass Christian in the comments. Like, those are the moments that I like drop bombs like that. Like, your whole fucking belief system is built on a fucking lie because those three people never existed.
yeah, and you know I don't think Christians realize the only thing, the only thing they got left is the return of this Jesus. That's all they got left. I'm serious. That's all they have left is the return of Jesus, the resurrection. Or, I mean, without the resurrection, but Him returning. That's all that's left.
Hold on for a second. Just past it. The fact that you said, by the way, I'm here because you're a joker. Thank you very much. Because that tells me that you don't have anything going for your life. You don't have anything else better to do than to sit in here and fucking hate on me. Right?
Wow,
You
wow.
you you literally are spending your time listening to somebody that you don't like because your fucking life sucks. And I'm doing the thing I fucking love. And you hate it. Thank
That
you
is
for watching, motherfucker. Thank you.
that
I mean,
just kills
like,
me.
do they think that it's like you literally just told me that you are sitting there hating because I'm happy? Like, I love the fact that Nelly brought up fucking archaeology because I get to think, I get to have intellectual conversations. Knowledge is my high, and you hate my happiness. And you sitting there watching that shit. I love it. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I mean, like I said though, it's just but I thought about that and I was like, man, I don't think Christians realize that. That's all that's left. With and if and they're waiting on something that's just not going to happen. It's it's so weird to me. But they're going to hold this belief, you know. And it's foolish, like I said, it's foolish to say, that nothing in the Bible is true. That's not that would be foolish to say that, you know, because I even hear some atheists saying that well, nothing in the Bible is true. Da, 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 da. I'm like, well, I have to disagree with you because I found shit in the Bible that's true, you know.
I think that even taking that stance as an atheist puts you in a vulnerable position, right? Knowledge
Mhm.
is power, right?
Right.
And it was actually Sir Francis Bacon he didn't say knowledge is power. He said knowledge itself is power, and they knew that. A lack of knowledge keeps you in a place of vulnerability. So if an atheist takes that position and they start going out debating with believers, and then believers pull up archaeological evidence, then that puts you at a disadvantage because you've made a positive claim that everything in the Bible is false. Like,
Right.
it accept it. Not everything in this book is false. Not everybody in this book is false.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The only thing that I stand on, and I still stand on that now, I've always said it. You know, I said, if anybody can prove to me archaeological evidence that any of the 12 disciples and Jesus ever existed on this
No,
planet,
that shit. Ain't nobody found no none of that shit.
I will pay your bills for the rest of my life. And I meant that. I meant that. I put the same thing up that my mentor put up. You know, I even had 5,000 around. But that's just you know these stories come from somewhere. Even though some of them might be made up, but they come from somewhere. The idea of the story comes from somewhere, and that's my research right there. I try to find out where the idea come from. If it didn't happen, I want to know where did they get that idea from. You know.
Yeah. Well, some of it, think about like a lot of, even in Egypt, even in Babylon, Syria, right?
Hmm.
Even in Canaan, they all lived amongst each other. They did business with each other, right? They traveled, right, to each other's nations. They married each other's daughters, right? And so they shared oral traditions. They created some of these stories when there were natural disasters. They would create stories saying that the gods did such and such because of such and such. I think the first kingdom to use a god in their legal system was Babylon.
It was
And
Babylon. Hmm.
yeah, and the king felt that the best way to get people to follow the laws was to say that the laws were divine because they wouldn't want to go against the divine. And so other nations started seeing it as beneficial and they started to do the same thing. And so they started writing stories and building their traditions around these gods that not only gave them divine laws, but also chose who would be king, right? And then the king would write in their records, if they did something that they felt was something good for society, like a social justice thing, they would say, that the god Marduk empowered them, with the powers from Marduk and the intellectualism of Marduk in order to, take care of the citizens of Babylon or Nineveh or whatever. And
Hmm.
then the same thing, we see the same influence in the Hebrew scriptures, which take on a likeness of the nations that the Hebrews lived amongst. They lived in Egypt, they lived in Babylon, they lived in Assyria, they lived in they were Canaanites, right?
Right.
So a lot of their traditions have Canaanite influence, and the Yahweh takes on some of the characteristics of Baal, right? He actually there's a psalm where it talks about him not having a house, like he no, not a psalm. First he's upset at them for not building him a house, and then there is a song where he's talking about building his house and the house having windows and Tiamat and all of this. The same thing that's in the Hebrew scriptures is in the Baal cycle about Baal, and that story is older. So you can see the influence of when the Israelites lived in Canaan and when they began to build their own kingdoms and write their own narratives about their gods. They borrowed it from what they already knew, right? What was already
Hmm.
circulating. And then one of the things that we can see in history is that they would use the stories to incite fear of other nations to keep other nations from trying to come up against them and go to war with them, right? The bigger and better the stories and the victories of you in war are, the less likely a nation would try to challenge you. And so these stories served as that as well. And we see that in the story of Rahab, right? When Moses sends the spies into Canaan, and Rahab says we've heard the stories about your God and everybody inside is scared, right? We see that influence. That's how they use these stories in antiquity to ward off other nations from trying to come in and take their shit, especially if
Mm.
they couldn't fortify their cities. It's like King Cyrus didn't fortify his cities. He didn't believe in fortifying the cities, but they that's another thing that another benefit that these stories had for these nations back then, because they didn't have tanks and shit to go, ways to protect them. They didn't have drones flying over, you know. They had to have something to try to detour a nation from trying to come in and conquer them.
Mm. You know, another thing that I found very interesting that I'm trying to put into words, because I'm still researching that, but I know that it's true. Um, the Catholic Church, when the Catholic Church gained power, it was 476 CE is when they gained total control. But I find it interesting that in 476 CE was the fall of the Roman Empire and the rise of the Catholic Church, which is the same motherfuckers.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like the only logic I can get out of that is that they just changed the name. That's the only thing I can get out of that is that they changed the name from the Roman Empire to the Roman Catholic Church. Because I was researching that, and I wanted to know, when did the Roman Catholic Church gain power, full power? And it says the Catholic Church gained significant temporal and spiritual control after the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE. And I'm like, okay, well, 476 CE is when the fall of the Roman Empire, and it's telling me that the Roman Empire fell in 476 CE, but the Catholic Church gained uh, spiritual control in 476 CE.
yeah,
I thought that was just interesting. When I read that, I was like, "What the damn?" So they literally just changed the name, I guess. And,
yeah.
and
They
it
had
seems
already
like,
made
Mhm.
Christianity their state religion, though.
Right, right. I think
Yeah.
they started that sometime in 30 something, 30 something, wasn't it? Uh,
It was after
let's
the
see.
Nicene. It was after 325, after the Nicene Council.
Let's see. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was after 325. Okay. So, um, uh, have you ever heard of a Pope? Have you ever heard of Pope Sylvester?
Uh-uh.
Pope Sylvester was, um, he became a pope through Constantine. Constantine made him a pope, but he basically had control of Pope Sylvester. See, I've been reading on stuff like that too. I mean, and Pope Sylvester did exist, you know. So yeah, but
Yeah, the
anyway,
kings had that's the difference in with Christianity. The kings had control over the popes, and confession back then. The way a king knew what was happening in his kingdom is when someone would go to confession, the pope would report to the king.
yep,
But in the Hebrew Bible, the priest and the prophets had more authority than the king, and the king was supposed to obey the priests and the prophets, which is why Saul lost his kingship because he didn't obey what Samuel said. And then
right,
when Saul is like, "Oh, please forgive me," and Samuel was like, "Nope, he does not forgive you." Like Samuel made the decision for the God that he was not going to forgive Saul, and then Saul asked again, and then he was like, "All right, bet here's how you're going to be forgiven." And then Samuel made the decision to make David king, right? The decisions were made by the priests and the prophets in Israel, but with Christianity, it was made by the king. I think she's
Yeah.
I think she's snoring.
Who?
Are you asleep? Yeah, I think she's asleep.
So yeah, I've
We
been
have
going down the line of that when with the popes and stuff, and I found out that Pope Leo III was really the one to establish the I guess they call it a PayPal or PayPal or something like that authority over the Western Europe.
the Pepper Bulls.
It's PAPAL. That's it.
Yeah, the Papa Bulls. What? Yeah,
Yeah, but and that was in 800 CE. Uh, and he was the one that enhanced the Pope political influence.
I just thought about that, Joshua. When he said it that way, I just thought about that. What's up, Open Book? And
Y'all know I would just
considering who owns it, and considering who owns it, I just thought about that.
talking about PayPal. Yeah, y'all gonna have to forgive me out there in the audience, y'all. Y'all know I've said it before. I will fuck up some words in a minute. I'm good at it. I have to ask
No,
thinker
it
and
made
other
us think
people.
about PayPal. It made us think about PayPal.
Hmm
That's what it's saying. Um, anybody want to come up and have a conversation? I'm enjoying the conversation with Nelly, but the guest box is open. I think it was what 1:30. How long have we been without a guest? Like y'all really just show up to listen to us talk? I cannot believe there are 643 people listening to us right now, and nobody
Yeah,
hasn't
that's
don't want to
strange.
talk about mercy in the Bible as favoritism. At,
It's
at
hard.
2:30 in the morning, it's almost 700 people in here. Trey,
Yes, ma'am.
hey, how are you?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I see that you are a nerd. I don't
Yes,
think I've
ma'am.
ever spoken to you before. So you've been a nerd since February. So
Yes, ma'am.
you're a blue butterfly.
Yes, ma'am.
But welcome to the nerd community. I've never been able to say that to you. What did you come up to talk about?
Oh, I just wanted to speak about favoritism being disguised as grace in the Bible. But first, can I thank you for being here, doing this
Yeah,
constantly?
as a blue butterfly, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about, except for like, hey, I went to the club last week. That's dragon status. But as a blue butterfly, you can go off topic. Yeah.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you for being here every night. Well, not every night, but almost every night. Doing this, I can tell that you're very passionate about it, and I love it. It gives me so much mental stimulation to hear you talk about it and hear you guys talk about it, and take the time to talk with Christians about it. Because yeah, I tried it once and it didn't work out well, so I had to
Thank
give
you
it
for
up
that.
quickly. But yes, ma'am. So mercy in the Bible is definitely described. I mean, it definitely is favoritism. I would like to maybe say it's a trap for people because that's everyone wants to feel good about themselves, and when people go to church, they tell you, "Oh, you're this and you're that," but it all comes from God, so it kind of robs them of that self fulfillment. And people want to be set apart and exalted, but they don't notice that in the Bible, usually people who are in the Bible are in cahoots with God in the first place. So it's like it's like a trap for them to volunteer themselves to be used as a maybe like a person to bring other people in, and they don't actually get the chance to work on themselves. And that's how you end up with these people who are ugly outside of the church. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then they end up missing the point that that God is pretty much jealous. He's a jealous God, so they miss that point, and then they still go ahead and I want to say bring other people in. Telling them, oh yeah, God has a plan for you, and God is going to do this in your life, and he's going to do that in your life, but the whole time it was going to happen anyway. So it's just like a big psychological trap, and I really hate to for people to fall into it, because it's like it's really not believable at all. I don't see how people just continue to pick and choose what they want to read out of the Bible, and continue to go around and tell people, hey, look, God did this, this, and this, and He'll do it for you. But the only part of the Bible that they read was probably like Proverbs or what is that? Psalms. And that's just like, oh my God.
Yeah, I you made me think about something. Like, can you imagine your friend comes to you and says, "Hey, go out and get me some customers, right? Make other people buy my product, and then convince them to become influencers, or witnesses for my company, and then I'll pay them later on." Like, sweat equity, right? In a startup. Have you know what sweat equity is?
No, not at all.
So sweat equity is something that early stage startup founders offer to people who have skills like that they cannot afford to pay for because they don't have enough capital. So they'll offer equity in the company for them to work for them, and they'll give them a little bit of the equity over time as they reach milestones, right? It's like a deferred payment
Oh,
for the
okay.
person.
Yes.
Yeah.
I,
It's Yeah. And so if you're starting a company and you go to your friend and you say, "Hey, work for me, help me get customers, and convince those customers to become salesmen or marketers or influencers or witnesses, and tell them that I'm going to give them some sweat equity." Once I build the company and I sell it, because that's how startups make money, through mergers and acquisitions. Once I sell the company, then they'll cash in because they'll be part ownership of it, right? I I see Jesus doing that, because he dies, he comes back, and he goes to his disciples, and he's like, "Hey, now go to all of the Gentiles and make them disciples of me." And what they end up doing is getting more people to join Jesus's covenant, i.e., church, so that it becomes bigger, right? They become witnesses and testimonies of it by convincing themselves that they're having these experiences with this character, and the payment that they get is deferred. It's after death, right? And now Jesus went from being a like, I don't want to say illiterate, but a low income, well, a homeless Jewish man in first century Rome under Roman occupation, to fucking being Black Rock. And the reason why I say Black Rock is just an analogy, not saying that Black Rock is behind Jesus, but he has become a one of these giant, like a giant tech company, right? Like the one of the largest organizations in the world because of the way that he commissioned people to help build the church. The way they basically all of us built this shit for them with the promise that we would get paid sweat equity after we die by in participating in the inheritance of Abraham. That's some wild ass shit.
Yes.
And yeah, and their CEOs, their vice presidents, their you know area directors, the regional directors and stuff like that, the pastors, the bishops, the popes, and all over the world are driving in Bentleys. Some of them are because some of their businesses are doing good. They figured out a good business plan, a good retention plan for keeping people in.
Yeah.
Some of them are struggling because they haven't quite figured it out. But they're doing well. They're paid well to keep the people building the fucking empire to make sure that the company, this is the oldest fucking company in history, I think.
Yes. And the part where they have to trick themselves into believing into giving into this belief is the biggest. I want to say it's the biggest part of it because it's like they give you a little piece of it and then like you just kind of fill in the rest and they just got to go on and just fill in their own magical beliefs and it's just they sell it to everybody else and it's like come on now it's not even making complete sense when you just question it a little bit.
Yeah. This is why I say that, you know, even having these types of discussions are important because you would be afraid to question it if you don't study it. One of the arts of war is to know your enemy's plans, right? And if you say that shit ain't real and you don't read this book, like, and your enemy, the people that you are, you know, trying to stop, the people that you're fighting against and you're trying to stop, you don't know their plans. They know this book. They're using the plans the way that they're supposed to be used, and you throw it away. You still at a disadvantage because why would you do that? Like if your war enemy gave you their fucking war guide, why would you not use it? And not questioning it, like you just basically set yourself at a disadvantage, even as an atheist, because either way, if you are a believer or an atheist, you still fighting the same shit. Believers don't want the oppressed oppressing them. Atheists don't want the oppressed oppressing them. You're still fighting the same shit. You know.
Yes,
Then
ma'am.
fucking leave, you whiny ass little motherfucker. Leave. As a matter of fact, let me help you because you are getting on my damn nerves. You about a whiny little motherfucker. There you go. Sorry. Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, kind of forgot what I was getting ready to say at that point.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, I can't, like, when grown adults come in here talking about I can't take your language, then you know what to do. If you don't like the way I talk, don't come in here.
Yes, ma'am. Golly.
I was talking about making sure you read it because it is a war guide. Did that jog your memory?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So I just bought Dan McClellan's book, What the Bible Actually Says. I forgot the title, but nonetheless, I just started reading it. I read page one. I had to put it down because I have ADHD, so it kind of takes me a lot to get focused. But yeah, I it is a war book, and I didn't think about it like that until like maybe I seen the Book of Eli a few years ago when it came out. Because I've been an atheist all my life. I just came to terms with it probably about 10 years ago. I'm 31 now, so it's like Yeah, I do need to read this book. I read it one time, and that was it. I told myself I would never read it again because it was just too unbelievable, and it was too, not I don't say it was too horrific, but it was horrific. Reading the raping parts, the war parts, go and pillage the village, and tear everything down, and then take whatever you want, because I wouldn't. That's not something I would do as a normal functioning human person that values other people somewhat.
Yeah, and I think most people who start to deconstruct kind of approach it that way. Like, this doesn't fit me, and I did too, right? Until I started noticing patterns, and that makes a lot of sense. And it is a hard thing to read, and it is hard to hear people justify it. That other night when that guy was in here and he was screaming, "Yes, my daughter should be raped to protect God," like that was the hardest thing to hear a father say, that he would allow his daughter to get raped to protect his God, right, or to defend his God. But that's why we have to have these types of conversations, because you need to know who the harmful people are around you. You need to know what they are capable of, right? The things that they are thinking. And I had to tell myself that, and I told Fee and them, like, sometimes it is very difficult. After I get off live, some of the conversations, I have to like really, really cool
Decompress.
down. Yes, yeah. That was one live. I fucking cried. My heart was so broken at the things that people were saying. Like, I
Yes, ma'am.
just cried.
Yes, ma'am. I have to scroll out of various lives, just because when people come up and their demeanor and their diction, the way they talk about God, and how they disregard people, it really just, and it's very disheartening and very annoying at the same time, because it's just like this imaginary God has done nothing for you, and you cannot see it. You won't see it. Thinker is up here showing you, hey, look, this book has contradictions. Maybe you should take a second look at what you believe. And people just, nope, he's my savior. He is my rock.
Yep. And I just looked up, this is the quote that I was looking for. Y'all, I think everybody should read Art of War, but this is what I was looking for. It says, this is a summary of the quote. It says, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. And this is what I was talking about earlier, when I was like, a lack of knowledge puts you at a disadvantage and puts you in this vulnerable place, right? Living by faith is the most flimsiest shit to do, because like there's no foundation. Anything fucking goes, and you could be swept off your feet in a matter of a second when you are, dealing with someone who has knowledge that you don't, with the intention of harming you or manipulating you.
Yes, yes. And I run into, I don't want to say I run into manipulative men often, but I do come across pastors who like try to like coax me into like, oh, you're a man of God, da 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 da, do 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 do. I'm like, dude, all that, that's falling on deaf ears, because first of all, I'm atheist, so I don't care about what God has to say about me, or what you think God has to say about me, because He didn't tell you that. I know He didn't tell you that. So just, we're gonna keep this conversation quick, cordial, and you're gonna go about your way and I'm gonna go about my way, and like, you're not gonna do that mind game with me.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We was talking the other day and I brought up this video. This lady said a man walked up to her and said God gave him a message for her, right? And he was trying to tell her what she needs to do with her life and blah blah blah. And she said, "What did he tell?" She said, "What's my name?" And he said, "Well, God didn't tell me that." And she said, "Wait, he told you to tell me all this but didn't tell you my name?" It's like, well, how you know you got the right? How you know you got the right person? Like he just pointed me and say, "Go tell her this." But like asking questions like that and not being afraid to challenge what somebody say God said, and this is also why I ask, like, how do you know that a God said anything to the people who wrote this book? Because one thing that I recognize is that believers, they don't necessarily see the human nature of the book because they've agreed to accept that it's holy and that a God orated this to the mind of a human. And so when I ask, what's the difference between you and the human you believe wrote this for your God? And they say nothing. Okay, then can you mess up? Can you make mistakes? Are you flawed? Yes. Can this person mess up and make mistakes? And they say no. How, Sway?
Right.
They're human.
Right. Yes, ma'am. And that's when people, when I don't want to say people, but when I used to go to church and I was smaller, actually, a lady tried to tell me, "Hey, God is gonna shine a light on you," and I think it's because I was kind of handsome when I was little. I used to have braids, but so I looked like a little girl most of the time. So, and she was trying to, "Oh, you're gonna be a great man," da 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 da, and then this I'm in children's church, and she was trying to tell me, "Hey, write down all the things Jesus has done for you, and just do that." And I didn't write down anything, and she got upset with me, and immediately she called me like a bad kid, or whatever. And I was like, okay, whatever. And then, excuse me, she called me a bad kid. And then I was like, okay, yo, whatever. And she's like, I'm going to get your grandma. I was like, go get her. And then, my grandma came in there and, she told me, yeah, what are you doing? I told her I didn't write anything down, because Jesus hadn't done anything for me. And she just, my grandma laughed it off. She was a Christian, but I don't know. I think she maybe knew she was just kind of doing the ring around the rosy. But yeah, this lady ended up beefing with me at the age of 8, and she's probably like 50. And, one time I had learned who Emmett Till was like when I was 8, and it kind of sent me into a shock for a couple weeks. And I went to church, and that same lady tried to pray for me, and she was so upset when I told her, "No, I don't feel better," after she prayed for me. At that point, I was the devil. So she walked off, and pissed off, and whatever. But I just knew at that point, yeah. So this is a game for them, and I need to watch out as to what I'm intaking at that young age.
That was some powerful mental control you had at that young age. Goodness gracious.
I had
And then you said your mom is Christian? And your
yeah,
grandmother?
my grandma and mom, they're Christian, but they don't know I'm atheist. My mom is actually kind of she kind of emotionally selfish, so I had to learn how to control and think on my own for a little bit when I was younger until I got older, and I was able to regulate my emotions better. So it kind of shocked me into having some emotional regulation at a younger age. So
Well, I wish more young people was able to, stand up and use their mind that same way. I wasn't. I let a lot of God gonna get you affect me when I was young. I was very indecisive because I was scared that God was gonna get me. I used to, whenever I got happy, it scared the shit out of me. My anxiety went up because we were taught that the devil will bless you and make you think everything is good when you're actually sinning. So if everything's going good in your life, that means that you've actually sinned. Like it was crazy. So I didn't have I was a strong minded person, but not to the point to where I didn't believe that God was going to like strike me down, or that I had sinned against the God, which is why I stayed in the abusive marriage I stayed in for so long. Why I got married in the first place, but also why I stayed in that motherfucker for so long, because I was scared that God was gonna get me. But you having that mindset at such a young age is awesome. And you made me think about a pastor like this pastor prophesied over my cousin not too long ago, and said that he saw death on my cousin, right? Now, mind you, my cousin is still alive, but that pastor died like a month and a half ago. Yeah. And his brother prophesied over me, and I listened to him twice. Also, his brother is the one that married me and said God said that I was supposed to marry the man that I married, and ended up being in an abusive marriage. But he prophesied over me. I was in a all girl group, and we were getting ready to move to LA with our agent, and we were getting ready to sign with Montel Jordan. He had a new label, and my mom, he called a meeting with my mom and me at the church, and he said God told him to tell me that God didn't want me to do secular music, and God told him to tell me to pick a gospel singer, and he would make me 10 times more successful than that gospel singer. And I listened to him, and the as you can see, that did not happen. I didn't have a desire really to sing gospel, and I never even tried to be a gospel singer. But I gave up my journey of being a R&B singer, and just focused on being a missionary in the church, because I was really hurt that God did not want me to sing what I wanted to sing. So I just focused on being a choir director. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if he became a pastor or not. But yeah. That's twice I let that person prophesy over me and be dead as wrong. Right? I think had I not listened to him, my life could have been completely different. Right? People be making prophecies or judgments about your life, and can fuck some shit up.
Yes, ma'am. But that's all. I really appreciate this conversation. Thank you for being here. Like I said, I'm so glad to have found this community. I actually found you through Bash, and I found everyone else through you. So I really appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful day. Okay.
Thank you. Same to you, and I appreciate you as well.
Bye bye.
Thank you, Slam Dunk. I love you too. And you said it happened to you too? Yeah, it probably happened to a lot of people listening to these prophets. Jerome? Jerome, are you there? Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. We have even more people in here than last time. So there should be more people willing to have conversations. It is almost 3 a.m. Central, almost 4 a.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. Pacific. So welcome to Wednesday morning. Terilyn, how are you? Terilyn? Terlin, I can't hear you if you're there. Can you comment? I don't even think this is. Are you talking? Okay, I'm gonna drop you because I can't hear you. If you go on mute and then come back off mute and see if that fixes your microphone. Did you join on accident or on purpose, Terlin? Now come off mute and see if that fixes it. I
think
can
it
see
might be
you
her mic
there. Yeah, I can see
speaking.
you trying to talk, but I just hear clicking anytime you try to talk. So jump down and then come back up and see if it fixes it. Okay, I'm gonna take you down and then try to come back up. It's interesting, like her mic sounds like a metronome. Yeah. Can Joshua, are you able to do that? Like, do y'all need a new link? Joshua, open book. Do y'all need a new link to send out to the nerds? Oh shit, that movie scared. Okay, that movie scared the shit out of me. I don't watch scary movies, but I watched The Ring, and man, I couldn't sleep for a minute. You said, you said you never sent the link in your life. Y'all wanna? Did y'all see the video I did? That motherfucker took me 8 hours.
I've never watched The Ring. Um, I don't think
I
I've
did. That
watched it all in
motherfucker was
one
scary.
sitting, but like, I'm a real paranoid person. I can't. Well, it's gotten better. I'm not gonna lie. Since I stopped believing in Christianity, it's kind of gotten better. It doesn't bother me as much. When I was a Christian, I watch a horror movie, especially about some demons. I would be clutching my pearls. I would be so scared I would don't even want to go to the bathroom.
And couldn't even go get a cup of water because you feel like somebody is sitting or standing behind you as you open the cabinet door. And then I think the one that stuck with me in my childhood is, what's the one where the cabinet doors were all open and the chairs were they went into the kitchen and the chairs was everywhere. Poltergeist scared the living shit out of me as a kid. Yes. That was the as a child, that was the last and the only movie that I watched. I watched some of Chucky, didn't watch all of it. My son bought a Chucky doll and he was trying to scare my granddaughter with the doll, and she's looking at it. The Chucky is talking to her. When I tell y'all this is baby Debo, this is baby D, because all she care about is the letter D and the word E E, and she is 10 months old. She is looking at this Chucky doll like, what the fuck? Like, she like, and so then he takes the Chucky doll over to my grandson, who's almost 2. When I tell y'all he had a fit, he was so mad at his daddy. He threw his food at his daddy, and then he turned and faced the window, screaming and crying. He wouldn't even turn back and look towards the camera. He just looked out the window and just screamed like he was mad. But baby D didn't give a fuck. Relaxing, are you in the guest box on purpose? But Chucky, I watched a little bit of that growing up. I watched maybe one Freddy. Um, I never watched Michael Myers. Would not do it. Um, I watched the Scream movie. That's probably it. I don't know any more scary movies.
I'd say my one of my favorite horror
They don't watch
movies
Candyman.
is one of my favorite ones is Incantation. It was on Netflix. And it's not Christian based, I think it's Buddhist based. It was so creepy, and As Above and So Below. As Above and So Below still makes me freak out. Like I could watch that right now and still freak out because it's generally so scary and weird.
I don't even know I've never seen those. I tried to watch Saw. I didn't finish it. I can't even remember. I just remember what the man looks like. I can't tell you what the anything happened in it. Never
As
watched The
Above
Shining.
and As Above and So Below is it's based upon the catacombs under Paris, like the little mines and stuff under Paris. And um it's basically like if you go deep enough, you'll go to hell basically. It's really good. And the main character, she's trying to finish the research that her dad started because he was looking for this artifact. And the artifact is supposedly in the catacombs. It's really good, scary as hell. And Incantation is this woman, she's trying to lift a curse for her daughter because when she was pregnant, her boyfriend and her friend, they like went through this tunnel that they weren't supposed to go through, and basically got cursed, and she's trying to save her daughter. But it's also really good and creepy, and like during different parts of the movie she'll say a phrase and she wants you to say the phrase with her. Super creepy and eerie.
Yeah, no, I don't like stuff like that. I don't even go to haunted houses. I don't like. I love roller coasters and shit. That's about the only thing that I would do to scare myself because it's fun. And I know for people it's fun to scare themselves with haunted houses and scary movies, but not for me. Tutu. I mean, Terilyn,
It's
is your
both.
mic?
I mean, yeah, I had to
Okay.
fix it. Um, I have decimal code. Anyway, how you doing? Appreciate you letting me up. And when you told, I was listening and caught your story about your singing career. You know, listening to somebody who say they are prophet, right? And believing them. And I know you are my sister because the same thing happened to me. I can't believe I listened to somebody tell me something. Oh, I married somebody listening to somebody. That's what happened. I married this man when I was young in the church. I was trying to be in the church. I was trying to be saved, and I didn't know. I didn't read the Bible. I just went to church and I sung in the choir and everything, and I loved it. I think I was like 15, and I was in that church for a long time. But I had some kids out of wedlock. And I didn't know that I had embarrassed the church. They said I had embarrassed it, but I didn't know. They didn't actually tell me that to my face for after a while. But they did tell me I needed to be married to be, in the church and I guess reputable. It might change my reputation. Anyway, I married a raving lunatic and a criminal. And it was horrible. And I knew though it was the people I was listening to. You right? So after that, I said, I can't trust nobody, and I just started trying to uh deal form a relationship with God on my own because oh because I had been traumatized. You know, I had children. excuse me. I haven't talked about this in a long time. And they not my children are grown now, but trying to follow that whole uh obey your husband kind of thing and stuff, it uh, kind of messed up my relationship with my children for a little while. They were young, but it devastated me that I felt like they couldn't trust me or trust my judgment. But really, I just um, heard you, and I wanted to let you know I feel you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's when you trust somebody like that, and for your career, God is not against uh people using their talents in secular music. I was told the same thing. I used to sing and I sung in a blues band and I sung in like praise teams when they first started coming out, and I also sung on my own. And but I did hear that I could just sing because God had given me a voice to sing. But I love you, and I just wanted to let you know that about me in common with you. That's all. You know, I hate that for you, and it could have. I believe your voice was just is beautiful. I believe that. I believe that if somebody if they thought you could sing in church, I know you could probably sing secular music too, and I hate that. I hope
No,
that. Go ahead.
no, I'm okay.
I
Um,
know. I know.
yeah.
I believe you.
And
I
I
hope.
think that hold on, Tara. I think a lot of people have experiences like that. Not even
Yeah.
just like with the secular music, being told that hey, you're living in sin,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And being you feel like you want to get right with this God, and then you want the people who are constantly nagging you about it to stop nagging you about it, and you want to be you know I guess seen as good in their eyes because nine times
Yeah.
out of ten it's a parent.
Mhm.
And in that case it was my mom.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people deal with that. I think how you deal with it, right? Whether
Yes.
you work on the trauma that most definitely can and does cause,
Yeah.
and further go into places of more trauma
Yeah.
because you're mad that
Yes.
a person
You good.
told you a God said a thing. And
Yeah.
for a second, Tara, I promise you I'm gonna let you
No, I'm gonna
respond.
be quiet. I'm
Okay.
practicing. I'm just amen, and you actually that's a church habit. Preach, sis. Go ahead.
I'm not preaching, and Tara, please
I
don't call
know
me
you're
sis.
not. You're not.
Yeah. Um damn, what was I gonna say? Shit.
I'm sorry. You're talking about how people deal with the trauma over time.
Yeah. Yep, but I had a specific point that I was making about that. Damn, never mind. I can't even remember. What?
So anyway, I okay. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh shit. No, go ahead.
No, I wanted to hear what you was gonna say, really, because that's all.
I can't remember.
I see you here. I hear you talk, and I'm sure it's more than that. One thing I will say, I went through that part where, uh, even when I just left, I was only married for like 9 months, and I knew that this was not God. You know, it wasn't love. Excuse me, it wasn't love for sure. And I, I got my kids, and I just got out of there and dealing with the people that was telling me I could never be married again and I would have to go back. I actually left the church because I started being really vocal about the deceit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, why did y'all, when after I was out, and I was still going to the church after I had got divorced. But do you know the people in the pews with me? They knew that he was a criminal. They knew, and so they started telling me, we thought you blah blah blah," and I actually started using bad language in the church because I didn't think it was funny, and it was my kids involved. So I left. I just left. And I sought God on my own, not trusting people. Period. So,
Yeah,
I just-
that definitely can cause trauma for people, around you, your children, because you're
Mhm.
dealing with the trauma and being
Yeah.
upset, right? That somebody told you
Yeah.
that a God said a thing, and the
I
whole
was
time they're
so
Carolyn, I need you to put yourself on mute when it's my turn to speak, okay? When you're dealing with the being angry, right, that another human put you in that position because you were trying to like believe in a God, right? The anger that you have or even the sadness that you have can affect your children. And one of the things that my kids used to tell me is that it hurt them that I cried all the time, you know, and I didn't know that I thought I was hiding my crying from them, but they knew. They knew, when I was in my room and I would shut the door, they knew that I was in there crying because they said they could hear me. But Caroline, I want to ask, like, after going through something like that, why is it like you say that your God, which you call Father, speaks to you, and then you, when you join these lives, you'll say, I want to tell you what Father said. Father told me to tell y'all XYZ. Why would you put yourself in the position to do the same thing that you know professed prophets have done to you?
when I say that I heard Father say something, it's just true. It is true. I mean, you're right because everybody. I have that. I'm not gonna um, and I don't take it light. So I'm not running around telling people um this or that, especially about career things. When I hear them say something, it's about love. It's about answering something that I feel. I feel it in my spirit, and I say what, and I can hear it, and I don't have to say it. And if he say it, I will, and it works out. It's not like don't go on your trip you plan to Disneyland. You know what I'm saying? It's not anything like that. It's just something personal, and five, he sees them, and that's really what I like about what he does with me is that whatever I say, they receive it because it's something that they felt or heard in their spirit, asking about God. You know what I'm saying? So,
But no, I
I,
don't ask you about God. And you've come into my live, you've been on Christina's live, and you just, asserted that a God told you to tell us stuff. We are
but
not
what did I
receptive
tell
to
you?
to. We've never been receptive to anything you have told us a God told you to tell us. So that isn't true. But I think it's interesting that you're saying, but when I say it, it's true, right? There's no difference in you making that claim than the prophet that told me that a God said something to him or told you that a God said something to you. Like, we're all human, right? And none of us can prove that you are or are not speaking to a God, right? Well, I definitely don't think that anybody is speaking to a God. But again, like, I can't tell you what you heard in your head, right? I cannot validate that. I can't prove that either. And so when you say, but when Father talks to me, I just fucking spoke for myself, Matthew. when you say Father spoke to me, right? That's for you. You are doing the exact same thing as the prophets that we're talking about right here. I just fucking said that, Matthew. Maybe you need to clean the ears that are on your head and listen, or clean the fucking hatred out of that motherfucker, and you would have heard me say that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You you saying me answer? Yeah. I hear you. I'm waiting on you to tell me when to speak, really, and that's no shade, because I don't like interrupting, and I know it's a thing, but the difference is I don't I don't I hear him, so I'm not lying. I'm not like somebody who was just talking or have gave they self a title or anything like that. And you're right, I can't prove it to you, and I don't care. I want to say this: the things that I told you, I heard him say, because really all he said was, uh, "She is a fighter, and she is your way of approaching the stuff you talk about on live is
Well,
what
he
he
lied
used."
to you. He lied to you.
Who?
I'm not no
No,
fucking
a
fighter.
person lied to me. A whole church
No,
lied
you
to me.
said no.
Uh,
You said the things that he told you about me is that I'm a fighter. That's a lie. I
well,
don't fucking like
listen.
fighting. I'm not
Okay,
a fighter.
okay. Let me make my words match. What's true is that you are an advocate for the topic you discussed, and you do it brilliantly.
But that's not
And the
what you said he
talent.
said. You're
I said,
changing it now, but you're hold on. You're changing it now because I'm telling you that that is not true about me. I don't like fighting. I'm not a fighter.
okay,
That's
you
not
like
true.
telling people the truth about
You
church
can't change
wrongs.
it now,
Well,
Terilyn.
what
This
if
is
you?
what I'm saying. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Like, you make the claim that you hear this God speaking to you, and then you say the difference with me is what he says to me is true. And then you go and give me this statement that your God said to you about me, and I tell you that it's not true, and then you try to change it. That's exactly what these prophets do. That is the exact same thing, Terilyn.
Um, I uh said the words that I said, and I meant those words. And then this is the first time I heard you talk about how you interpreted my words, and so that's why I use different words to try to tell you the same meaning. But okay, because I get our differences, and I wanted to come up to tell you about something we had in common against the church, and that's it.
Ter-
Because I
Terilyn,
don't. If
Terilyn,
you're
I
not a
did not
fighter,
ask you. I did not ask you to tell me anything that your father said to you about me today. I did not ask you that. I have never interpreted your words. You said word
you
for
said
word that he told you that I am a fighter. I didn't interpret that. That's what you just said.
okay.
And I'm not a fighter.
But you do. Uh,
I'm
uh.
not a fighter.
Okay, but okay. So when you're doing what you're doing on live, you're not on behalf of people who have been deceived. Uh, moving
I'm
around
not.
and
That doesn't make me a fighter, Terilyn.
okay. So what word? What word is it?
You need to ask your God, because that's what your God told you. I'm not going to help you lie to me.
No. Well, you know, lie is based on interpretation. If you want to
No, it
be,
ain't no
if
interpretation.
you,
We all saw what you did, Terilyn. Everybody in here heard what you said. And the tactics that you're using right now is what these false prophets use to try
no.
to convince us that we didn't hear what you said, right? That you actually meant something different, that I'm the problem because I'm now
Oh,
misinterpreting your
no, no,
words.
no, no, never that. I ain't saying you no problem. I'm not saying that.
No, no, not I'm. You're trying to say that it's that the misunderstanding is coming from me because
No,
I misinterpreted your words. That's
No,
what you
okay.
said.
No, I didn't say words that fit. What do you do? What do you do when you on this live?
I'm not
You
going to
did.
tell you that because you are
I
saying
said,
your God is speaking to you, Terrellyn. You
you know,
offered this. You're
listen,
saying you are I'm not going to feed information to you so you can say a God told you that.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine with me. If you don't do that. I remember when I talked to you, it's been months ago. And it was the first time I ever heard anybody talking. It was back way a long time. And I heard you uh almost sound like a Malcolm X, an advocate for what you believe in. And that's what I mean. And if it's fighting, I feel like him and Martin Luther King and anybody else, they was fighting for our civil rights. So that's the word I use for people to wake up and understand that they have rights. And that's what I meant. Fight what you do, or whatever you call your ministry, or your advocate, or whatever you are to the people that's on your live right now. And you are beautiful at it, a genius. You a wordsmith. Period. That's
Terrellyn,
you. Yeah, I don't
Terrellyn,
know. I don't know what I'm not against you.
Terrellyn, like you the fact that you can't see that you are doing the same thing and have been doing the same thing as the prophets that you came up here to talk about, that
No,
you
I
came
didn't
up
come to
here
talk about prophets.
you came up here to talk about the prophet that told you that you were supposed to get
I
married,
had
the
a
people
similar
who told
instance like you did.
right, that's what you came up here to talk
Yeah.
about, and
Hmm.
you are doing the exact same thing, and the fact that you can't see it, and then the fact that you are saying I'm different when he speaks to me, it's true,
No,
it's
I don't lie.
real.
I don't say nothing you don't say, tell me to say.
Then you literally just said he told me you are a fighter, and now you're backtracking that.
No, I'm not. Actually, I told you, he said you were on his team, but you didn't
No,
know.
yeah, he fucking lied. He
Yeah.
fucking lied. He lied
He,
to your ass.
no, no, uh,
Yes, the fuck he did.
no, he
Yes, the
didn't.
fuck he did. Yes, the fuck he did.
When you
I
tell,
don't, I wouldn't, I am not on your God's team. I
okay,
am not on your God's team. I don't
okay,
fucking like your God. I don't like the shit that he teaches. I don't like
right.
the fact that that people like you come in here and speak for that God, or and try to force that God on me or anybody else.
Yeah, that's not my
This is
objective.
this is the second lie that your God has told you since you've been on this stage.
No, no,
Yes, it
it.
is.
You know what? I look. I told you. This what I said. I know. I remember what I said, because I said the way you go after this subject is what he needs. What people
That is
telling
not
people?
what you said, and you are like this is being streamed to YouTube. I don't
If
feel
you
like playing it back. Yes, and I don't
you
feel like
don't play
playing
it
it
back.
back. No,
No, no,
I'm not finna play it back. But that
no.
is not what you said, and I'm not about to let you fucking try to rewrite my memory, my reality that I'm experiencing right now to try to convince me that you said something different. And
I'm not trying.
again, this is exactly what manipulative people do when they claim they hear the voice of God.
No. Okay. Because if you don't let me if you don't let me speak, then and if
Oh,
having a
now
conversation.
I'm the problem. Now I'm not
No,
letting you speak.
why are you saying I don't feel
Wow.
like you are adversary? I don't feel like that. And I don't know why my words are sounding adversarial to you. I actually just came up, I woke up, used the bathroom, and I checked my phone and I heard
You offered a freaking message from your God that I did not ask. I told you it wasn't true. Then you did it again and tried to put me on your God's team and said your God said it.
this was but
I have no idea why you think that I should just approach that. For one, that crosses my boundaries. You know my boundaries. You don't respect them.
yes I do.
And it no, you don't. If you
Yes I
did,
do.
you wouldn't have done that shit, Terrellyn.
I you know, I really ain't trying to be on here to offend you or argue.
But you
I
have.
Okay, so I don't know if you thought I was coming up here. I ain't come up here on
Then
this
you should
call
not have done what you
to tell
did. Take
you
it. Take
anything.
accountability for what you did, Carolyn. I am telling you what you did. You came up here to talk about what some other people did to you, and you turn around and do the same thing.
You know, you talking about something I said that was before summer even started.
Oh
I
my
didn't
God.
come up here to tell you something God said right now.
It doesn't. You didn't say that, and all you said was
But you
God
know
said.
when we
No,
had this
you
conversation,
didn't say that. You didn't say that, and then you
you do
just said,
remember
that your God said that I'm on His team. I just don't know it.
because you confront the lies of people.
Of
That's
your
all.
God, Tutu, just like I'm
No,
confronting His lines now
no,
that's coming out of your mouth.
you don't talk to God, so He really can't lie to you. What has happened?
You
It's like
he lies to me through you, Terrellin. He just
no,
told two damn lies on this
you don't
stage.
trust my words.
I
He
don't
ain't
trust
telling.
your God and I don't trust you, Terrellin. You can't even
Okay,
take accountability for what you just did on this
yeah,
stage.
yeah, yes, I can. Now I can't take accountability for your understanding of what
There
I
we
was
go.
saying.
Y'all see this gaslighting shit? Now
Gas,
the problem came up here and did the same thing that the prophets did to her. The problem is not that Terrellin made a claim that her God told her about me and it wasn't true. The problem is not that Terrellin crossed my boundaries and tried to force her God on me by trying to say that I'm on his team. I'm the problem because I don't understand what Terrellin is
no,
actually trying to say.
no. Well, can you want? I can. Well, I want to say something. I don't want to interrupt, but I when okay, when you see somebody that's a good participant or something in a sport or have expertise in an area, you can look at them and say, I could use them because of the way they move and the way they articulate. And that's I didn't mean you had joined the army of the Lord. I was saying, yo, the way you talk and the way you convince people of the words you say,
I hope
he
y'all
could
paying
use
attention.
somebody. He could use somebody like that on his team. That's all. It
I
ain't
hope
no.
y'all
I'm
paying
not trying
attention.
to force. I'm not trying to force anything down your throat at all. I know you. I mean, what you do on here, and if you want
I
to
know,
make
I
what,
know, I know everybody in here heard you say that your
yes, I
God
said I
told
said
you
it.
that
I
I am on his team and I just don't know it. And now you are trying to walk that back. You are dishonest.
don't care if you change your mind. He was just talking about you as a human on earth.
Tell your God to keep my name out his fucking mouth. Unless he want to come and answer these fucking questions that we talk about in here, tell him to keep my name out his fucking mouth.
He can hear you.
Terrellin, keep my name out your mouth.
Oh, you talking about me? Okay, okay, I will. Oh, I ain't know it's gonna be this controversial because
You
I don't.
made it controversial. You
No, I
did
didn't.
it.
No, you want to be.
Of course, you can't take accountability, Carolyn. You did this.
I did. I am taking accountability for what I said. I said what I said, and I'm not. You can say that I was trying to shove it down your throat. I never did, and I really stopped because I understood how you felt. I don't get on here trying to tell you to change what you think about God or nothing. I don't do that, and I'm not doing it now.
That's another lie.
When the last time I've been on your live?
It ain't the last time you was on here, Carolyn. You tried to do that. Like that's the only reason why you come up. Like
No, no.
Carolyn, they're like
Are you
stop,
serious?
stop, Carolyn, stop. Everybody in here knows you.
Do
Everybody in
they?
here know. Yes,
Girl, I don't know 500 people now. Come on.
I said they know you. I didn't say you know them.
Oh, okay. I was finna say what I'm missing. I wish I could have 500 people listening to me. I wish. You got an audience and they got ears and they can hear you. And what you telling them on some parts is what they need to hear. So that's all I was saying.
No, that's not. That
I
is not
feel,
all we
I
were
feel,
saying.
yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, because I don't want you, you can do, you are doing what you want to do, and that's all that's good. You ain't in that bullshit no more, and I'm happy for you, for real.
You don't even know what the hell you talking about, and stop, like, Terrence, you don't know shit about my life, about my personal life. So
No,
stop
I
acting
don't.
like you do. So
I
stop
hear,
fucking talking on it.
I hear you
Stop
talking about
talking
what
on
you
it,
do.
Terrence. You don't know shit about
I
my
heard you
life.
talk about, I heard you say you was gonna learn Hebrew. I heard all that, the
That
studying you
ain't got
do.
shit to do with what you just said.
Yes, it is, because I know
No,
you
it
are.
doesn't. Learning Hebrew don't have shit to do with what you just said.
It's getting an
Like,
understanding.
just
It's
fucking
getting an
stop.
understanding of the words. I don't
Stop.
know.
You are just as harmful as those damn prophets. You are
Yeah,
no
no.
different.
Yes, I am. I don't lie.
No, the fuck you're not. And if
I,
you were, then this wouldn't be happening. You
I
are
don't lie.
no different.
It's a lot of people that misunderstand what I say. It's okay.
I'm not misunderstanding you.
Well, I'm not against you. So, and I'm not trying to provoke you, and I'm not trying to convince you to
Oh
change
my
your mind
God.
about
The
nothing.
making yourself a victim is getting on my nerves, Terrell.
Victor, girl,
Yes, you are making yourself a victim right now.
I'm standing 10 toes down just like you.
No, the fuck you're not.
I love you, and listen at my voice. Though.
No,
I
no,
want a
you don't.
voice just
You
like
don't
yours.
fuck. You don't know how to love me because I haven't fucking told you, and I haven't cared enough to tell you that. Like, y'all
Uh-uh.
go around saying that shit because your God commanded you
No,
to
the
love
Bible.
people. You're
The
it.
Bible.
First off, Taryn, I've told you to stop cutting me off. When y'all throw that I love you bullshit out, like, y'all just do it because that's what your God commanded you to do, and then you think that you are some morally superior person, right? You think you are so close to a deity that you're the only one that this deity is talking to, and what comes out of your mouth is true. You're the only one that really understand love. So you go around telling everybody, Father said such and such. And I love, and when they tell you that you have offended them, the first thing that come out your fucking mouth is, well, I love you. No, you don't. If you did, you would have known not to do that shit. You would have known how that would have affected me. Y'all just say that shit to be saying it. You have not one time ever asked me how to love me. You've not one time ever actually just sat down and had a conversation with me, even about my life, for you to say that shit.
You know I hear what you talk about on here, right?
That don't mean you fucking know me,
I
Terilyn.
didn't say that. I didn't say that, but as a human being, I can
You
treat
don't
you
know
like they
shit
treat me.
about, my current life. I don't talk about that.
Right. And I don't know any. I know I can love you.
You just made a statement as if you did.
Uh-uh. It's a commandment
Yes,
to
the
love.
fuck you did.
No, it's a commandment to love his children,
I'm
period.
talking about when you make that statement, God told me that you're not in that BS no more. You don't know what the fuck I'm
I'm talking
in.
about the church. You said you don't go to church and you don't
You
follow Christianity no
so
more.
you
That's
just called
all
the
I'm talking
church
about.
you just called the church BS.
I said, you know what I
You
call
just
them people?
called your God BS.
No, I said the church and the people that
No,
talk to
you
you.
didn't. You said BS.
I
Terlin, you
did
are
say BS. I
dishonest.
said that
And you didn't
bullshit
say
church.
the church. Like, stop
Yes, I
fucking
did.
lying.
You
You
know
said
what?
you're not in that BS no more. Terlin, I cannot. Like,
Yes.
you are so fucking dishonest. You are so dishonest.
Everybody know you don't go to church, and that's what I meant.
You
You ain't
wasn't
in that.
talking about church. So
Yes, I
you called the
was.
church. So you called the church BS, Terlin.
Yes, I did because it was
Oh
for
my
me too,
God.
and that's what I called up here and said first. I
Terlin, you are
see
full of
you.
shit. You
No,
are full of shit.
the church I went to was bullshit. What they was teaching about God was bullshit. I don't have no
Your
problem
God is
saying that.
bullshit. Your
Well,
God is bullshit.
your God is.
I don't
Because
have a
God,
fucking God, Terrellin.
yes, and he ain't shit. You right. And he ain't
Shit,
shit.
don't make no fucking sense.
Yes, I
You know
do.
why?
And
You know why you just got mad because I said your God is bullshit, Terrellin?
I don't
Because your
care
God
about
is
what you,
you. Yes, the
Listen,
fuck you did. That's why you said
listen.
your God ain't shit. Like
I
your
said,
God is you. And
I
you defend your God because you have to defend yourself. Because you are making a positive claim that this God is talking to you. And that when he talks to you, it's the truth.
you know what? I have the
and and
same
and then like honestly, Terrellyn, honestly, like I sometimes I think like I used to think like when you would say Father is talking to me, Father said such and such, I thought, okay, maybe this is some type of trauma response, right? And when you came up and you were talking about what the prophets had told you to do and convinced you to get married to somebody that you should have been married to, I immediately thought about the first thing that I thought about you, trauma response. Okay, this is why she's like father this and father that. But Tara, I think that you are just as abusive. I think you're an abusive person.
I came up here because I heard your testimony about what happened to you in the church, and that's it. I'm glad that I know about that part. You, I see you on here, and I hear you, and I can't. I'm not trying to change. You know, I'm not trying to change your stance or your perspective or anything. And just like if I see anybody anywhere or anybody that know how to love, you can say at a person in the grocery store, at the person that getting their nails done, I love you. And period. That's it. You can love people without knowing them, you know. And I said what I said about God because he don't have nobody on his side that fight like you do for what you do. He said he don't have nobody with the fortitude, with the commitment, with the time spent studying and understanding what you believe. And that's the comparison he made to some of the people that say they love him. They don't do what you do. And that's all I was saying. That's all. And that's all I ever wanted to say when I first met y'all, you and Christine. I said, oh my God, how many people could change their mind if they heard somebody like y'all talking? See, and people have. So if you think God is against the truth you tell, the part of what you tell that's true, what men do, what
Yeah,
evil,
hey,
what,
I say, I'm not, you say on my TV, on my little bitch, fucker. Yeah. They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Yeah, yeah. Cause you don't believe in Jesus. Yeah, yeah. You're a demon, a daemon. You're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like, oh well, fuck you, yo. Fuck you, yeah, yeah. And your Bible too. He's a goodness Savannah, that's what all of you say. Like, yeah, he lied. A lot of people died in the flood. He fucked up, but that's on us. At least he tried. You only see the bad, you never see the good. Go repent, don't dissent. I really think you should. Yeah, 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 yeah. I wish the fuck I would. They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Yeah, yeah. Cause you don't believe in Jesus. Yeah, yeah. You're a demon, a daemon. You're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like, oh well, fuck you. Yeah, yeah. Fuck you. Yeah, yeah. And your Bible too. Thinker's a witch with a B, true Jezebel snitch. Deconstructing the Bible with her demonic sales pitch. The devil knows the scriptures, that's what the Bible say. Teaching lies like the scribes, carrying lost souls away. You're gonna hell, I can tell. You think it's swell, you're under a spell. Wait, did you just say oh well? They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Yeah, yeah. Cause you don't believe in Jesus. Yeah, yeah. You're a demon, a daemon. You're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like, oh well, fuck you. Yeah, yeah. Fuck you. Yeah, yeah. And your Bible too. Fuck you, fuck you. Yeah, yeah. Watch your language, bitch. That's what you. Fuck you. Fuck you, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Yeah, yeah. Cause you don't believe in Jesus. Yeah, yeah. You're a demon, you're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like a well. Fuck you, yeah, yeah. Fuck you, yeah, yeah. And your Bible too. Fuck you, fuck you, yeah, yeah. Watch your language, bitch, that's what you do. Yeah, yeah. Fuck you, fuck you, yeah, yeah. Watch your mouth, but I'm just speaking truth. They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Yeah, yeah. Cause you don't believe in Jesus. Yeah, yeah. You're a demon, you're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like a well. Fuck you, yeah, yeah. Fuck you, yeah, yeah. And your Bible too. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Fuck you and your Bible too, yeah. Fuck you and your Bible too, yeah.
You know why you sat there through that song?
That's fire. Shoot, that's
You know
fire,
why
honey.
You sat there through that song?
Cause I wanted to hear the whole beat of the whole song. And you know it's fire.
Okay,
You
and
know
now
it's
what?
fire.
Now the
It's
song is over. Now
nothing.
what?
I said what I said when I said it. You is what you
You
are.
because you are
And honey,
abusive as fuck. That's
what?
why you sat
How?
there.
How? What? How was I that abusing you? Oh, that is you, right?
Terilyn, you sat there through that song in the middle of you telling me what your God said. In the middle of you trying to say, God don't got nobody like you. God needs you to fight for the blah, blah.
And
And I
you
just
rap,
told you
and
and
you
your God,
rap,
fuck both of y'all. And you
and you
sat
a,
there and you
and
sat
you.
there through that whole fucking song because one, you like to hear yourself talk. Two, you are abusive as fuck.
e- Everybody stayed on here. The people at the top. Everybody stayed
She
on here.
belongs here.
Okay, can we get a
No,
neutral
no,
score?
I'm talking about ain't that 589 people listening at the top?
What the
93?
fuck does that have to do with you?
Because they stayed here and listened to that song too. That's what I'm talking about.
They're not on stage, Carolyn.
What are you? I'm saying I listen to the song because I listen to music and that's a good beat and that's a good sound. And nobody sounds her voice and her style. You, I would. I said this when she said she listened to somebody and they told her not to do secular. Secular people make money too, and she would have done that. And and I know you mad. I know you
I'm
mad.
not mad. This what you know what? I'm sick of your ass. Terilyn, stop fucking talking for me. You
Okay.
don't fucking know me.
Well, you did
You
say
don't
you
fucking know me.
you
I
did
am
say
not your sis. I'm not your friend. You are somebody on TikTok. You have been blocked twice. I don't fucking like stop acting like you and I know each other. If you're mad, Terilyn, that's you. You got work to do. But you can't speak for me. I am pissed at your ass right now because you keep fucking crossing my boundaries. I allowed you to come on stage because I thought you was gonna talk about the topic. But when you talked about the what happened with you when you were younger, and I had that thought. I was like, okay, so it is her trauma bonding when she says father, but you took it a whole nother way. You don't know how to respect boundaries. The only reason that I give you as much grace as I give you is on the basis of Oso and Christina. Bye, Terilyn. That shit is crazy. Man, she is manipulative as fuck.
Yep.
Jinxie, did you come up on purpose or on accident? I'm gonna take that. It's an accident. Y'all are so fucking like, is that for Terilyn, Dwayne? Is that for Terilyn? Like, y'all just like crossing people's boundaries. Y'all don't like the crazy thing is, right? Is let me ask you a question, Dwayne. Let's say I never had a father. Can your God be one, Dwayne? Huh? Can your God actually be a father, Dwayne? Can he go to football games? Oh, you didn't have a dad? He was your dad? Well, you need to go ask him why the fuck he didn't give you a dad, because I had two. I had two. So
That's
your God obviously don't love your ass because he didn't give you a daddy. He made you play pretend with space. Your daddy's was in space. Like, you could go to school and tell motherfuckers your daddy was an astronaut because your dad actually lived in space, because that's all he was fucking empty space. Y'all need to stop projecting the bullshit that you have not unpacked, the shit that you have not dealt with on other people. I had an amazing father. I lived with my father. Had an amazing relationship with my father. He is deceased, and I have an amazing stepfather. I've never been fatherless, ever. A day in my life.
click Dwayne profile thing.
That better not be Oso ass. I'm gonna be mad.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Also, you can't come up for a week. You can't come up for a week.
Also, get on my nerve.
You grounded, motherfucker.
Ooh,
You're so crazy as hell.
he is. New goalless, please.
Jesus, you're not coming back up here. Like, literally, you came up here and called me a bitch, and you are like back in my request box. Take your obsessed ass on somewhere. Like, y'all motherfuckers, is something wrong with y'all. If I'm such a bitch, don't bring your ass in here. Why the fuck you keep requesting? Obsessed ass motherfucker. You supposed to be obsessed with Jesus, not me. Shut up, Oso. You can't come back up for a week. Damn. Like, why would you do that, Oso? Right after Terilyn on top of that.
Right after Terrell.
Yes, you are. Thank you, Selena, because I was finna go all the way to hell
I know.
on that ass.
I know. I was like, oh. I didn't see his comments at first. I said, wait, Dwayne? I said, oh, man. This fool.
I said, your dad is in space.
You're
Oh my Oh my god.
I was gonna let you go out like that. Oh man.
Is it evenly? Evenly?
It's Ebony.
Ebony, how
Yes.
are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please? And then let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist.
All right. I am 22 years old, and I was born into a Christian family. I do believe in the Christian Bible. Um, I also went to like a Christian middle school, so like I got like a lot of education on the topic. But I am intrigued by the question because it reminded me of something I thought of when I was younger, of about how, you know, how God knows everything. So if God knows everything, he knows everyone who's going to be saved. So like, doesn't that kind of like defeat the purpose, you know? So I'm just intrigued. I just got really intrigued by the topic: is mercy in the Bible truly mercy or favoritism disguised as grace? Because wouldn't that then be considered favoritism? So I guess like I'm not really opposed to your argument. I just interested in hearing more.
Wait, would what be favoritism? Mercy or grace?
Um,
Is that what you're asking?
I guess like grace, you know, and also mercy, they're like kind of similar in the sense.
Well, mercy is basically not giving somebody a punishment that they deserve, right?
Right.
Grace is not not it's like giving them the gift of not having to abide by a specific punishment due to like favoritism or status.
And would the favoritism be like favoritizing Christians over non-believers?
Well, you get grace with Jesus, right? If you are a believer in Jesus, right?
Right.
You get grace with your sins. You are still a sinner, saved by grace, but you have to believe, right, that Jesus existed in order to get this grace, right?
Yes.
And it's a gift that you don't deserve, right? According to the teachings, you
Correct.
are wicked and wretched, and you don't deserve this grace, but you get it anyway. Jesus calls Gentiles in this book dogs. Like to him, non-Israelites were inferior to Israelites, and they were unclean, filthy animals. So to Jesus, before a Gentile accepts his sacrifice, they don't get, they don't deserve to be seen as human or you know, special to the God. Them accepting Jesus changes, it doesn't change their nature as a Gentile, but it does like a spiritual renewing, right? And now you can be grafted into the tree of Israel, right? The into the Israelites, and now you are spiritually human, right? You're a spiritual Israelite, but you still are, you're not natural. Does that make sense? Like Paul says, you are unnatural, grafted into the natural tree. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
No, absolutely. That definitely makes sense. And I see like the correlation you're making there with how Jesus saw the people. Um, so I guess you would like, I'm the only thing I'm trying to understand is like the wording in terms of you saying like favoritism. Because the whole premise of the Bible is that those who do not believe, and I'm just talking about this from like a like historical standpoint, because I'm always open to hearing different topics, and really religion really does intrigue me in terms of like, you know, was I indoctrinated into this, or is there like a logical way to like think about Christianity? So with that being said, the favoritism, I guess it would just be like the rule instead of like it being like I favoritize you. It's just like you were following the rules, so you know, and if you don't follow the rules, that's what happens.
Well, the favoritism was with the Israelites and with the kings and the prophets and the priests.
Right, but wouldn't that also be like kind of a metaphor for the ones who, like the chosen people?
Do
Um,
chosen people not have to abide by the laws?
no, absolutely.
That's favoritism. If when King David committed premeditated murder and slept with Uriah's wife, he was supposed to receive capital punishment according to the law of Moses, but he didn't because he was a king and the God needed to use him. So he decided to not require David to be executed according to the law, and he killed David's baby instead and had David's wives raped.
And this is in the Old Testament.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of the Old Testament, it doesn't really make sense to me either. The laws.
I didn't say it didn't make sense to me. It makes sense to me. I'm not. I didn't say that it didn't make sense to me.
Okay, but I'm just in referring to like the whole like raping of the wives, killing of the baby. To me, like I don't really understand why that has to happen that way. You know, like
Because they didn't respect women. Women were low value back then. Women were property. They were chattel slaves. They had no autonomy.
exactly. And there's a lot of laws in the Old Testament that, like, I remember someone discussed a part of the Bible that condemns, or I guess allows for like incest, and explains like slavery and stuff like that. And I was just curious if you knew more about that.
What do you mean? Like no, like the Sarah and Abraham were brother and sister, right? You know that, right?
Right. I'm not talking about, but I was talking about like in, I believe it's in Genesis when the daughter kind of sleeps with her
But why
father.
do you want to go to that? Why don't you want to talk about Abraham and Sarah? Like, what's the difference between Abraham and Sarah's incest and Lot's daughter sleeping with their dad? What's the difference?
I'm not saying there's a difference. That was the example that came to my head. Um, but any of those instances,
Right. But I'm saying, like, I brought up Abraham and Sarah when you asked about incest, and you said, I'm not talking about that. Right. Like, what do you want to know about incest that the story of Abraham and Sarah can't answer?
I'm just saying that there's things that happen in the Old Testament that are very like outlandish to the Christianity that we believe in the New Testament, and for a lot of those things we don't really have answers for. So I was just wondering if you had any like perspective on that.
I guess like what I would like to know is what is it that you think is different in the New Testament that is in the Old?
Well, in the
Like
New Testament, he
Jesus was a follower of the Torah. He told his followers to follow the Torah.
there was a part of the New Testament, I believe it's in Romans, and there's other instances as well where he says that the old laws are kind of like washed away.
Jesus didn't say that.
I can
That's
find
not
the
okay.
verse that I was thinking of, but
Okay.
it'll take me a second. Um, I'll probably have to leave that in the comments for you, like after I
No,
hop.
I'll pull it up on the screen. Just go to Google and find it, and I'll put it up on the screen.
Okay, I think I have to like
You
I'm
should be able to just go to your Google app. It'll put you on Teacup for a
okay.
second. Just
All
don't be
right,
gone
yeah,
too long.
I'll do that.
Hey, I'm gonna make me some coffee right quick while she get that. Okay, Selena, if she comes back.
Okay.
Okay.
And then a new goal when you come back.
Okay.
Y'all go ahead and tap the screen. Let's get up to 300K likes, please. Also, grab your heart me's. Don't forget to grab your points. Get your popular arrows. Those of you who are super fans, go ahead and do the 9 point arrows. That puts Thinker higher on the popularity and gets us pushed even more on the FYP. Share it alive, repost if you can. And caps are for mods. And our mods are quick. They will mute you. Even one word for emphasis will get you muted.
Okay. I found them, but let me write them down. Also, I appreciate you guys' patience. I'm not trying to come up here like with all the answers. Maybe I could even be like deconstructing because honestly, like I'm just thinking about all of it, and I have been for a while, and that's why I was like so intrigued by this topic. But anyways, let me write it
It
down.
normally starts with questions.
Yeah,
The
like
deconstruction, yeah.
yeah, and I'm not like I'm not a typical I guess Christian where I don't go to church. I don't read the Bible often. Like I guess like I just read it so much when I was a kid that like kind of just didn't after all that. But anyway, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Did she find it?
And yeah, she's getting it. Also, my app is about to crash. So I'm gonna jump down and come back, restart and then come back.
Okay.
All right, I got it. So the three verses that I found, Galatians 3:23 to 25. I'll
Hold on.
just
Let's do one at a time. Let's do one
yeah,
at a time.
I'll let you.
Galatians 3. You said 21 through 25?
Yeah,
Okay.
3:23 to 25.
23 to 25. See. Now before faith came, we were imprisoned and guarded under the law until faith would be revealed. Therefore, the law was our disciplinarian until Christ came, so that we might be reckoned as righteous by faith. But now that faith has come, we are no longer subject to a disciplinarian, for in Christ Jesus you are all children of God through faith.
Yeah, so that's one that
Where no, I'm sorry. Where is this Jesus?
I Jesus is speaking directly in this passage.
This is Jesus speaking? Let's see.
Honestly I don't know.
Oh, it's not. Jesus doesn't. This isn't Jesus speaking. This is Paul. This is Paul speaking. This would be like your pastor telling you that you're not subject to the law. But Jesus, Lala had a death in the family. Jesus is speaking in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And in those books, he told his followers to follow the law of Moses. He never says the law is abolished. He tells them to follow it to the T.
There's another verse, and I also wanted to say like just because you said Paul wrote it, I remember a part of the Bible said like Jesus is the Word, so I guess like Jesus would be ordaining like the entire Bible. And then the other verse, Ephesians.
Hold on. Let me
Sorry.
address what you just
Yeah,
said.
go ahead.
Paul is a human being making a claim that he saw the ghost of Jesus, right? Not even a ghost, a light that he claimed to be Jesus. And through him seeing this light, he asserts that he now has the authority to be the father of Christians. That is no different than a pastor or a pope or Terrellin who just left my stage claiming that a God said a thing to them, right?
Right.
Now, the character Jesus in this book speaks in his own story. He's only in 4 books, right?
Mhm.
The words that come out of that character's mouth is follow the law of Moses and follow it to a T. That character also says that no letter of the law should be changed or pass away until everything that he's supposed to do is accomplished and until heaven and earth passes away. He doesn't say anything different.
But was Jesus saying this during, like, he was saying this to the people, you said?
He was saying this to the Israelites who he said that's who he came for.
And I also
He,
I also think that everything that came into effect with salvation, and this is just my interpretation, doesn't come into effect until Jesus like died and then rose again. So maybe he was
again, evenly, Jesus, even when he came back, never said you are now free from the law. That
okay.
came from Paul. And it came from Paul years after Jesus would have died. And I don't even think, yeah, it came from Paul. I think Galatians was one of the first books, even before the Gospels was written. Yeah, let me see when this part was added to this. Hold on. Let's see. Galatians 5. We're already missing some right there. Wait, where am I in? We are 20. Oh, we're in Galatians 3. Hold on. Did you say 23? You started at
Yep, 20,
23.
23. Mhm.
So the oldest copy we have of Galatians is Papyri 46, around the year 175. That's the oldest copy we have of this. This is a substitution. This wasn't in the oldest copy, being imprisoned, and I'm guessing when it said being imprisoned. Hold on. It says before a time, but to come, faith under the law, we were being guarded, being imprisoned, to the going faith to be revealed, so that the law tutor of us has become. This has become was a substitution. It wasn't in there. To Christ, tutor of us to Christ. So they added has become. It originally read as so that the law tutor of us to Christ, in order that by faith we may be justified. So that has become changes the context. And then let's see, verse 25. Having come faith no longer under a tutor, we are. Having come, but faith no longer under a tutor, we are. Let me go back to 23 and see something right quick. But before the time but to come, faith under the law, we were being guarded to the going faith to be revealed. Under the law. So how this read is before the time but to come. The law was leading them. The law was leading them to the faith that was to be revealed. So it didn't originally say anything about being in prison. Do you see that where it says substitution?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was added. And then so that the law tutor to Christ in order that faith we may be justified. So it kind of changes the context, right? But Galatians was one of the first letters that Paul wrote, I think around 35, 37 CE. So about 3 to 4 years after Jesus would have died.
Mm-hmm.
If he, was actually crucified. But when Jesus is risen from the dead and he comes back, he just says go and make disciples of all nations. He says that his daddy gave him authority over the nations while he was gone. But he does not say to the Israelites, you are not under the law. And in fact, the Israelites still follow the law even after Jesus died, and so does Paul. Paul goes and participates in the purification rituals and the sacrifices. He tells Timothy to get circumcised. He tells the Judaizing Gentiles who were circumcising themselves that they shouldn't be doing that because it doesn't make them an Israelite. And he tells them, I'm a pure Israelite, right? Like I'm an Israelite because I was circumcised on the eighth day. You weren't circumcised on the eighth day. Like all you're doing is mutilating your body. Like circumcising yourself will never make you an Israelite. So he didn't tell the Israelites who were following Christ that they didn't have to follow the law. He just told y'all that as Gentiles. But Jesus never says any of that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that. I don't think Jesus said it specifically in the Bible, and that's the book we're talking about. There were some other verses, but I think that they all were written. I don't think they came directly from. I read them already, and I don't think they come straight from Jesus either. But I guess like the Christian religion would see any of the words in the Bible to be directly from God because of when Paul says that these words were given to him by God. I guess they just accept that truth. And then a lot of it was said by word of mouth. So I guess that it kind of explains like why I didn't write it down right away. But yeah, I mean, it does all kind of seem very faith-based.
Like what proof do you have that Paul's letters were word of mouth?
Well, I'm just saying like the things that they would all talk about, like a lot of it was
But
spread through.
not Paul's letters.
No, I'm just saying like a lot of the gospel in general, like
But we're not talking about the gospels. Like you posited that because there are things in the text, right, that were added, which there's a lot of things in this text that were added. Even your Jesus going to and Mark rising out the tomb, right, and going into Galilee, that wasn't added for like hundreds of years later. That wasn't in the original story of Mark. And it's not because the stories were told orally. A scribe added that.
oh, I was just saying that like the reason like they didn't start writing right away, like because you were saying how Paul didn't write these letters until years after Jesus died.
Paul didn't know your Jesus. He wasn't a disciple of your Jesus. Paul was on the opposite side. Paul didn't know your Jesus. And it that excuse would work if Jesus's disciples had written about their life with him and they didn't. Nobody wrote about Jesus for like 30 to 40 years after he died. And I don't even think the first Pauline letters were even about your Christ, because a man named Marcion had the Pauline letters in history first, and he didn't think that the Christ in those letters was the son of the God of Israel. He taught that the God of Israel was a demonic god, was an evil god, and that the Christ in the Pauline letters came to was from a different God, a benevolent God who came to warn the people that they were being tricked by the God of Israel.
Um, yeah, I don't have
That's
anything.
just history. That's just history. You said that you deal with history, right?
Yeah.
Marcion, Marcion is a historical bishop who was the first in history to ever have a canonized New Testament that included Paul's letters. And he did not see Jesus. His name wasn't even Jesus in his letters, it was just Christ. And he did not see this Christ as the son of the God of Israel. So I don't even think that Paul was talking about the God of Israel.
Yeah, well, I definitely think that this has sparked a lot of thought in my head. And I think in order for me to give you any kind of justified conversation, I think I need to do more research because I'm just not as educated on the history of the Bible as you are. So I definitely think this inspired me to read more into this.
Before you leave, though, let me ask you a question. You made a statement about just accepting that your God wrote this book, or orated it to the men who wrote it, right? Does that make sense to you that you would just accept that this book was given to these men by a God? But I'm sure you wouldn't just accept somebody else walking up to you today saying that God orated a message for to them to you.
No, you're right. I wouldn't. I think the power that comes from like the Bible is it's more of like a like I guess like a feeling like an encounter. I don't really know how to explain this other than like being raised up in a church setting and just feeling like the power and like the Holy Spirit.
What power? Like, I was a pastor, I was a missionary. I mean, my father was a pastor, I was a missionary, my mom was an evangelist. So I was raised up in the church. What power comes from the book? Can you explain it?
Yeah, I think that there's so many passages in the Bible that it feels like it almost like directly speaks to like human existence. And
Like what?
like
Like, give
my
me
favorite
examples.
books, yeah, my favorite book is Psalms. And I don't know, like I said, I need to do more research to give you like a better conversation here. I've been like up all night. I'm not really thinking the clearest, but in my opinion, all my life I've felt like I've had a connection to like a higher power, and that being Jesus or God, whichever one you want to call it. And like I truly believe like I've seen prayers be answered, and I found so much like spiritual guidance in some of the words in the Bible that I think it's even if it's nothing, it's a beautiful. Some parts of the book are very beautiful. Some parts are definitely very like scary. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna do more research.
The you said that you have a relationship with this Jesus. You asked me about slavery, right? The Do you see Jesus as a loving God that would be against slavery? Like the
Um,
Jesus that you're in relationship with, or would your Jesus be okay with slavery,
I don't think he would be
based
okay.
on
Yeah,
based
I
on
don't.
discrimination
I don't think so. I think that would be wrong. And I don't think.
to him?
Yeah, I think that the slavery that, or I guess the way it was explained to me, growing up, was that the slavery in the Bible it was like much different than slavery nowadays. And that's, I guess, the slaves were treated with respect, or maybe it was that it was like the customary of the time, and that Jesus was giving instruction to those people. That's like direct words from Sunday school teachers.
I mean, do you know what an apologetic is?
Um, in terms of like religion, like theology,
Yeah,
I think I've heard the term, but not exactly.
it's it's usually like a explanation or an interpretation that apologizes for a contradiction or a immoral, like to explain in a moral practice in the Bible that helps people validate their faith, right?
Yeah. And that
Like
would make a lot
saying
of
that,
sense.
slavery in antiquity was not like the slavery during the transatlantic slave trade or anywhere else in the world, because there's still slavery in the world today, right? The reality is that that apologetic one is dishonest, because Leviticus 25, verse 44 through 46, describes chattel slavery based on discrimination of ethnicity. And in Leviticus 25, starting at verse 39, the Israelites could not be lifetime chattel slaves. They couldn't be sold as slaves. They couldn't be made to work like a slave. They had to be either debt servants or hired workers. And at that, they could only do that for a temporary amount of time. They had to be released during Jubilee, and no matter how much debt they owed, if they went into debt slavery the year before Jubilee, their debt had to be wiped at Jubilee, right? For foreigners who lived in the land of Israel, their children could be made permanent slaves of an Israelite because they were not Israelites. They were foreigners, they were Gentiles. And again, Gentiles were inferior to Israelites. The Israelites were also allowed to buy foreign slaves from foreign nations and make them their lifetime chattel slaves and pass them down to their children as inheritance. That is based on them just being a non-Israelite. There is a law in the Bible that says when a foreigner lives in the land of Israel, you love that foreigner as yourself, because the Israelites had a law that you love your neighbor as yourself, and a neighbor wasn't a fellow Israelite. But when a foreigner lived in Israel, the God said, don't oppress the foreigner when he lives in your land, because you are a foreigner in Egypt, right? But they could become the property of an Israelite. They could beat them as long as they didn't kill them right away. Like they couldn't just discipline them and no. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm sorry. I
You're
was
okay.
just responding to comments.
Oh. They could.
I am listening though. I was just multitasking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they could beat them as long as they didn't kill them right away. Right, they could discipline them in that way. There is a concubine, a woman. She was a slave of a Levite priest. She was sold into slavery and became the wife of a Levite priest. He threw her out and had her, sacrificed to keep him from being sodomized by the Benjamites. They raped her all night until she died. Then he took her home and cut her body up, like that. That's stuff that we seen in during the transatlantic slave trade, right? Like I, when an apologetic says, "Oh, it wasn't like the transatlantic slave trade," they want you to focus on people being lynched all the time, or babies being fed to alligators, and things like that. And I mean, the concubine being cut up and sent out as a message to the Israelites, that's fucking crazy. And then her being pushed out to, and he said, "Hey, here, take her and grape her all night." That shows the value, how much he valued her as a human, right? So when I talk about the slave system in ancient Israel, I don't typically focus on treatment, because slavery is slavery, regardless if a person say, well, they loved them and they were like family, which is not true. And there's nothing in here that says that their slaves were like their family. But let's say that was the case. Their autonomy was still taken away, right? And they still became property of the Israelites, and they were passed down to their children to inherit wealth. And the book literally calls them money, kesef, silver, right? They were commodities. And the God says this: they are your money. You won't be punished if you beat them and then they die 2 or 3 days later, because that's your money. Like, they're not human. If your ox gores one of your slaves, if somebody else's ox gores one of your slaves, they shall pay you for the slave you lost, but you can't kill the person for killing your slave because it's not life for a life, because a slave isn't human. A slave is like cattle, right? These are the laws in this book. And so it's really dishonest when an apologist says, "Oh, it's not the same type of slavery." The American slavery could have been, and most probably was, harsher, but it was slavery based on on race, and in Israel it was slavery based on ethnicity, the supremacy of one and the other was prioritized.
Yeah, and no, what you're saying definitely makes sense. And seeing it from that perspective does make it puts a lot into perspective for me. Just based on like what I was raised up to believe. And I guess not question it, because questioning it would be wrong. It would be like, you're doubting, like it would be blasphemous. So I guess, yeah, there is a lot to think about there. And I appreciate the patience you've shown with explaining that to me. And yeah, my bad for reading the comments. There were some of them that were like kind of mean and they just caught my eye.
And can I point out too that at real time they're saying that the transatlantic slave trade wasn't that bad. So they're doing the exact same thing with modern day slavery that they taught you about the slavery that's in the Bible. So keep that in mind. They change things to make it not that bad so that they don't look bad.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a deep dive on this, and I think I'll stop by another time and give you my thoughts if you have a time for it. But I'm gonna hop off for now. I really appreciate the conversation.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up, Evenly. Have a great day.
You too. Bye.
Juiced. Are you talking about the foreigners' debt? The foreigners' debt was not cleared. That's not true. Only the Israelites' debt was cleared at Jubilee. And the foreigners were not debt slaves. They were chattel slaves. They were debt slaves in their own nation. And then the Israelites bought them and brought them back to Israel, and they became lifetime property. So it's not true. Let's read it, Juiced, since you're over there telling everybody to read. I'm going to put it up on the screen, and we're going to read it. Because if anything, Juice, we like to read in here. Starting at verse 39, Juiced. Okay, this is about the Israelites. You did say that. I saw your comments. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. Yes, I did read that. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. You said what I said? Why were you saying that she needs to read it for herself, and you were saying that the Israelites you were saying that they were set, that's why they were set free at Jubilee. That's not what he said, Ethereal. Well, I'm just gonna read it anyway. That's for the Israelites. For those of you that are in the queue, that's for the Israelites. Verse 44 is for the foreigners. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Oh, okay. Thank you, Ethereal. So that's the slave system, Juice, in ancient Israel. The Israelites were chattel, were not chattel. And when apologists talk about slavery in ancient Israel and they give that apology, they only talk about the Israelite slavery. They never discuss the foreign slavery. So their apologetic is dishonest. I thought the rapture was supposed to be yesterday. Yeah, I see a lot of nerds in here in the guest request. If you're a nerd in the guest request, can you please check? Let me know if you're in there on purpose. If not, can you please remove your request? The rapture was supposed to happen yesterday, right? Not today, right?
Yeah, it was supposed to be yesterday, the 7th.
Okay, this person is not connecting. Anita Baker got a song called Rapture.
Mm-hmm. Caught up in the rapture.
Oh, okay. I know that. I've heard that song. Okay, this is not. Y'all know damn well where I've been. Y'all know I've heard that song only because
Exactly.
Lala played it on live one night. When we sat and listened to like old school, and they showed me a bunch of songs that I had never heard before. But Lala did show me that one. But y'all know where I've been. Y'all know I wasn't allowed to listen to a lot of stuff. So I didn't know what artists to listen to when I started singing. No, when I I didn't know what artists. When I got out from under my parents' house and I could listen to second music, I only knew Monica, Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Nine Ball Diva. She's doing good. She's doing good. Nine Ball Diva. And too, when I was in the group Shay, we couldn't listen to the radio because they didn't want us sounding like anybody on the radio. So that was another reason. That built another habit of mine, not listening to the radio. Maxi, Mocha, Tazuko, Sheave Creative. I don't know who else. Kenny B, Jack in the Box, Zuri. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Full effect. Full effect. Okay. I'm just gonna clear the guest requests out because I don't know who's in there. I see y'all. Thank y'all. I'm just gonna clear it out. Y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist. We're back to 21 and up, and I'm getting ready to change it. Did Zuri respond? I don't think so. Let's see. I don't know who this person is. Pretty girl Sean. Hello, pretty girl Sean. Okay. You have to come to TikTok, Raisins. Y'all, there's damn near eight. There is 800 people watching the live right now, and the guest box is empty. There's no wait. Also, you got about another hour before I calm down from cussing your ass out. Yeah, if you come, you can either come on stage right now and get cussed out, or you can wait. You can wait and let me calm down. What you want to do, Oso? Do you want it now? Oh, you know what you did. I told you, Oso, between Oso and Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
You talking about I'll take it now, though I'm innocent. Ain't shit innocent about you.
Good morning, fellow friends.
I don't trust you no more.
What? What happened? Hello?
I figured I'd just give you some motherfucking space because that's what you seem like you needed.
I don't know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Let me send a heart.
You play too much.
Maybe one of those. What did I
Is is
even do?
is 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 my blood pressure not important to you? Like
I
as many
value your pressure.
as much as you see me having to like cuss motherfuckers out of here, you know, I go live to have civil conversations. As
Mhm.
much as you see me like conversation after conversation, and especially after your fucking ex-wife.
Mm. She was here?
Oh, you know she was here. Did y'all know Terilyn was Oso's ex-wife?
I had no idea. I'm the one that lived.
I told her that I'm only giving her grace on the basis on the bounds of you and Christina because y'all fuck with her. I like and y'all, you know, but she is not okay. She's abusive as
Well,
fuck.
I mean,
Huh?
that's why I left. But, I haven't talked to her in a while.
She talked about her first husband. So when she was talking about that, and she said she had wait, was she 15 when that happened? How old did she say she was when that happened? Oh, so
I truly don't know.
when she told y'all that did she say how
Oh,
old she was?
I don't remember there being an age to that. I don't think it was 15 though, because she
She
said
says
it
that
was
she
because of her kid.
okay. Okay. That's different. That's different. That's why she did
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's why she
That's
did it.
different.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's different than
100%.
a motherfucker. Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think her and I would be as friendly. And she's just out here offering random niggas.
I still don't like her ass. But I mean, if she took care of business on the basis of a kid, more power to her and respect for that. But she is abusive as fuck. I'm gonna take you down because you went teacup as soon as you came up here. That tells me that you didn't mean to come up.
Look, if you guys missed the early part of, I don't know, season one, I don't know what to tell you. Season one was interesting. It had a lot of
Season one
ups
of
and some really
what?
big downs. Season
Season
one of
one
Me.
of Oh, I thought you was talking about a show.
Nah, season one of me being on TikTok for real. It was crazy.
Like, I'm just curious. Do you think something's changed?
Nah, I mean, season one was like I almost got kicked out of the group. Season one
Oh, so you
was
still almost get kicked out of the group. Your ass, like you got grounded from the stage for a week during season one, and you almost got grounded from the stage tonight. Ain't shit changed. Like I'm trying to figure out like what are you even talking about?
season one was good though. The writers were still figuring out the character.
You or
Season one was a
Chicago
time.
haven't changed.
I mean, sure, but like season one was great because not everybody was familiar with the character. So like it was just really just amazing.
Exactly, Pinches. He been a problem since day one.
At least I'm consistent.
What the hell made you choose Kevin Samuels as a PFP?
I really wanted to talk about high value gods.
Are you trying to like draw people in for your tens and mens? They're gonna follow you because you have a Kevin Samuels PFP.
It is a double-edged sword, yes.
That's smart.
Oh,
I don't know. Like I just don't get indoctrinated.
oh, I can't be. I happen to know that that guy was not very smart, or very well off, until like the very end of his career, which, kind of sucks for him because he didn't get to enjoy it, but want want.
Damn. Also,
What? He made a living off of making fun of and belittling black women. I don't give a fuck.
yeah. Did you hear what I said earlier about CK? Were you in here?
Mm, mm.
About when the Jewish elders in the text was like, it's better that one man die for the nation than the nation to be destroyed. And they
Oh, that
set
was the
him up.
guy that couldn't help but fucking talk all the goddamn time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
remember
yeah. What do you think about that?
that.
Like, do you
I think you might have some. I think you might have some weight to that one.
like as a plan, like how they could read that and see what to do in order to remobilize people?
Yeah, because I mean, even if they're not, even if they weren't necessarily planning to offer him up, they're definitely using that as like a fuel source to spread what they want to happen in the world. And
It's very hard to see that it is not that though, like
yeah,
that it wasn't planned.
yeah, especially because of how much propaganda they had, it's just like on hand, seemingly
Yeah,
to, you know what I mean?
yeah, like whole ass bills, start like putting his face on a coin and monuments. Like
Hmm.
their behavior is very weird, and this is what they did with Jesus. You know,
Yeah.
it just feels like that was like, hey, this is the plan we're going to execute.
Absolutely. And Jesus said that he came for, the Israelites, and then his death got spun into, well, everybody has to, get in on it. And now they're basically drawing that line in the sand of be Christian or be anti-Christian, and we deal with anti-Christians.
Yeah. Are you asleep, Cabello? Okay. I like that picture.
Happy birthday, Mike.
Happy birthday, Mike.
It's someone else's
Happy
birthday
birthday, Mike.
today too. I think it's like the Pinky Link, I think.
Who's?
Pinky Link.
Today's Stinky Link's birthday?
I
Where the hell
believe
is Stinky
so.
Link? I haven't seen them in here. Where they been?
Mm,
Soto? Soto?
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, you're welcome. I need your age, and I need to know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, please.
51, deconstructing.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
Um, I have a really interesting idea about what mercy is. When I ask for justice for you, the outcome I truly want is mercy from whatever's hurting me. So it's actually a
Okay.
request for mercy because
How so? Can
somehow
you?
connected to you, some act of something that I deem justice would make me feel that something had had mercy on me. It's a strange connection. So the idea of an entity that would take justice on its children somehow seems valid. And that's at the very root level just poor parenting.
Well, let's go back and let's see how you're defining mercy when it. So the way that I am meaning mercy is to basically just forgive someone, right, and not punish them, or to not even like require them forgiveness, right? Just be like, oh, I'm not going to punish you because you're an Israelite or a king or a president, right? Or you'll get a less harsher punishment because of your status because you're too important to the picture. Right? That's like showing them mercy. Like I think the way that you're explaining it sounds like you actually mean like relief and not necessarily mercy. Like you want relief from whatever pain or anger that you might be feeling, but because of what someone did to you, and asking the courts to execute justice for what they did to you, it relieves you of that. Like you feel justified or vindicated, and that you feel like is what you're saying is mercy. That feeling of vindication, is that what you're saying?
There was no court that was involved in the conversion of that idea from a negative experience into the actual experience that occurred.
I don't know what experience you're talking about. I'm not familiar
Okay,
with your
whatever
life.
idea you attach some courthouse to.
No, I gave an example. I was
Yeah,
giving
okay.
I was giving an example for
Okay.
how I see mercy, and then I asked,
Okay.
"Are you explaining mercy to really just mean relief, or a feeling of vindication, because mercy has to do with not requiring a punishment for something that you've done.
No, it's actually, for me, it's understanding that whatever harm you've done to me is actually harm that I've agreed to have done to me because I misunderstood what was going on in the moment.
Should you be punished for that?
I should be punished as minimally as possible.
No, then it wouldn't. If there's no expectation of you being punished because somebody harmed you, or you allowed yourself to be harmed, that's not mercy, right? Mercy is not requiring someone to be punished for harm they have caused, not harm you have endured.
Yes,
That's why
I
I said
hear
I.
that. I don't get to. I don't get to put my finger on my side of the scale.
Well, I think what I think you're doing is redefining what mercy is, right? And that's what
No,
I'm trying
it's
to
only
find
my
out. I'm
perspective.
sorry.
I'm not
I'm
asking you
sorry.
to
I'm sorry. One
agree.
second. One second. We're not talking about that type of mercy, right? We're not talking about you feeling vindicated because someone is required to pay for the harm they caused you. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the mercy, the real definition of mercy. And in the Bible, the God extends mercy to the Israelites, right? And on multiple occasions to specific Israelites, while not the others on multiple occasions. That's what we're talking about. Like what
Okay.
you're talking about would be a completely different
Right,
topic.
because I don't believe in the God of the Israelites alone.
Well, I
It's only a
asked you
part of
that.
my
And
whole
so I'm going to
perspective on this thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna take you down because I asked you that when you came up. Okay, so you don't fit the conversations that we're having in here. Okay, so I'm gonna take you down, and I hope you have a good rest of the day. Okay.
That was polite of you. Thank you.
Fuck yeah. Oh shit. I was on mute. You're better than me, thinker.
Why?
Uh, I wouldn't have been nice.
Well, he didn't do anything for me to be mean to him.
I don't think I need a reason.
I do. I don't like being rude to people for no reason. Like that's why I said if you respect me, I'm gonna respect you. If you go to hell, I'm going to hell too. Like I'm going all the way past go. I keep trying to tell motherfuckers that, like, if you come up and act like you got some sense, we can have a good conversation. Like, I don't have a reason to cut your ass out as long as as long as you don't cross my boundaries.
Mm.
Good morning, gang.
Good morning. How are
You're
you?
Hey, you know what that last guest reminded me of?
What's
One
that?
time, one time I was in barber school, and the professor asked me to go get some change from a gas station down the street. I said okay. I went to the gas station. It was closed because like 2 days earlier it got robbed, and it was a bar across the street from the gas station. And so, me not knowing the area that well, I just walked right into the bar. And then when I got through the door, I took a good look around, and I was in the Hell's Angels bar, and everybody looked at me, and some guy from the back say, "You know where you are, boy?" I turned back around, and walked right back out the door. I don't believe he quite knew where he was.
What do you mean he don't know where he was? Like
I
I,
I
I
I just think he was. The conversation just seemed sort of lost, and I'm just saying I feel like he entered into a space. I don't think he quite even knew what was happening. Just It just seemed odd in my opinion.
Yeah, I think he was trying to put a different spin on mercy, and I think he might have been either Muslim or not necessarily, like an omnius or something. Yeah. Did you come up to talk about the topic, Lome?
Oh no, I was just sharing while I had the opportunity. You know my style. And I know I only get one time to do it, so you can go ahead and remove me. I just had this reflection about memory of mine in juxtaposition to what just took place.
Okay, I
That's
do.
all.
I do want to remind you too that the only people that can come on stage and take us off topic like that is a dragon, and a paid nerd. So I do see that you are a nerd in the fan club, but with the nerd status that you have, when you come on stage, you do have to address the topic. The the subscribers get priority on stage to come up and change the topic and stuff like that. Okay.
Okay, once again, I respect your space. Can I ask you a question then in relation to something you already discussed today?
Since you're
That
already on stage, I'll go ahead and allow you. Normally I don't.
okay,
Yeah, go
okay,
ahead.
respect. So something I was thinking about. I've heard y'all talk about slavery in relation to the Bible a couple different times. Of course, I don't agree with slavery, being an African American male. Is the conversation to relate the slavery in the Bible to the is the purpose of the slavery conversation to relate it to the transatlantic slave
No,
trade? Okay, so I guess the reason why I'm asking is because I don't think any of us agree with slavery, but we do all agree that it's
no,
a
there are people who agree with slavery that have been on this stage and who agree with slavery.
that agree with slavery then and now.
Yes, there are
Oh, okay.
black people who have called themselves slaves that agree with slavery and said that black people should go back into slavery. Like I
Okay, then
think
it's
a
not.
lot of people don't know who they live with on this earth.
Well, yeah, I would agree to that. If I, yeah, I haven't been present for any of those conversations or heard anybody talk from that perspective. So yeah, I haven't heard that yet. So yeah, I didn't know that anybody came on the stage, especially being black, and said that they agree with slavery in any form.
Just keep listening. They'll do
Yeah,
anything for Jesus.
yeah, I completely missed that. Only reason why I guess that was like one of the points I was wondering about is because I think we all maybe agree or maybe don't agree because I'm learning more as I talk to you. That of course slavery, like the okay, I remember you talking yesterday about Israel, like
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. So, you do realize that the immigrants that are being detained now are being taken into slavery.
I'm not well informed on the subject, but I do remember y'all talking about that earlier too. And then I also read that like however many thousands or like a large amount of people have like disappeared that was in some type of holding or something.
Yeah, they're like, if they get arrested, right?
Right.
They in some states they go to jail for life. They're even going after kids now and telling kids that they have to waive their right, or they're going to go get their parents, and their parents are going to go, they're going to arrest their parents for being here illegally, and then their parents are going to be in jail for life. When in America, slavery is still legal if you are a criminal.
Oh, for sure. Like if you're in the prison system, yeah, I'm aware of that part of it.
Yeah, yeah. So slavery is still a thing, and in 2022, in the South, abolishing that amendment was on the ballot. Only about 2 or 3 states abolished it, and everybody else kept it. There are in my state 990 something thousand people voted to keep it. We beat out by like maybe 300 votes. A million something of us voted to abolish it, and that's how we abolished it in our state. But in other states, especially Louisiana. I was so pissed at Louisiana.
Right. Did you I'm I'm staying on topic by the way, but I can't remember her name. I watched the movie and so then I went and did the research. But did you are you familiar with the woman who was like a slave all the way until like 1963 or something like that?
I'm familiar with it. I don't know her name.
Yeah, I can't remember her name as well, but I had to go and research it after watching the movie. So yeah, I mean, slavery itself. I'm not like once again, I'm not that informed on the immigration part of the slavery. I am unfortunately aware about how slavery works in the prison system. But yeah, I agree. Yeah, it wasn't a agreed upon thought as far as the abolishment of it. And yeah, man, I just thought that whole story about the lady being a slave way past quote unquote slavery times was pretty crazy. And I guess the issue with you think about how long you've been on this earth and then how long ago that particular time was, and it wasn't that long ago. And I think people don't realize that. So in relation, if you really think about it, it was not that long ago. It was just abolished, and these people were slaves like almost 100 and some years after it was supposed to be done for. So
Yeah. Did you have anything else?
now that was all I was just asking. Is I was trying to figure out was the point in the slavery conversation in relation, like tied into the transatlantic slave trade solely, or was there more, I guess, caveats to it? But you just explained that to me, so I think that's all I wanted to talk about. I appreciate your time, and I will continue to respect your space. So just correct me when I'm wrong, because I don't want the blessing that everybody else be getting.
Well, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good rest of the day.
Appreciate y'all. And if you got Oso season one, send it to me, please. Thank
Ain't nobody got that shit.
you.
It was obliterated.
All right, I'm gonna talk to Max, see if he got it. Somebody got it.
Have a good one.
All right, boot me down. I don't know what to do.
Peace out, bro. May Louise Miller.
Oh, that's her name. That's the lady's name.
Mm-hmm.
Max said he got season one on VHS. King Cola. King Cola, are you there? It has been like this all night.
It is interesting that you get 18-year-olds whenever Matty Hour is nothing, but when it's like specifically a time to carved out for them to be able to come, they don't.
Which is weird
Yeah.
because she hadn't been on stage that much for them to like be scared to talk to her, unless she out there in these TikTok streets eating their asses up. I don't know. She be on
Yeah.
lives.
Yeah.
Who live she be on?
She was on Javarius Live for a good minute last night.
And that's what it is. That's what it is. They done got scared of her ass. But y'all, it's like this has been like this all night. With damn near 800 people watching the live. It's a lot. It's way too many people for there not to be any conversations. And like it's just telling me that y'all don't want to talk. And like this is a morning that y'all just want to sit and listen to me. Anybody there? I feel like I'm in outer space.
Deconstructing.
Is anybody there? Right. Anybody deconstructing?
Hey, thank
King
you.
Mike. Hey, happy birthday
Happy
again.
birthday.
Yeah, thank you. I'm saying I just wanted to jump in just to be like, goddamn, shit. I know, man. Also, I love you, brother.
Same here, friend.
Oh yeah.
What you gonna do for your birthday?
Oh, nothing. I'm working. Shit,
Wait,
I'm going to
are
work.
you working? What's
Yeah, I'm
going
going
on
to
with
work.
you? What's going on with your fam?
You talking about as far as my dad?
Yeah, everything good.
Uh, I mean, I don't. So I look at it as like, bro, I'm not about to play with you no more. I'm not about to play with, like, with, as far as your family and stuff. I'm not about to play with y'all no more. Like, I don't know. I just that's the way I see it. So my I don't know. My dad would still be like, "Oh, I love my sons. I love my I love them and this and that." And I'm like, "No, to me I'm just like, nah. I don't like you. I still put up with you, but I won't. Yeah, I don't put it like I don't like you, bro.
Hey, I
If
understand.
you That's what I'm saying. Like, thinker. If you really understand what I'm saying, like, I'm like, nah. Like, I will still treat you as a family member, but at the same time, I'm like, dude, I don't, I don't want to go through this family, this stuff that y'all been doing. And like, it's just no, it's just I don't know, thinker. I have to.
No,
I guess
I
I
get
have.
it. No,
Okay.
like you doing exactly what you need to do.
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
about to say, I was gonna like have
I know you don't think I was gonna say makeup with. You thought I was trying to push you to
no.
what? Oh, I was gonna say.
Yes.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, because I was like,
No.
if I was to make it, if I was to make it through, or like just to like as an upcoming to me, and they would ask me like, okay, well, how do you feel about your father? I would just say, I love him at the same time, but at the same time, I don't have that. I don't have that feeling. I don't.
And
I
that
do
ain't your
not
fault.
like
That's
this.
his.
Yeah, I do not. I don't like this man, but at the same time, it's just like this is my father. I mean, I'm gonna still take care of him. You know what I'm saying? But I feel a certain type of way. He So this is what I want to tell you. Thinking like my him and my mother, they been into it, right? And so him and my mother being into it, he was he told my mother with my uncle staying with them. Well, he had just moved. My uncle had just moved down the street, and thinker, I swear, like I use you as my, I don't care what they say, my holy Bible. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
do, thinker. Yes, that like I don't know if you like really, yeah. So, uh, so my uncle had moved down the street with this female, and now he has to pay rent. And my mama is
Hold
just,
on. With this woman, right?
yeah,
King
with a
Mike,
woman.
you know better than to call women females
No,
in here.
no, not even that. Yeah, yeah. You know what? I get that. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Like
No, no, thank you,
I
thank you.
yeah, I feel bad, but
No, don't feel bad. Just like honestly, that's what deconstruction is, right?
right,
Acknowledge behaviors that we have, and then
right,
work on
right,
correcting it. That's all. You don't
right,
got to feel
right,
bad.
right. I mean, I still call. I don't know. Okay, okay. So by me still calling these women females because they still abide to certain shit, and it's just like why? Like why do y'all do that? Y'all like they
So you're using
think it.
female as derogatory for something for stuff that you don't like them doing?
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean calling these women females because they abide by certain shit?
Okay, so wait. What am I hold on. Let me ask you, thinker. Uh so as far as should I just be calling women women?
Unless you're like because that's what they are, right? Like, however they identify. But like, if you were talking about like a pilot, you would say a female pilot or a male pilot. Like a female is a classification. It's not who we are, right? And you
Right.
don't say these males. You say men or dudes, right?
You will have okay, 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 I thank you. Okay, so I thank you for yeah, okay, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. And
Because
I
I
know
will
that's
be
a. Go ahead.
oh no, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I know that that's something that even some women do, right? It's
Mm,
has a lot to do with misogyny, and it's like I said, a part of deconstructing, right? There are animals can be male or female, trees are male or female, right?
right.
Yeah.
So I will be a male truck driver, but damn, thinker. Damn. Yeah, so no. I I get what you said. I do. Don't even yeah, I know. Like, yeah, y'all you have to laugh. But okay. Um well my mom God damn. I don't even know how to explain this shit, thinker.
Is your
I
dad?
know, I know,
Is your dad? You said your dad or your uncle is living with these women. Is it your dad or your uncle?
oh my uncle is living with these women right now.
Oh, okay.
And remember when I was telling you about my dad and my dad was the one that was you know taking care and taking up for his people, which is his his side of the family.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
Do you know? Yeah. And right. Well, where I'm at with it, I don't care no more because my dad is like, oh yeah, I love my sons. I respect my kids. I just love everybody, and it was, and I want to be like, nigga, please. You was not respecting me. Like you was calling me all types of names and stuff like that. Like
Hold on.
yeah.
Also, the AI gonna end up flagging you for that picture. You know that, right? Because it's got blood on it.
Mm, I've had it up a lot, but I'll take it
You haven't gotten flagged for it? Because
down. Mm-mm.
in their terms and conditions, blood and gore gets flagged.
Also, what was that?
That's just Jesus.
Well, I'm saying you saying it was just Jesus though. Like I'm saying, like it wasn't. Thinker, now you got me thinking that's what you always have me doing. And so, so you had me deep thinking, and what happens is it's just like it's something that my dad has said type of thing. I swear, I think it's between it's something between us. I ain't gonna even. I love you.
Look, I was gonna make a joke, say yeah, it's called a computer screen, but no.
Yes, but yep, it's yeah. Only certain people, you know what I'm saying? Like yeah, and I say that with the utmost faith, and I'm just like yeah, think you just don't know how much you have changed my life around, and a lot of people don't believe that. A lot of people do not believe that. Um, a lot of people won't never believe that though. So I don't
Well,
care. I just
I think you did it
go,
right. Like
yeah,
you changed your life around. Like right.
yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like the way the way that you have changed my life around. I don't have to pin that on nobody else. I don't try to pin it on nobody else. So it's just like, dude,
Well,
I,
keep up the good work and the boundaries that you set with your dad. Um,
yeah,
that's a good thing, and don't feel guilty about it, and don't let anybody make you feel guilty about it, um, or pressure you into, allowing him back into whatever space he's trying to
mm-hmm,
get back into just because he's your dad.
mm-hmm, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He said that shit talking about. I only like my. He said he only like his grandkid and his grandchild, or I'm sorry, damn, I don't know. My little sister. That's the only little sister that's left. But he was like, I only believe in I only want uh my what is he called? What do he call her?
Are
Damn
you there?
thinker. Yeah, I'm here. But yeah, but he was like, and then his grandchild and some of his grandchildren. And it was just like, damn, like why do you know what I'm saying? Like why do you expect, why do you expect so much out of us? You know what I'm saying? Like, especially your sons at that. Like and I think I don't know, thinker. So I would say that like out of his sons, like he respected me the most, but it's a lot of disrespect that comes with it. And I don't disrespect my dad. I don't never disrespect him though. But I
They, you know
mean,
how, especially religious parents are. Any type of decent, or
yeah,
rebuttal is
yeah,
disrespect. Yes, sir.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, Exactly. And that shit, that's why I said, nah, I can't do that no more. And my dad just like, I guess he was telling certain people or like his family, he was just like, I love and respect my sons and this and that. And then he was just like, but they disrespect me so bad. And I was like, God damn. I ain't never disrespected you that. Like, I've never disrespected you like that. Mikey, how many slices of pizza did you eat? Babe, I didn't eat none. I mean, I ate
Hold
two.
on, I'm gonna put you on mute. Or if you want, Mike, I'm gonna go ahead and take you down. Um, we ain't no bad terms or good terms. Jesus, I don't fucking know you. You good, Mike? I don't know. I'm gonna take him down so he can handle that.
Handle
Is
that,
that
man.
you
Have a happy
coughing?
birthday. Mhm.
Is that you coughing also?
Absolutely.
Are you flying?
No, I just
Oh,
was. I came down with something suddenly when I heard something,
oh,
but that's not a bad idea. Let me do that.
oh God, the YouTube is buffering. This is what I get for it. I told y'all every time I fucking say how many people is in here, that shit happened.
Hmm.
It has dropped from 140 to 89.
Damn.
Now it's buffering. Good morning, Fee.
Good morning. I literally
Wait,
have
it's
no
not
idea.
buffering for y'all? Oh, sorry, Fee. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I don't know
It's
what I came into, but good morning.
good
Good
morning. It's
morning.
been a slow night. It's been a slow night all night. It's not buffering for y'all. It's buffering for me.
Hmm.
You said not anymore. It's still buffering for me. Let me see.
When you gonna change your name to Integrity?
That's such a great idea. I don't know why I didn't think about that before now. Also,
You said it was going be right back for a little bit, but it seems okay now. Yeah, I just refreshed the screen so it's not buffering for me anymore. But it was buffering just a minute ago. Um, what did you ask her? What did you ask me?
When she gonna change her name to Integrity?
Ooh, that's a good name.
Thank you.
What did he say?
She said she'll perform the actions post haste.
I didn't, but that's a great interpretation. I think my response was very similar to yours in your action.
Okay, whatever.
There's no such honesty here. What the fuck are we talking about? Fire for you to be saying there's no honesty, integrity. Like what? We're not talking about anything that for you to be saying that. Like literally, we've been live for 6 hours and have talked to 3 people.
Damn.
Yep, I almost shut down earlier. I don't quite understand having damn near 800 people in the space and nobody coming up. I don't quite understand that. But I yeah.
You,
Like
we're,
you just called me a liar and now you want to say hello? What type of shit is that?
I hate you. How you doing today?
is that somebody on YouTube? Were the three conversations at least good ones?
Terilyn was one.
What? I thought Taylor was blocked.
I thought she was blocked too. I have no idea how she got unless that tutu account is a different account. But she came in here. She came on stage to share that she had been told to marry somebody too because of a prophet, right? And I was talking to another person about how. Give me just a second, Mods. Do y'all not see the person in the comments with the username nigger sharing the live? Like, motherfucker, like, you named yourself that. Like, first off, I don't give a fuck about you saying that word. And then, oh man, y'all should have let me cuss him out first. Also, did you not see me mid curse out?
You know what? That's on me. That's on me. I heard you say jump and I jumped. And
No, I didn't get to that. I said, Mons, do y'all not see? And then I started talking because he was in the request box. Did you see him in the request box?
I didn't. I,
Yeah.
I went to do it mode.
Don't fucking report anybody in here. We don't need no TikTok gods because somebody want to call about it, nigga. If anything, report your ass for coming on stage and calling me a bitch earlier, Jesus.
Right? Like what the
Like,
fuck?
how you gonna be pointing the finger at him when you came up here and called me a bitch? At least he named himself, nigga. You named yourself Jesus and came up here and called me a bitch.
The irony is insane. What the fuck?
Ain't it? And don't
He's a
use the,
bad guy.
the, the report button in here. We do not need TikTok fighting our battles in here. We got this shit. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
You came on stage to say it. You did mean that.
But she came up here to talk about how a prophet told her to marry the guy she married, and she was saying that we have that in common. And then she goes into what Tara Lynn does. Father told me this about you. Father told me that you are a fighter. I said, well, he lied. I said, I don't like to fight. I'm not a fighter. So then she goes, well, he didn't say those words. Then she started asking me what word could she use to describe me. I said, I'm not about to feed you some shit so you can go and say your God told you that. And I asked her, I said,
Wow.
like, what?
How old are you? God told me to tell you you 40.
Then she tried to like fucking play in my face and talking about I'm interpreting her words wrong. I said I'm not interpreting shit. I just repeated what you said, and I said you're doing the same thing that you came up here to say that these prophets did to you. I was like you're just as dangerous. Then she gonna say Father told her to tell me that I I don't know it, but I'm on his side. That I'm on his side, I just don't know it yet. Man, I went the fuck off on her ass. Like she just crosses boundaries too fucking much.
She does it all the time. And I don't know if she's trying to convince us for the purpose of maybe convincing herself more, but what?
She
Like that
claims
guy
she doesn't do that, Fee.
she doesn't think she does that?
She says she doesn't. I said everybody knows you, Terilyn. I
Wow.
I don't know 500. So I said ain't nobody said shit about you knowing them, but everybody knows you. They know what you do. Like she was in like the way that she was gaslighting. Like she is so manipulative.
Do you think that she's intentionally being that way? Like do you think outside of these lives she engages in conversation without being that way?
I, I
This is her.
originally thought, yeah, like I originally thought that maybe she was going through trauma because the way she's like, Father told me,
Mm-hmm.
Father. So I'm like, okay, is there some unresolved trauma there? Some, depression, some mental illness? But tonight, I don't think so. I think that she really thinks that she's special to this God and that she hears his voice and that because that prophet told her the wrong thing, she feels that she went on this journey of finding the God for herself so she can get answers from the God directly and not have to listen to nobody else. So she feels like she's gotten enough information from the God that now when she speaks for the God, when he it's true. Like she said, the difference between me and anybody else is when I say it is true.
Well, that's what's his name said on Bash's live yesterday.
Who?
Q-Top.
Oh, Q-Top was on Bash's live yesterday.
Yeah, they
Man,
had a
he was
long
annoying
conversation.
as crap.
Just
He
Oh,
was
insufferable.
annoying.
And Bash was so
okay.
patient. But yeah, like I think that's the case. It's like they have, well, he's still affiliated with a belief system, but I think you're right. Like she's been burned by religion, and so her internal monologue has become her God, and she calls it Father.
Yep. And I told her, what she say? She said, "Are you saying fuck my God?" I said, "I'm saying fuck you in your God because you are your God." I said, "Both of y'all asses are lying on me." And then I played the "fuck you" song. Right? I thought it was gonna make her leave because she was
And
like,
did
she was talking, she was telling me what Father was saying to her. And all the stuff Father said, he don't have nobody to fight for him like you fight for him. And Father, da da da. Like I just leaned back in my chair and I searched for "Watch Your Mouth," and I turned it on. So I just leaned back and I'm thinking that she's going to leave.
Mhm.
She sat there the whole fucking time and I'm watching her and I'm like, the only reason for her to sit through that very disrespectful ass song is because she's abusive and she like to hear herself talk.
Wow. And that, I mean, that's got to be, it can't be a rational person that can listen to that, knowing that it's directed at them and stay around and keep saying bullshit like that. Mm-mm. Wow. And she was one of the three. God damn, it has been a slow light.
Then we had the very first one was a guy. It was an okay conversation. He kept cutting me off, and like I don't like people cutting me off,
Hmm.
and so I'm working on not scaring their asses because they are fucking terrified. And so I'm like, listen, I'm neurodivergent. I'm gonna ask you not to cut me off. I'm interested in having a conversation with you. Like I'm talking like that, maybe 4 or 5 times. We get into a deep part of the conversation where I'm talking about how uh, Jesus ended up becoming the having authority over the pagans, and because he was saying that it's irrational for anyone to read about the story of Jesus after he died and was crucified by Rome and then he rose again. Like that story should be motivational because this person was going after those in power, and then he was killed, and then he overcame. He was rose again. I said literally, he became the God of the people who killed him. Like he is now the biggest deity in history.
Hmm.
And like I took him through the Bible and showed him how I see it in the Bible. How you know when he was in Caesarea Philippi, he's in front of the pagan god Pan's shrine, and standing in front of the opening of the shrine, which is the gates of Hades, which Jesus says, "Upon this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it." I said that was Jesus making a declaration that he was about to take over the Greek god system, right? That he was about to rule it, and that the Gentiles were going to bow down to him. And he's telling Peter, I'm giving you the keys, right? And then he he dies. Where he before that he went to the wilderness. He had this conversation with Satan. Satan's like, "Hey, I got the keys to these kingdoms, the pagan kingdoms. If you bow down to me, I'll give them to you." And he in the wilderness, and one of the books he's like, "Get behind me." It's written, thou shalt only worship the Lord thy God. And two of them he's just like, "Thou shalt only worship the Lord thy God." Then he dies. He goes to hell, gets the keys from death, comes back and tells Peter and them, "My daddy gave me the keys to the nations. Now I have authority." So I said that is when Jesus says, "Go out to all of the Gentiles and make disciples upon all men." I said it's like they became the biggest organization in history. And I said it nicely. There was no cussing out. I'm thinking we about to have a good conversation about it. Don't you know this motherfucker gonna say, every time I talk, you cut me off. Every time I can't get a sentence out. You're being rude. So if I can't get a sentence out, I'm gonna leave. So I said, well then leave. Like I'm not gonna beg you to stay. I said, first off, you're lying on me, and then I'm not gonna beg you to stay. So then he drops, right? He comes back in the chat trying to get back in the queue and says, I didn't drop, my phone died.
What?
Yeah.
They just lie.
Yep. Yep. That has been my calls tonight. And the little girl that just left, the 22-year-old that just left. That's been the night.
Mm. Well, I mean, yeah, like that was pretty bad. But not only did you had Tutu and that dude, and you were surprised at Bash having Q-Top yesterday, but also trading with John came up on Bash's.
Oh my God, Bash wanted to. Was Bash desperate yesterday? He had
No,
both of
Absolutely.
he was not desperate. No,
them. Oh my
He definitely
God,
was. Don't play. That's the only
what?
reason why you let either of them know, either one of them on.
Goodness, Bash
and
was trying. Like he got a fucking persecution kink or something. Like, what the hell?
I guess he was testing his own patience yesterday. Because God, I mean, it was just it gets to be a point. And
He
then
passed though. He passed.
yeah, he did. He absolutely passed for sure. He is definitely positive for a whole lot of that shit. And then I was on Zena's listening to Zena's live yesterday, and then what is it? Trusting God, trust one of the God's people, like
Yeah.
constant, just a I don't know revolving door of insanity, and they don't even hear it. Because how you gonna threaten to drop, and then come back and say my phone? Like which one is it, dude? Pick a fucking lane.
It's the Trinity, all three.
I noticed
They
something
can't
funny.
help it.
Sorry. I noticed something funny about John when he was on on Bash's Live, which is like he kind of talks like a normal person.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know how many people like noticed, picked up on that. I mean, it's not subtle at all. I don't think I have like special insight. It's just really funny to me. But like he kind of talks to him like a no. He doesn't do like his John bit,
Mm-hmm.
and so they have like a decent conversation until eventually you just hit the wall or hit the depths of his knowledge, which is like I don't like the deep end of a swimming pool. It's not much, but it's just funny that like he just finds that limit eventually. But something broke in him a while ago. Where
You
like
think so?
like certain like because I remember him. I was exposed to him like months before anybody really like in these circles. Like because it was like from like African atheist panels. So like I knew him. Like I knew his shtick and stuff, but it was not like that. Like he was not the same guy that he is right now. Back then, it was like, and this was like I don't know, like a year, like not even like some long time ago. But he would genuinely try to like defend it, but he's just terrible at it. He doesn't know it. So then he just kind of eventually landed in this shtick of like I'm a child of God, that kind of thing. Just like this
Mm-hmm.
weird, like obsequious, it's like just nonsense, just all like thought terminating and everything like that. So it's interesting that he reverts back to like a normal person for Bash for a little bit.
Do you think, and this is circling back to one of Thinker's summaries, like with Tutu, like Thinker, do you see similarities between the way that she engages and the way Training with John does? Because I think both are manipulative in their own ways. Like, I don't know if
I actually see John. Yeah, I see John more so as annoying and not manipulative because I've not engaged with him in that way for him to even try to manipulate me. So I'm not sure because he's annoying as fuck, and I tune him out most of the
Mm-hmm.
time, and I don't even remember a conversation that I've had with John. So I don't know if he's manipulative, but definitely childish and annoying. And I think that I attribute it to his age because I don't know if he's like maybe 21, 22. How old is he?
Oh no, he's 28.
Hmm.
He's fucking 28.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought he was a fucking
Yeah.
what?
He might be 27. It's minimum 27.
Yeah, I was thinking super early. I mean, super like early 20s as well, based on how he converses.
I mean, I was giving him a pass and thinking like, okay, he got some growing up to do, but he's annoying as fuck. And I thought he was just like a spoiled ass child.
No, there's some
But
arrested development there.
See, that's how that's I guess that's how, and maybe it's the way I was exposed to Terilyn was on Christina's live, and I thought it was more arrested development for her. But the more I listened to her talk, and the fact that she stayed around through that song, I do think it has to be manipulation. Because even people with like arrested development in that regard still know how to feel embarrassed, still know how to feel like, oh, these lyrics are about me.
That's
Let me get the fuck off
yeah.
the stage. And you don't even see that type of awareness.
The
Like
first
They
thing she
said it
said
was
when the song
fire.
was over was, "Oh my god, this is fire." I'm like, "What?"
Hmm.
Wow.
I think
Yeah.
it's like an insane narcissism coupled with trauma. Like, obviously getting into like armchair psych. I don't want to do too much of that, but like, anybody who can do that, like, there's just, I don't know. That's narcissism at like a minimum. But there's something beyond that, I think.
That's why I think we should get this into the DSM, baby. Let's crack this code open. Because there's clearly like a link between like the most fervent believers and like the most insane individuals you'll ever meet.
That's what I
The
was going
Venn
to say.
diagram is a circle.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. I mean, it's such a fertile breeding ground for that type of mindset because there are no checks and balances. You're ultimately positing a relationship between you and an invisible deity that no one has any access to the things that this deity is telling you. And I historically kind of held back from that, or I didn't want to think that, if that makes sense, because I feel like it can be stigmatizing for people who don't take it that far. But at the same time, it is what it is, and you got to call a thing. And if it has been and is still being used to do so much harm to so many people physically and psychologically, at a certain point as a society, we're gonna have to recognize it and start dealing with it.
No doubt. Absolutely.
We were also talking tonight about their near death experiences. You know how they always are like, I saw my grandmama when I almost died, or when I died. I was
Hmm.
dying for. I said I was I was dead for like 5 minutes, and I saw Jesus. We were talking about how, like, have you noticed that when people go under anesthesia, they don't see Jesus or God or demons?
Yeah.
And I was thinking about all the surgeries that I've had, and I've never dreamt during either of those surgeries. And so I started researching, and it's saying that because the anesthesia puts your brain in a unconscious state, like a deep unconscious state, to where it paralyzes the neurotransmitters, so it can't fire to your brain for you to even be able to dream, and your eyes uh, don't go into REM, and so it's impossible. Like, it damn near puts your brain the next closest thing to death. And so this being under anesthesia should be enough to let these people know that they were not dead. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny? Like, I had an experience. So, it was like 13 years ago. I had cancer in my mouth and had surgery to get it, the growth like removed, right? And so I was out, and I had I legit believed this was real, and it was not like a major thing, but it was just like I had a dream that I woke up and like one of the other doctors was like making a joke about
one of the other doctor or one of the doctors was making a joke about the other doctor, and so like I wanted to fight him, and then they're like, "Oh, he's up. We have to like put him back down," and so I was like later, I was like, "Did I like wake up and like try to fight someone?" He's like, "No, you were out the whole time." Like I have no idea. I mean, I don't want to call him a liar because like that, but that's how real it was. But it's like, I was also like, zooted out of my mind on the anesthesia.
But
So it's like,
shit, also, like if you woke up, yeah, I think they lied. I don't think
see,
they
I don't
gave you
know.
enough
I don't know.
medicine
Like, but like, why lie about that? I don't know. But maybe
because you
it's
woke
probably
up in
because
the
he
middle
gets
of
sued all
surgery.
the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah.
People
No,
they
dude, it was
lie.
really chill, man.
That's
No, I slept like a
probably.
baby. See, I don't. I
Everything was up to code.
genuinely don't know. Yeah, I mean that makes sense that they would lie about, but
In the research, it did say that like some people who don't get like deep anesthesia, like light anesthesia, may dream, but for the deep anesthesia, it's impossible.
Shy
Sugar,
guy,
shy guy. How old are you, please?
34.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Atheist.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, just based off the prompt, I guess I've been trying to discuss with different people on TikTok what the end goal is with Christianity insofar that, trying to read into it. And I get a quick preface. I'm an atheist. I'm married to a Catholic, so I've attended Catholic Mass for 14 years every weekend. So I experience a lot of cognitive dissonance, as you can imagine. But just trying to get to like the end goal of Christianity, which is eternal life and going to heaven, right? And what is that supposed to be? I don't know if anybody in here can really tell me because
Like, do you think we're
scripture.
Christians? Do you think we're Christians?
No, that's why I ask if anyone could tell me. I'm going all over TikTok trying to talk to people.
It's not your stage to do that. Can you engage with the topic?
Well,
I'm holding
doesn't
back on
heaven
that a
have
little bit.
everything to do with mercy?
Can you
I mean,
answer the
isn't that the
question on
ultimate
the board?
mercy?
Yes or
Is
no?
I'm sorry?
Can you answer the question?
Could you repeat the question?
It's on the fucking board.
don't do it.
Is that a prerequisite for having a conversation with anyone here?
Yeah, they need to be on the topic. It's on the background.
I mean, you guys were kind of all over the place before I joined up.
We
I
all
don't
know each
know.
We're
other.
friends, dude. We're
Yeah,
friends. Just stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know this was friends only.
it's not. But it's if you're not a
It's not.
friend, the topic is to be addressed. It's all right, man. Like if it's not for you, it's not for you. It's cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really feel like it's about that. I just feel really unwelcome. So, y'all have
All
a
right,
good
bye
day.
bye.
No.
All right, man.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye. Started to explain it. Bye.
Who gives a fuck about you? See, I mean to everybody, guys.
I'm just going around TikTok talking about what I want to talk about.
Oh.
I don't know why I'm not welcomed.
What, did y'all have something going on?
I also don't know that. I mean, the prompt clearly says that it's about mercy in the Bible, right? And I don't know that necessarily the concept of heaven is, or eternal life in heaven is merciful. So I'm not even sure how that was connected to the prompt in any way.
I
Big
don't
old
know.
shoehorn twin.
I guess so.
Like a 2-story tall shoehorn.
Hmm.
I feel like this topic has if anything, brought out the atheist trolls that are looking for Christian lives. I think they think that we are Christians because I'm not saying fuck your God on the post or like have your God is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. They think that we're Christians in here, and so we've had like an uptick in atheists who want to troll Christians with this post.
Mm.
Like it's happening more than it normally does in here.
And that's odd. Like I don't see the rationale behind doing that. Because it doesn't get anywhere. I saw a TikTok the other day of a young lady saying that from a this is tangential but connected from a political perspective, like they need some white people to kind of cosplay some MAGA folks and just go put comments in these posts that they go out, like, well, I mean, what about this? Just asking questions to try to prompt thought. So I get that, right? I get, strategically placing questions in places to get, folks to or encourage people to think differently. But that's not trolling. That's not coming up, just for the purpose of being disruptive. And if that's what's, that is what this particular prompt brings out in non-believers, like, why? Well, what would be the purpose of doing that?
The one guy was like, "It's fun." And I don't know if he was in here, but I cussed his ass out. He just said, "I don't care what you think. It's fun." I said, "You do care, motherfucker." I said, "That's why you on my stage and you thought that I was gonna be like, yeah, atheists, go get the Christian, go do that stupid shit." Like, cause he came up here bragging about it, and I was like,
Mm.
"What did you think I was gonna say? I was gonna pat you on the back for that shit? Like, that,
Right.
what the fuck are you doing it for? Like,
There
what?"
was one in
I said, "Unless, huh?"
Go ahead, go ahead.
I was like, unless they are calling for you, right? Like, what you thought that this was a Bible study, and you came in here to interrupt it until you realized that we were atheists, and then you came on stage and told us what you go from live to live doing, right? Like, and you thought I was gonna be like, oh, all right, homeboy, I'm gonna follow you, let's roll. Like,
Hmm.
what? And then he got mad
There was one
because
in
I didn't
Javarius
co-sign
last
his
night.
shit, huh?
I think that was him in Javarius live last night because his voice sounded familiar. And then when we told him, that's when he started calling us the B words.
And that's when he called me a bitch too. So it probably was him.
Yeah.
Like
Who's
you go
this?
Yeah.
from wanting me to like dap you up to now I'm a bitch because I'm saying like I don't, and I didn't even cuss him out until he called me a bitch. And I'm like, I just said to him like I don't see the point in you doing that. Like I said, did you want me to like pat you on the back?
Do we
Like
know
for
who
what?
this is?
Huh?
Do we know who it is? I mean, like, do you
You,
remember?
no, you know damn well I don't remember that motherfucking name.
That's fine.
Demodius
That's cool.
ass. Like no.
See, that's why I didn't. That's why I didn't say who was it. So, do we know
Hell,
who
I
it is?
forgot his fucking name while he was on stage. Just to be real, like I don't.
Yeah.
I, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
think it stems from insecurity.
that's what I said. That I said you that motherfucking atheist that Christians do be talking about. That's butthurt. I said somebody in the church done pissed you off, and you going from Christian life to Christian life to piss them off. I said wait. I said you don't even have shit to be talking about. Like you came in here, you didn't have no fucking knowledge to drop. You just going in there to interrupt their Bible study because you mad at the fucking church. I said you ain't no goddamn atheist. And then I said, if you are an atheist, ugh. like, ugh.
Yeah, the one last night said he was bored, and that's why he was doing it.
Yeah, I think there are a group of them that like they get kicks out of it because they think like the shit's a game. You know what I mean? Like it's fun for them, like, but they don't necessarily see or care about like the real world implications of all the stuff. And it is interesting that I know a lot of believers hold lives where they do invite atheists up, and even the ones that don't, I gotta imagine they end up getting those type of people. So it is interesting that they do come to lives like these where it is about having a conversation about the thing, right? Like it's not just like trolling you or trying to be a dick or anything like that. But
Right. Like, and
they'll
if
sit
they
in the
do call,
audience.
go ahead.
You gotta go.
I was saying if they do call them up, then you go in there and you go ham. Go ham. Have fun. Like that's what they want you there for. But if they're literally trying to have devotion and reading their Bible, I don't see it. Like leave them alone. Like and I told him, I said, you're doing the same thing that you say they do to you. Because he said, because they tried to push it on me. I said, so you just going to go do the same shit? Like, what does that fix? He said, I don't care. It's fun. Like, leave them people alone.
And if pushing it on you didn't work, then what do you think yours is gonna do?
Exactly. It's just like, it feels like children fighting back
Mm,
and forth. Like, we already know we got to deal with a lot of believers who are immature as fuck. Like, we already know that. Like, don't, like, we up here trying to like deconstruct this shit, and your ass like bringing that shit on, like not even bringing it because I'm sure it's already there, right? But like, damn, just infesting it. Then we have to deconstruct non-believers, deconstruct non-belief into I don't know what. But god damn,
mm, yeah,
that's why I think too. Like humanity, we be doing some dumb shit. That's why ain't nobody can convince me of God talking to a motherfucking human because we are just we be doing some dumb shit as humans.
absolutely. Every now and then, I ponder what utopia would look like, and as beautiful as it
What look
is,
like?
utopia, we all live as one with the objective of furthering knowledge. Space exploration, all that jazz. But it's just I don't see a world where that could happen because we have far too many, one undiagnosed, but two, like actually insane individuals that can fake it for as long as they need to get by in society, and then just unleash complete havoc. Like it's insane. And these people, like like they walk amongst us like every fucking day, and every now and then you see like a news article or something come up, and it's about so and so, and you're just like, damn, I always thought it's crazy. I didn't know it's that crazy. Like, and I don't know, like the whole system that I guess that we're in, that like kind of demonizes getting people the help that they need to ensure that they are like, able to be productive members of society and like not have these, incredibly harmful events happen. I don't know. Like I just the willingness to just like be so upset with everything that you can't like try to be helpful to humanity. Uh, like this belief system that they have that makes them like upset with people that are in the LGBTQ community, people that are immigrants, whatever it is. Like they use that hatred to fuel what they want to see in the world, and they wonder why the world's such a shitty place. Like I don't get it.
Because people like Lee is in the comments. I remember that motherfucking name. Ain't that the one who said that he would let his daughter get
Yeah.
raped for God?
Yes, yes. And the crazy
Nah,
thing,
go ahead.
no, I was just going to say, I think to co-sign off of what Ozo was just saying is that the absolutely insane part is that they don't realize how much they need to perpetuate the dysfunction to keep their God relevant. And
Hmm.
that's why you see, like, they don't want to find solutions to problems. They don't want to find definitely peaceful solutions to problems because they're out there. They may take a lot of negotiation. They may take a lot of discussion. They're going to require that egos get set aside and that people see each other as human beings. They can't want that because the moment they want that and the moment they start working towards that, their God becomes absolutely invalid and they don't want to even contemplate that idea.
Hmm.
Yep.
That's like that question Thinker asked them about if that could be without need or completely healed and healthy and everything that you need without Jesus or suffering with Jesus. Which one would you do?
Remember the guy that was on stage earlier, and Nelly asked him, "Why don't he, since he cherry picks the Bible and he creates his own Jesus, like why don't you just accept that you are the Jesus that you are creating?" And he was like, "Oh no, I couldn't do that." What? Because he's at that whole Christ, the word Christ is holy type. Where I
Hmm.
was, yeah. So he's like, "I can't. I could never do that." He was like, "That's wrong. I could never say that." Because he admitted that he has higher morals than Jesus. He said, "I know that my morals are higher." And Nella was like, "Well, if you know that, then what do you need the Jesus for? Like, just believe in yourself." He was like, "Oh no, I could never do that. I could never say Jesus didn't exist."
Hmm. Hmm.
After saying that he know his morals are higher, like that's just
Hmm.
weird to me.
Are you better than perfect? Like what the? Okay.
But they always say that they don't have to defend their God. Like, God
Yeah.
doesn't need me to defend him. God can defend himself. The word defends itself. That ain't true.
Mama Bash caught so many of them up Sunday.
Yep. And no matter how much they don't want to, defend their God, they're going to do it, whether they do it in the chat or whether they do it on stage, because it's not them defending the God. They're defending their cognitive dissonance. Their feeling that they get when they hear us say the stuff that, what is it, like they feel like we're calling them ugly,
Hmm.
or saying we don't like their outfit or something.
That's that persecution that your boy was talking about.
Your God can't make anybody's dream come true. Your God is having his own damn dream. At least that's what I found out on Sunday.
Lucid dreaming.
He said jealousy is not good, yet your God's name is jealous. Shut up. I don't like talking to rapists. I don't like talking to rapist apologists. Um, Fee.
You could probably drop the apologist off.
For real, yes, ma'am.
Oso ass got cussed the fuck out tonight. He in
I just got here.
one of his backup accounts, right after Terrell ass got off stage, also put in the chat, think your niece a father or something. So of course, I cussed his ass out. And I was like, I didn't know it was him. I thought it was a Christian. And so I asked him, can his God be a daddy? He was like, he's a daddy to me. And I said, well, I guess that's your problem. I said,
Was this Dwayne?
He ain't never had no daddy.
yeah, like he had me hot. When I tell y'all, Oso had me hot.
About the astronaut. Tell him about the astronaut.
Oh, what did I say? I don't know. I said you
His
go.
daddy an astronaut.
I said you go. I
Oh,
said when you was
kids.
young, you went to school and told the kid your dad was an astronaut, and he was in space because that's all he fucking is space. Also had me hot.
Also, is
He
just
almost didn't get a space on stage.
It wasn't me. It was
Yes,
some
it
dude named
was.
Dwayne, apparently.
he started by complimenting Carolyn while she was up here. That's what's
Did he have
set
like
up.
a? Oh, he wasn't on stage, so you couldn't hear his voice. He's got like a really high voice.
Yeah, he does. I think he drinks helium every morning.
Oh.
Oh, Dwayne,
Dwayne.
that character of Ozo's.
Oh.
Well, you know
Oh.
what, Twin? That's not fair. We don't know what accent he's going to have the next time he appears. So maybe
Accent, voice, timbre. It's all fair game.
absolutely.
It's actually pronounced
Yeah.
Tombra.
Yeah. We going on
Um,
2 hours. without a guess. Y'all are y'all there? It's 6 o'clock. The roosters are crowing. Oh, the roosters are
Roosting. No, I'm just kidding. They're
roosting. Is it what is
yodeling.
it called? You yodeling?
They yodeling.
That I don't trust you. What is it called, Fee?
Crowing?
Well, is it crowing? I don't know why I think a crow
I mean,
crows.
it is like it's crows in the
By
name,
the
but I think
time
it's
the
pretty
cock
sure it's
crows,
crowing.
If it crow one more time, yo, Jesus ain't real. Y'all need to get up here and don't shut the rooster up. Don't deny your Jesus, because they done crowed twice. Not you, motherfucker. You called me a bitch. You're not coming back up here. Like, what is wrong with, like, how the fuck? Like, now you want to laugh with us in the fucking comments?
Like that. So Jesus called you a bitch?
hmm
Yeah,
The fuck?
Well, that's because
exactly.
Oh, was this the? Is
no.
he? No, he's not the troll guy, or is he? Was he the guy who says he trolls, or am I mixing two
I don't
people
know.
up?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
okay.
ain't never seen that motherfucker day in my life.
Oh, there's the
Yesterday
guy
he
who
came in
said you're
here and
gay.
said that he was blocked because he was white, and I'm like, don't nobody like who the fuck knows if you're white?
Isn't this picture like a rock or something?
Exactly.
But he's the one who came in and said you were bae.
Said I was what?
Bae.
hmm
No, he didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
Yeah, to dead ass
that
him.
doesn't stop.
He's like, who you
Absolutely
calling
did.
bae?
He absolutely did. He said he told you that y'all were beefing.
Oh, he got the game fucked.
Yeah.
I saw him saying something about us beefing, and I was like, motherfucker, I don't even like. I gotta like your ass to beef with you. Like I don't fucking know you.
The one-sidedest beef.
Call it a half wreck.
That guy is not okay. Oh man, y'all help me stay awake. Get y'all asses up on this stage. Trying to stay live for Christina. Hey, Nate. Hey, friend.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. It has went from night to morning, and I'm so happy you're still on.
Yeah, I do this for 11 hours, 5 nights a week,
All right,
third
cool.
shift.
All
Yeah.
right.
Y'all, this is one of my really, really close old friends. Um, Nate, we used to work together at AT&T. And then he also, you produced a song that I did, Good Girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's
Yeah.
up. What's up, man?
Hey,
Great.
everybody. What's up, Oso? I'm just listening to y'all conversation, and it's like, it's so deep, what you're doing is so of purpose, because I remember years ago when I want to say awakened, and I was deep in the Bible. Like, I used to be a big time Christian. So when I hear people get up here and defend their God, it just brings back flashbacks of my own journey, and when I went through it, and when I start seeing things, it's crazy. Because I remember how I first woke up. It's like I actually prayed to God for knowledge and wisdom, and I was reading the Bible. I was writing down scriptures. And one thing about one thing about Thinker is that Thinker knows that scripture left and right, And she was somebody I used to talk to a lot about the Bible because she was on it, like on it, on it. And that's why sometimes people come up and they bring up the Bible. I'm like, oh no, don't do that. I was like, please don't do that. You just messed up,
I told him like I used to take. I had the
But
big Bible I used to take with me when the director. I don't want
yeah,
to say her name, but man, the bullying that her ass used to do. And I
yeah,
would get on the elevator and have my
yeah.
big ass Bible in front of me talking about God is my refuge. But then but I also had two appointments that week for EAP. Yeah.
Right.
Right, but this system, it locks you in, and you got to think about it. A lot of people are indoctrinated since birth, before birth even. So you got generation and generations of these lies that have been passed down. And I want to say, I've been studying this stuff, man, for the last, 15 years since I was first woke up. And I'm still learning stuff new and new every single day because it's layers on top of layers on top of layers of lies, people adding stuff to that Bible, misinterpretation, like mix of stories. So when people hear that their God or their whole paradigm is wrong or misguided, the first step they're going to do is fight back to protect their I guess protect what they feel is their whole life. And I got people now, friends now. One of them, thinker, and I talk to her from time to time, and she's her God is her savior. And even though I nudge, like I don't do like y'all hardcore. I do a little nudge. Ask a little question, see if I can open their brain to get them to think. Because the worst thing you can do is see somebody sleeping and not want to wake them up. It's almost like the Matrix is real. Remember in the Matrix when people have been in the Matrix so long that sometimes it's better to leave them sleep in the Matrix because they don't want to wake up and be in the real world. That's
Yeah.
like how I see things. Like some people are so asleep and they in love with this lie so deep that they'll fight you for it. And they'll go against everything that their religion teach them. The love, joy, peace, long suffering. They'll go against all that to fight you because one, their God they represent is about violence. And if they really knew, yeah, a lot of them, you gotta understand. Well, I know you guys know. A lot of Christians don't know their Bible. They think they know their Bible because they listen to their pastors and they got these big mega pastors and they preach all these good sermons. When you really break down that Bible, stuff start if you let me say this. If you start to awaken, stuff start like glitching out at you when you read it. Like I know that's what happened to me. I was thinking like, like you remember that I know thinker, like that scripture when Jesus was in the woods with that boy and he snatched off the sheet and he was naked, like in Mark, like why Jesus in the woods with a naked boy? Praying
Yeah.
at night. Like
Exactly.
what? Why did Jesus in the woods with a naked boy at night? And I asked Christians that. I'm like, hey, you remember the story of Jesus in the woods with the naked boy in the Garden of Gethsemane, and then the boy ran off? And they were like, no, I never heard of that. I'm like, you have never read that? No, I don't. That's never happened. And I'm like, well, open that Bible up to Mark. You'll see what I'm talking about. Who is that? And when they see it, they be in like disbelief, or they say, oh, that's just somebody that they left out the story. And no one knows who it is. No one knows. But it's something to raise a red flag. It's like, okay, why was he in the woods? The apostle was supposedly watching out for him. It's like, what? But you can't, if you tell a Christian that, the first thing they're going to do is deny it. Because, like I said, they don't want to be waking up. And so it's like, it's a battle. So every day I listen to y'all's story, I be listening to different people going through that battle. And, it's just great what you all do. It takes a lot, And then think if you got even more study, knowing Hebrew like that, that's awesome. Because you got to go back to source, to really dig through this, maze of lies and lies on top of lies, and it's a long process, And I just wonder if it's other religions doing it too, like Muslim, I wonder if that Muslim doing deconstruction also.
Yeah, we got some Muslim deconstructioners in here in our community.
Uh huh.
So there's a lot of deconstruction lives on TikTok for Islam too. And I used to have those conversations. I had a Muslim co-host. He's like the opposite of me.
Okay.
They're so damn scared of him they stopped coming in here to talk to him too. So yeah.
And like when someone wake up, the first thing they do is be in disbelief. They want to say, "Oh, that's not what it meant," and that's not what God meant, and they just making these things up what God mean. I'm like, where you get that from? How you know God meant that? And I'm trying to wake my sister up. My sister's still asleep. She's a Jehovah's Witness, and they're like the worst. Well, one of the worst.
You
And
know, Fee Fee is a former Jehovah Witness up above us. She can attest to that. We have some ex J Dubs in here too.
yeah, my sister almost died. Like about 6 months ago,
Oh
she was in
wow.
the hospital, and her kidney shut down, and she was in a die, and she had swollen up. And I was talking to her I was talking to my brother on the phone, like, what's going on? Because she's still in Nashville. And she was like, she don't want to take the blood. She don't want no blood transfusion because Jehovah's Witness don't believe in receiving blood transfusion because God said don't transfuse blood. I said, when in Jesus' day were they doing blood transfusion? Like what? There was no. I
Yeah.
said, I don't think there was blood transfusion in Jesus' day, and it's just I never stay away from blood. I think they talking about eating blood. I don't think it's meant like that. It's like even them, they're like I said, they're lies on top of lies and different Christians, and she really was not taking that blood all the way to the last day. Doctor said she supposed to have died, and I said, I told my other sister, give her the blood. If we make this decision, give it to her, and let her be mad with her God in the morning. And she finally took the blood, but even now she says she wished she had died instead of taking the blood.
What?
She's that
Wow.
brainwashed, and it makes me so angry because those I don't want to cuss, but those effers came to the hospital, like the elders in the congregation, the sister came to the hospital while she was there, and I'm like, they need to leave, like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't you push your false belief upon my sister like this. And I know she's trapped because I used to be trapped, and she's still stuck in it. Like even though she's been through all that, and she's talking about she hates she live because she rather go and be with God and wait for the next life. And I'm thinking like, well, like I said, the brainwash is deep. The brainwash is deep, and people will get their life and their money and anything to keep this lie going, and they don't, and some of them don't want to wake up. And pastor getting all the money, and you see this congregation falling apart now because people are all waking up. And I think a lot. I want to. I bet you all have woke a lot of people up, planted that seed that let them go out and start reading and discovering. And once they do that, it's gonna pop up. And the first thing you get called is a devil worshiper. I've been called a devil worshiper a lot of times. And I'm thinking like I'm not a devil worshiper. I mean, if you want to call me that, that's cool. But is the devil? But when you read the Bible, is the devil really bad? I asked my sister, how many people has the devil killed in the Bible? When you read it, like when you really read the Bible, the biggest killer in the Bible is God. He tell people to rape, he tell people to pillage, he tell people to kill babies. I'm like, he killed all the firstborn of Egypt supposedly. That's a lot of deaths just to prove a point. And that's the God you
And
want to
the
worship?
devil, the devil worship thing never made sense to me either because by using, do I have an echo?
I think it might be Nate. I'm gonna mute you
What's
while
that?
Fee talking. Let me see.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Fee.
Because by that logic, wouldn't they all be devil worshippers of every a god they don't believe in? Like, because the reality is they don't worship Allah. So whatever the devil's called, is it still called Satan in Islam? I don't ever remember, and I can't keep all the
Oh no, that's a
characters
good
straight
question.
in these books. But like, they would then be, it would be the same as worshiping the devil because they just assume because we don't worship the God, that means we worship the devil. Well, then you're worshiping devils too. It's just not the one of your particular religion. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
It
Satan is in Islam.
Okay.
okay. It does. It doesn't make sense for them to think that we would worship the devil when we don't worship their God. Like, and we're literally like the
Right.
reason that we are atheists is because there is a lack of belief in that. Like, why would we be like, "Yep, I don't need evidence for the God, but I mean, I need evidence for the God, but I don't need evidence for your devil." That it doesn't make sense. But of course, they don't think that far, right? Like,
Mm.
I,
They
I,
see the world through a false binary.
I can't
how
remember
you said what?
who. Oh, sorry.
So they see the world through like a false binary.
Yep.
I
That's why I
cannot
said
remember.
logic isn't enough. Like, their whole entire worldview is just a lack of logic. Like, it's just a lie.
Have y'all seen the concept of theory of mind? How children that are toddlers, they don't necessarily realize that everybody in the world doesn't share the same understanding. And there's like this test this lady did. She put some pretzels inside of a crayon box and gave it to her 2.5-year-old. Was like, what do you think is going to be in here? And she's like, crayon. And so when she opened it and saw that it was pretzels, she was, of course, was like, that doesn't go in there. And then they closed the box again and they said, mom was like, okay, we're going to give this to your little brother. What do you think he's going to think is in it? And if she says pretzels, then she doesn't realize that other people don't share her knowledge. If she said crayon, then she realized, okay, theory not different people think different things. The number of adults that don't even realize that there's a possibility that different people's minds process things different ways is exactly why I think that false binary exists. Because they assume that if I see it this way, and okay, if I don't worship God, that means I'm worshiping the devil, they are too. They don't even contemplate that different people process information differently.
I literally got asked last night, if you don't believe in God, who's your God?
Oh, that's what Terrellin ass said.
Wow.
Terrellin said that last night on stage when I said, fuck your God. She said, fuck yours too. I said, I don't have a God. And she said, and still fuck him.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Just in
I do
case.
want to say, oh, go ahead, Matt.
No, I was just saying. I said just in case.
Oh, speaking of the Matrix, Thursday, 5 p.m. Eastern, the Discord minds are watching that thing. Be there time.
Have you guys seen the new, like the last one?
Mm-mm.
Garbage in a truck.
Yeah, I don't think I've watched any. Like I think I've watched part of the second one. I definitely didn't watch a second of the third one. Or the first one.
So,
I mean, how could it not be?
so bad. There's only one of the sisters that was involved with that last one too. So,
Oh, they weren't both.
no.
Brand box. I don't want to call your name. I accidentally
Okay,
did.
here you go. I had to find
Okay,
out where
okay.
the unmute button was at. All right, so I want to ask you all a question though. I got a question for you because I hear the term atheist, right, a lot, right? I know you all say you're atheist, right? I'm saying that right? Everyone say they're atheist,
I think
Mm.
everyone but
huh?
Selena.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think everyone up here but Selena is.
Okay. So me myself personally, right? I don't feel like I'm an atheist, but I don't worship a God like in sense of the God of the Bible. Like I know that's like BS. That's a whole bunch of story mixed with that story. Somebody wrote it. Like that's not the God I worship. Like I don't worship a God. My God don't require worship like that. Like I believe in like I would say source, like a created, not necessarily a being, but a creative entity that create life, and there is no right or wrong, good or bad. It's all about the experience. And we all live in this duality where, good, bad, hot, cold. It's the same, just a different degree. Like you go in America, this is evil, but you go in China, ain't nothing wrong with it. So is it really bad? And like, I don't think what I feel is source cares if something is good or bad. It has absolutely nothing to do with life experience. Like your life is meant to be experienced through different things. That's why, when you look at how we're made with these different senses, touch, taste, feel, smell, we can enjoy the environment. We can go through the environment, collect different experiences, different feelings, and we live different. I think we live different lives. I believe in reincarnation and everything. But I
So,
don't believe in a God like, okay, is this God over me judging me, saying, okay, you're bad, you're going to hell, and you're going to burn?
That
Like
would
I
be
think that's crap.
yeah, that would be like a
What?
personal God, right? So you're sound like you're just more like a deist, like you said.
So when I'm,
I said,
Don't type in caps in the comments. Nate, can you mute so we can hear Mac? I
oh
cannot
yeah,
hear him now. Thank you.
yeah, it sounds like what you were describing was like a personal God, right? So you don't have that. Like I think you said it right earlier. You said like when you said deist, right? So a deist God would be one that kind of creates everything and then just kind of wanders off. So I don't see the need for that. I think I've always put this question to deists is like show me the difference between a universe with a deistic God and a universe with no God. Because I just don't. It's I don't know. Seems like an unnecessary hypothesis to me. But yeah, what you're describing is deism.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing. Like, what's the point, right? Because you're saying that the God doesn't engage with mankind. The God doesn't care whether you do good or bad, and you're kind of moving into like the philosophical conversation of what is good and what is bad, right? Because morality is subjective, but that doesn't mean that you don't have conversations to help you define good or bad as much as you can, right? And we as humans, like we'll never get it right. Like even with this God, it wasn't right, right? Because the God condoned slavery. Women were property. It was okay to, rape a woman. It was okay to kill your kid, right? So even with an all-powerful deity that they believe created them, they made immoral decisions on what was good or bad. And so as humans, that's expected, right? But having conversations and learning from our mistakes as humanity, I think is the more important thing. So I don't necessarily see a reason to believe in this source. And when I first started deconstructing, I did start believing in. I started saying, "Oh, it's source," or not first. When I kept believing in this God. Then I went to Jesus. Then I went to Christ consciousness, New Age spirituality. Like I went through all of it trying to figure out like what is it, right? But at the end of the day, what I realized is that it's just me. And I was actually thinking about this yesterday again, right? I am who I am. Like people will try to tell me that I need to because I have a certain educational level. Like there was a guy on the stage yesterday who was like didn't like me saying spiritual dick because he said that you know humans still have dicks in the spiritual realm. Souls have dicks, and I'm like that makes no sense. So as I'm saying spiritual dick and spiritual come because I'm a woman, he's like, can you? I don't like the way that sounds. Can you stop? And I'm like, I'm a grown ass woman, right? And you think that because I'm talking about your God that I have to watch my mouth or to be taken seriously. I am who I am. I know that I'm educated, right? I know that how to articulate myself in a professional manner. And I also know that, when I need to go to hell, I'm gonna go to hell on that ass and I'm gonna do it the way I want to. And I am still who I am. And I realized that like I don't necessarily need like, and this is just for me. I'm not saying that you're wrong, right? I'm saying I don't see a need to attribute that to something outside of me, especially when I haven't when there's no proof that that exists, and especially if it doesn't give a damn about my quality of life.
okay, okay. So so when you say like when I was saying about the God, right, the Creator, the Source, I wouldn't say necessarily that he doesn't care or, he's just created us and leave, but more of like we're all part of source. Like we all of our own, like we are our own gods. We create our own, like we can create for ourselves. Like we create every day. Every day is a different creation that we make ourselves. So it's no one to give praise to. Like it's no one that you worship. It's no one you give praise to. You just live your life experiences and you move forward. So that's what I want to say. That's what I'm
Well, you're
trying.
not praise but credit. You are crediting. it. Like when you call
No,
it the
no.
source, you're saying that it's the source of who you are, right? When you say we are all part of source, right? You're saying this is the foundation of which I came. This is the foundation of who I am. So you're accrediting who you are and your very existence to this thing outside of you. It's not necessarily praise, but you're giving it credit.
I would look at it as though, like, for instance, imagine a large body of water, right? Now, water is still water. It's a large body of water. But when a droplet comes off that body of water, that droplet is individual by itself. It's still water, but it's just its own individual water. But it's still water. It's still from that main source of water. It don't praise that main source of water. It don't worship that main source of water. But it still had to get created because it seems like everything in this experience comes from somewhere. Like we see a tree, we see the tree, but we don't know we was here 100 years ago. It started from the seed, and now it's a big ass tree now. You know, like it came from something. So when I have to
Well,
go ahead.
when you say that a drop of water came from somewhere, you can identify where that drop of water came from. It didn't just,
Right.
come out of the sky. Like you are saying that, you know, we as humanity came from a source that we cannot identify,
Correct.
right? That that's not praising it. I'm not saying praising it. You are crediting the existence of yourself, and then whatever source or power you feel you have inside of you, which most people are talking about, like their ability to be resilient or creative or passionate or loving. They credit those things, those characteristics or features of themselves to this source that they cannot actually validate. And
Yeah.
that's not praise. That's the same way you would credit that drop of water to the body of water that it came from, or to the cloud that it came from. You're not the water isn't praising the body of water, right? It's just being credited to its source of where it came from. You can't necessarily validate that
No.
with this source of creation that you're talking about right now. You have to have the faith just like a Christian do.
I think this. I don't want to say Christians are delusional, right? To me, Christians are delusional. But I understand because I used to be a Christian, so I don't really fault them or blame them. They've been lied to, and they believe the lie. My thing is like, for instance, I know I came from my mama. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that. I know that for a fact, and I know my mama came from her mama. And I know her mama came from her mama. This is all fact based. Everybody came from somebody mama. So we all are here through a different human, and we can't. It's no way impossible. We can't go that far back in time. I know people say six. The Bible says six. When I was a Christian, I thought we was here 6,000 years. That's crap. That's false. So no one really knows when you go back to the beginning of time. Like when did time even begin? You know, like when? No one knows. It's like the only thing you know is that we was born from our parents. That's it.
But that's not true, though, right?
Go
I
ahead.
think a lot of people say no one really knows because they haven't done the work of investigating how we know what we know, and they also have a tendency to discredit the knowledge we do have by pointing to the gaps in our current knowledge. And I say this all the time: as the area of our knowledge grows, so does the perimeter of our ignorance. There's always going to be things for us to learn, but that does not mean that we don't know how things got started. That does not mean we don't know where trees come from. Trees are grown from seeds. Seeds evolve from spores. We can demonstrate this. So I think it's, to Thinker's point, it may be like diet faith, but it's still faith nonetheless, because you're pointing to something and crediting it as the source of life, of you, of me, without evidence of that thing. And that's literally what belief is faith. I'm sorry, that's what faith is belief without evidence. I get that there may be curiosities, there may be things that you are marveling about in this universe. I do the same thing, but to posit an explanation that you cannot truly explain is quite literally the same thing that believers are doing. You're just not pointing to a book and a God as the genesis of that particular deity.
So,
Like
so when
if I like squint my eyes like really really tight, I could see Yahweh standing next to me right now. Like That's the type of shit. Like that's if you like go into a daydream like really really hard. Like that's the type of stuff like that a believer would say, right? But what you are saying is I'm not positing that I can communicate with this source. I'm not positing that I can see this source or it's walking around us, but I am the source, right? You're saying I am of the source, which makes me a god by proxy because it's my creator and it is I'm pulling from the source I didn't hear you say this, but I think you're pointing to like oneness where everybody is connected through the source. Is that what
Well,
you're positing?
I do believe that we all are connected in some way, some form. Everybody like comes like we all linked in some way. I don't know this way. I ain't got no proof of this way, but I believe we all connected in some way. And when she said that we got proof or evidence of like the beginning, what does she mean by that? Like what is she referring to?
I mean, check out Khan Academy. I always use that as a resource. It's a free online guide that gives you kind of like these courses that teaches you about how the Earth was formed from an accretion disk from the sun. It talks about it kind of walks you through the formation of the Earth and the solar system and the planets and things like that. Like we know these things. A lot of people just don't take time to research them or read about them. There's also this book. I'm a big Audible person because I go to sleep listening to a lot of this stuff.
Hmm.
And there's a book. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I'm going to swipe out because I don't want to mess up the name. Hang on one second.
While you look for that, oh my God, Mac, I almost called you Mezzo. What is the oldest gem? There's a element that's like 4 million years old or 4 billion years old that we have in our rings today. Is it jasper? It's a like we wear it in our jewelry today, and for us to even have it, right? It's like 4 million years old or something like 4 billion years old, and it like it takes hundreds of years for it to form. So, like the very fact that that gem exists helps, you know,
I mean, humans too.
scientists determine, huh?
What you
Like,
say, Michael?
sorry, I think of the versus the universe, but
Yeah, it's called Welcome to the Universe.
Okay.
It's written by a couple of scientists, astrophysicists, and I want to say a geologist, I can't remember. But yeah, and then there are other books that you can listen to that are how do we know what we know books. And I think those are good because I personally feel that if you just accept like these scientific propositions without looking into how we know the things that we know, how we know the things that
I'm
we
gonna
know,
put you on mute, so that she can hear it. Go ahead.
yeah, that to me is just as intellectually lazy as just accepting, oh, God did it. Like if you're going to posit an explanation, know how to explain it, or at least know how those understandings were uh-huh were derived at. Yeah, and a coffee. I'm sorry, y'all. Um, and so there are ways for us to understand this. A lot of the bigger universities allow you to audit classes online. Like go to online at as it fits your schedule to read about these things to understand them. And I think it takes it doesn't take the mystery out of it because I think it's very mysterious. I have a coffee. Yep.
I'm a prophet.
What happened?
I'm a prophet because I said because I'm having this conversation with Brandbox. There was a specific person that I was like, I guarantee you this person is going to come up next because it fits in line with their what with what they believe, and they're in the request. And not that I'm saying that you can't come up, but it's what I say, I'm a prophet. It's really pattern recognition, right? And that's a believer would have called that holy or God or the Holy Spirit. You would have called that source. But what it is that I've been doing these lives like for 2 years, and I I really do pay attention to who come in and who come out, what they say that they believe in, and what they're interested in. and just recognize the patterns, right? And it's not some supernatural gift that I have. It's not some God feeding me the information, right? Does that make sense?
Well, I understand what you're saying. Like for instance, let's come like I guess in a way it's like intuition, right? Like some people like think like Christian. Oh, God told me this. God put this in my head. God made this happen for me. Where I don't believe that. I believe that your intuition is you. I feel that you sense that because you have senses and you sense things like when people have deja vu, right? Like, oh, I feel like I did this before. Well, you're just connected in a way where you probably did this before. You don't know. Like the way our bodies work, scientists don't know. Scientists still don't know. They don't even know why it's a hexagon on top of Saturn. And it's been there forever. Guess what? They don't know. Why I get that? Oh, it's just some geostorm. And no one and then scientists don't know, and people make up stuff they don't know, and they hide stuff. Like the government hides stuff, scientists hide stuff, church hides stuff. Like we live in a big world of secrets. And like I've done some additional research and study. It's just when you go back and go back and go back, it's just when you discover one truth and you start learning it, and guess what? You find out that guess what? This is wrong too. And then you go to the next one, and you just keep searching, and then you start looking at everything, and then you go back to like some Bible passages, and it makes sense. Like when Solomon said, "Everything is striving after the wind, everything is vanity." In a sense, he was right. Even though that's fake and that's made up, what he said was actually right. All this stuff is fake. Everything we do is fake. People call Africa Africa. Africa don't even call Africa Africa. What is this? That's a made up word. It's not Africa at all. You know,
Well,
All
any
like
words are
word
made.
is made up.
Like
Yeah.
every single word we
right.
use is made up.
Everything is
It's made
made
up.
up. A lot of things is lost in translation, and we
But
don't
no,
have anything to go off of.
Shakespeare addressed that. He said a rose by another name would smell just as sweet. It's just a label. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't convey any kind of extra truth or some kind of deception. It's like that's what people call a place because culturally that's how they just it became referred to that by these people who were not in the place, right? So it has a different name for people who are there. That's true of a lot of places.
yeah,
I
it's
think that.
like it's almost like go ahead, Fee.
You go ahead, thinker.
I was gonna say it's almost as if we have this expectation to try to figure out what this rock here, this mineral here, was actually called 4.4 billion years ago. For what? Like we are different people, right? There was a different species of people who had different ways of communicating, different ways of living, right? Those people have died out. Like I think it's just as asinine for us to be trying to live according to how they lived during the late Bronze Age, and figure out like what they called a thing during the late Bronze Age in first century Rome, as it is for boomers to be trying to make us go back to fucking 1960s and relive Jim Crow. Like allow humanity to grow and be mature. They keep fucking trying to keep us in the house because they scared of being what is it called when your kids move out?
Emptiness.
Yeah, it's like they're
Nesters.
scared of being empty nesters, so they intentionally stunt the growth of their kids, and they don't teach their kids how to be on their own. And I feel like humanity is stuck in that loop of us not being able to grow and morph into our own generation of people. Like, and our children are going to be different. They're going to call things different, right? They're going to make up their own words, how their culture identifies with things. And I think that we should allow them to do that. And then the way that we get to a homogenous society is talking about the talking about history, learning from history, right? Not ignoring it, right? The mistakes that we make as humanity, and learning from that and moving forward, right? I don't see the point of us we keep trying to go back to the beginning, and I don't see a reason for it.
And I also think, like, Brand, I don't know what state you're in, but I know that me and Thinker and Oso and Selena and Twin, are all in completely different states. So the irony of saying science doesn't know anything while we are currently using scientific inventions to communicate with each other. Like I can literally click a button and y'all can see my face. The medical breakthroughs that we've had as a result of scientific um, advancement, the fact that we know how to treat cancer is because we understand evolution. The fact and the to hear people just dispute the things that we do know because there are things that we don't know is frustrating, to say the least, because it doesn't take a lot of effort to just stop and say, wait a minute, there are things that we are able to do in 2025 that our parents and grandparents had no idea was even possible. That's not because of a God. That's because of what Thinker was just talking about. The fact that the to be alive is to grow, to advance is to evolve. And it's almost like every single step that we take in that direction, somebody is pushing back against it. Not because it benefits them, but 9 times out of 10, it's because they don't understand it or they are afraid of it. And I think that, again, to Thinker's point, I think it's just another brand of religious mindset and religious thinking when we look at things through that lens. And I'm not saying, oh, they say it, then it's true. No, absolutely not, because we live in a capitalistic society, and if there's money to be made, there's a reason that the people who make money want you to see things in a certain way. So be skeptical. I think skepticism should lead absolutely every single thing that we do, because it's the safest way to ensure that we're critically thinking. But to just posit that, oh, science lies to us, everybody lies to us, everything is wrong, that's just factually and demonstrably untrue.
Let me
And I want to say to AJ Samaj right quick, I didn't say that the beginning isn't important, but we do not have to. What we are doing right is we approach it as let me find out what the beginning was so I can become that. Like learning it's not a bad thing, right? Like I think I said in my response that we learn from the history, but we don't need to become that. Like that's going backwards. Like
I think
there was probably people in that time who wished that there was some technology, something they probably didn't call it technology, but they probably wished that it was easier to move boulders, right? Like why the fuck we want to go back to Flintstone days? Well,
I think
like
they
what?
see it as like because chronologically it's like closer to the time that would have been like the origin, right? So things they see things as getting corrupted over time. So the closer you can get to that, it must be more true, right? But we understand how discoveries work, like things like, the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Came around in like the 40s, right? And it helped piece together a lot of the stuff, right? And then it shows you the problems with the King James that was written before it, right? So getting chronologically closer to that time, you're missing out on future discoveries. But I think that's, I don't know, just kind of throwing something at it. That seems like to me the impetus for wanting to do that is just they think it's more true because it's closer to like the time these things would have happened.
I agree with that.
and that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, also just so you know, I'm in Georgia. I'm in Atlanta.
Okay,
Somebody said they didn't know
See
where I
y'all,
was from.
Shorty.
But what I was trying to say is that as far as the scientists and keeping things from us, what I mean by that is that they I wouldn't say keep it from us 100%, but it's bottleneck. Like for instance, they got treatment for cancer, but guess what? There have been cures for cancer for years that they hide and they don't want it out because there's no money in the cure. Money's in the treatment. There have been technology out, like China is way advanced with us when it comes to technology, but they bottleneck us here in America. They did it. They put certain things out when they want it out, so they keep it from us. There's certain knowledge that they know that they don't put out. They don't want it out. The powers that be, the whoever's in charge. I don't know who's in charge, but whoever's in charge, they're controlling this. They don't want the masses to know. Like this whole UFO cover up. I believe in extraterrestrial. The universe is too big for it not to be nothing else out there. And even though there's all this proof and evidence, guess what? No one talks about it. People that talk about it, they just astronaut theorists, and that's it. And people don't believe it,
The
even though
U.S. and Canadian government talk about aliens, though.
Before we get to
We
the
just didn't
alien
care because
talk,
eggs were too much.
did y'all see the Armenians instill the AI prime minister?
Yeah.
Officially
I
so.
didn't see that. But I mean, to your point, Brand, that's capitalism, right?
Hmm.
Like that's not the field of science. Like um, Bash, when he was doing his lives, and he would we would make announcements all the time about the technology that Dr. Hadia Nicole Green has created to treat cancer. And the reason she's not going the traditional route is because she wants to make sure it gets into the hands of people that need it and can afford it. So let's not conflate a commercial system or a system that a country uses to run its economy with the goals of science. Science is a study, science is a process, it's not a person. In the same way, like you talk about the people in power, absolutely. Like we live in a capitalistic society, money is going to rule everything. I think it's fucked up. I wish we could install an AI president. Hell, Elmo as president would be better than what we have right now. But unfortunately, our elections are set up the way that they're set up because our country is run by people who value things being convenient for them and familiar for them, and ensuring that they maintain the wealth as opposed to it being about the people. Look at countries that are not predominantly religious. They far way better than we do. They are like light years ahead of us, and China included. But that has nothing to do with this grand conspiracy of whoever, I don't know, whoever you think is in control. It has every look, follow the money. That will always be the answer to who's doing what. Follow the money.
and that's why it comes back down to Christianity. America used Christianity to keep people stupid. Just to be real with you, because everything is God and Christ, and just believe in Jesus, everything will be okay, and God we trust, and it's all BS. It's just to keep us behind and keep us dumbfounded.
I think
I
it's
mean, but
deeper than that, though.
yeah, like in the story, like Jesus would be an alien, right? Like God would be an alien, and in the story, they're basically saying that aliens have traveled here, so they're not really keeping that secret, from them. They really are indoctrinating their minds into that belief anyway. It's just that they're not able to recognize that they're basically talking about extraterrestrials or celestial, beings that are not from Earth. Like their minds aren't connecting the dots, but they've been being indoctrinated into the idea of life outside of Earth through Christianity anyway.
And if you tell them that, they're going to deny it,
Mm.
like completely and utterly. And the I think the real area of success is the fact that they've completely, I don't even know if removed is the right word for it, but critical thinking skills don't exist in our educational system. And I agree with you that I think our universe is larger than most people realize, right? And I don't think, I think the chances of us being the only life out there, intelligent life is debatable, but us being the only life in the universe is slim, right? I think it's very slim. But I think the moment that we accept that there is life out there is when we have evidence of it. And to postulate these conspiracy theories, or, there's nothing wrong with, like, I think having ideas, because pushing against what we know is the only way we learn. Like that's literally how we learn. Everything that we know is encapsulated in what we don't know. So definitely, hypothesize. Let your imagination go wild. That's fine. But to settle on that as truth, because one, you don't see evidence against it, or two, you feel like there's this some grand conspiracy theory going on by people in power, is I think is demonstration of a lack of critical thinking. And I don't want to abandon my critical thinking skills for anything, even things that make me feel comfortable. And I think that's the biggest harm that's been done in our society, because the United States educational system is fucking abysmal.
I think that, like, for me, the day that I had like the thought that we can't possibly be the only life form in this whole entire universe of multiple galaxies, right? This there's just got to be something else somewhere. Now, whether we have access to that or could ever know that, I don't necessarily think that we can, considering how long it even takes to travel to the next galaxy. And there was a physicist who did a simulation, and he was saying to take a 15-minute, like if we had the technology, to take a 15-minute trip to like the next galaxy, like coming back, 4 million years here would have passed, right? So it's not likely that we would ever be able to do that or know that. But the day that I was driving down the street, and I realized like there's no way in hell that we are like the most important thing in the fucking universe. And it felt like my world got bigger. It was no longer a lot this, like, all eyes, the big old eyes on me, and this is all it is. I don't know how to explain it, but it just felt like space opened up for me,
Mm,
and it just, the world just got bigger, right? Like my reality got bigger for me,
yeah,
and I
perspective.
was able to,
There's a perspective
yeah,
shift. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
paradigm.
yeah, yeah. And I don't ever need to meet another entity from a different galaxy to know that there's no way in hell that we're the only element, organisms, in all of the galaxies, and we're just that damn important. And I think to even posit that we're that damn important would then force me to say there had to be a creator, right? Because why else? Like, why else would the rest of the universe and all these galaxies be empty unless a creator actually, said, "Oh, let me create something," or something. Like, it doesn't make sense in my mind. So for me, that's the most logical thing, that there are other life forms, and as
Yeah.
we said, not necessarily intelligent life forms, but I think there's the same gases and minerals, or different types of minerals, are and within, throughout the universe, and who knows what the fuck it created. You know what I'm
I
saying?
found,
Exactly. Like the things that we're made of are the most prevalent minerals and elements in the universe. And I'm sorry, I don't know why humans think that we are the most intelligent thing on this planet when we fuck it up on a daily basis. There are plenty of other creatures on this planet that have learned to live and to thrive without killing the goddamn environment. Like, you're not gonna tell me that that octopus are from this planet. They're just not. Like, and I can't. I'm not saying that that is true because, again, critical thinking skills. But when we look at everything, like dolphins, they are incredibly intelligent. Like whales have an intelligence that surpasses humans. I think by creating the scale and using ourselves as the measurement, that's why we consider ourselves to be the most intelligent. But what are you basing that on? And I just think, like, to Thinker's point, zoom the fuck out. And if we zoom out, we realize that it's not all about us. We think it is because we are us, but this universe is under no obligation to make sense to us. One, and two, we have to stop looking at things through such a human lens because there's so much more to this planet than us, and it's not here for us, even though the Bible tells you that erroneously.
We need to start making Dyson spheres.
I don't know. Somebody would try to figure out how to surf that bitch or do something. Humans are just
Mm.
weird.
yeah, I think it's like just mathematically, if not absolutely impossible, about as close as you can get that there's not something out there, right? So, they talk about the recent findings that the 14 of the 22 building blocks were found in an asteroid, right? You
Yeah.
know, the amino acids and lipids and stuff. And then a number I really like to kind of throw out at people is like, imagine how many grains of sand there are on the earth, and then multiply that by 10,000, right? So 10,000 for every grain of sand. It's estimated there are 10,000 stars in the universe. Like, it's still unfathomable, but at least it puts it in like a perspective of like, you know, you go to the beach and you like brush off your legs before you get in the car, like multiple 10,000, and that's like the tiniest fraction. It's just so insanely huge.
And I was back to think a point like, if Jesus did come to this earth, he would be considered an alien. And if the people, like a Christian, wanted God to come back, everyone waiting for they was just waiting for the rapture that didn't come through. So now they're still waiting on God to come back. And I'm thinking like, if God did come back, when you look at the Bible, really it's talking about those Elohims, the Anunnaki. I mean, they're not gonna come back and like it's not gonna be this beautiful paradise. A lot of y'all finna die because you've been living wrong and being messed up and killing the planet. I mean, you think he gonna keep you around? You think they're gonna keep you and your family, your auntie, your mama, and you all have, as a human race, we have really messed up this planet.
We're engineering our own extinction. Like, but the people that are doing it either don't care or are too scientifically illiterate to even pay attention to it. But like, we literally are. Like, they're thinking, I guess, these natural disasters are a result of God's anger. I don't know, but that's not what the numbers say. The fact that we have models, scientific models that are predictive, and those predictive scientific models are reliable in every single rapture prediction, every single this is the mark of the end, or this is when the Armageddon's gonna come. Because like Thinker said, I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness too. Like, there were times where that was predicted or prophesied, and people sold their homes. People like cashed in 401ks. People made these, I'm just going to go on this big vacation. They racked up debt on credit cards thinking that they would not have to pay it because the end was coming. All of those things have been happening throughout the centuries, since religion has been as predominant as it has been in our society, and none of those claims have come to pass. They see Jesus on a piece of toast and, oh, yep, that's proof that he's real. Like, that is a level of delusion that I think, it should be studied. Like Oso says, it should be in the DSM for sure. But it starts with believing things that you don't have evidence for. It starts with any type of magical thinking. And that's where I think it can be, and it is extremely dangerous.
All right. Hey, Thinker, I want to thank everybody so much. I'm going to hop off. Thank you for letting me come on stage. I really appreciate it. I think you guys are doing an awesome job. Definitely keep up the great work. Also, you said you got a show coming up at 5. What day was that? Also,
That's in the Discord for my subs, but I'll be live Thursday morning,
okay.
8 a.m. or 8 a.m. Eastern.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, well, I'll see you all later. Well, I'll talk to you. I'll be listening to you all later, okay? Have a good one.
Sounds
All
like a
right.
plan.
Have a good
Easy.
day.
All
All
right,
right.
you too.
All right. Give the kids a hug for me.
All right.
All right.
He seems nice.
Yeah,
We
he's
were
pretty
taught.
cool.
Yeah, he's very nice. We were taught last night that Christ is the root word for Cretan.
Huh?
Cretin.
Hmm.
E in it. What?
Y'all heard me. Y'all heard me.
Got there by way of
Who
Christian.
said that?
Somebody on on Tavarius's live.
Jay
Y'all know I don't
Live.
remember these people's names. Yeah.
Or is he like trying to say that was an insult? Like, was it like
Yeah.
trying to go towards that? Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
Well, if they went,
That's why he doesn't call himself a Christian.
Dang, Lord said I'm that.
Yeah, we're going
I
with it.
sw- y'all in here going hard on my friend. Uh Darren? Darren? Is Darren laughing? Oh my god. Is this Oso ass?
Darn,
Oh, like it.
Yeah, that's Oso ass.
that's not me. I'm here.
You
Uh,
was two places last night too.
he was calling you. Darn.
Darn.
Darn it, darn.
Not done yet. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Susie Susio? Susio?
Susie?
All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. I think it's what's his name? Prince something. I don't know if he left the box because I said I predicted that he would come up next.
I'm seeing him in there.
On the back, is he on the backup account? He's not on the thinker. He ain't in the request on the thinker
I
account.
see Prince Judah Vaughn and
I see him now, Prince. Yeah.
He's that's from the backup. I can't bring him up from the backup.
oh. Do you want me to try?
I think you can try, but they have been trying to do it and it wouldn't work. You can try.
Maybe Mezzo has the magic touch. Try it.
Who?
Oh, I mean, Jeff for Truth. I mean,
To mess up.
You mother. Check your DMs.
Are you able to do it?
No, it looks like it just says waiting for
Did
guest.
you try?
Yeah, it does. When they try to access it through the backup, I don't even know how this is even happening because it doesn't make any sense to me.
Mm.
But if you're in the guest request, I'm gonna take you out and you're gonna have to request through Thinker. You can't request to come on stage through if you entered the live through the El Joso Ray algorithm. Come back in through the Thinker algorithm, please. Not you, Jesus. I'm not letting you come on
Not
stage,
you,
motherfucker.
Jesus.
You called me a bitch. The fuck? You shouldn't have done that shit. Next time, watch your motherfucking mouth.
He's like, sorry, babe, I'm passionate.
Right, right.
I'm not. You go repent to Jesus. Repent to yourself. I don't give a fuck. I'm not forgiving you for this shit.
Don't laugh at my joke.
Yeah, you don't sit with us.
It took me far too long to realize who that was.
Who?
The name was
Who is it?
Jesus. I don't know what I
Oh,
was reading. No, no, I'm talking about the name itself. I don't know what I was
oh.
reading this whole time.
Um,
Boy, shut up.
y'all don't take us back to the silent days. We evolved to a nice little conversation. Let's keep evolving. If you believe in evolution, get in the box now.
I believe in a spherical Earth.
Tell us what a Jaleel is.
I'm trying to follow this Megan drama.
That was
The what
that
drama?
was a joke.
Megan drama in the chat. It's like passed me by though.
Keeps going too fast.
Everybody's talking about like tread lightly. It's like, what is happening?
They're telling Megan to tread lightly.
Everybody's telling everybody to tread lightly.
For Megan? On Megan?
Yeah,
For what?
I don't know.
But you
Megan
ain't
keeps telling
debunked
us
I
the
no
can't
truth.
find the
damn
top.
evolution.
scrolled up for a while and still couldn't find anything that made sense.
Yeah.
Like having a name as logical human, and then you commenting talking about you debunked evolution. That is a fucking contradiction if I ain't seen one.
You should hang out with back with new content.
You should hang out with
Oh
Kelvin.
God.
He debunked mental health
Yeah, I'm
He said
true.
he debunked mental health.
like
Yeah.
so many times.
What?
I debunked mental health.
Like which one? Because he damn sure doesn't have it.
He broke
He
it.
denounced it. That's what he meant. He denounced it.
Y'all realize that whenever I'm on Christina's panel and he's in there, he puts gorillas. If I'm talking, he'll put gorilla emojis in the comments.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Oh
I
no,
thought he
that's
was
not
black.
him.
Is he not black?
No.
He's
No, he's
Puerto
Mexican.
Rican or something.
Yeah.
Mexican.
Yeah, he calls me a gorilla.
That's fucked up. Like the
Oh
fuck?
yeah, he was. Okay.
Kevin does that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's over for him. So
I know, right?
Yep. He's done.
Interesting.
Get him a good Lord's cuss out first though.
you guys know Kelvin is Strive, the guy who comes up and tells us he debunked mental health.
Just wait. I'm not gonna be on her panel today, but I might do it Friday. I'm really tired today. But don't block me or don't say nothing yet. I'm gonna get on her panel, and when he come in there, just watch him do it. He's been doing it for the last couple of times. I think he's trying to get my attention.
Yeah.
I don't fuck with him.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, the
Told you
problem is
don't get silent.
Kelvin has good days and bad days, but his good days are pretty much like a shitty dude.
Hmm.
His bad days are just worse.
I don't think I've experienced a good day yet, then, if that's the case. Because he sounds completely incoherent every time he says it.
There are days where he's more aware than others because he'll catch himself and like shut himself up when he realizes he's like rambling. But then other days that check isn't there.
Hmm.
Snoring.
That's my dog.
I
Oh
was about to
dang!
say is that
I thought that was I thought that was
I knew it
Helena's
wasn't
husband.
fresh. Nah, he at work.
Oh,
She's not even asleep. She's just on her back. So
Mac, if you're that bored, you can just fucking leave, man. Fuck.
and they dreaming good.
For real.
no, they won't go
We should
food.
work third shift together.
Right?
Y'all, I'm gonna play a song and wake y'all asses up. Cause it's too fucking quiet in here. And it's 755 people watching this live. For nobody to be in the guest box. Wake up, and get your ass on stage. Come and talk to us.
Love is meeting people where they are, but Christian love be dragging folks too far. Theology, the best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us where to see. Theology, truth, there's no need to fear inquiry. That's not the theology. What I drink will never make you pee. You can't drink to quench my thirst. That's fee. Theology is the study of a subject without an object. Theology is the effect when logic connects. When you stop preaching, your God goes silent. But where fear flows, effortless, divine, not violent. Love is getting people where they are. But Christian love, you dragging folks too far. Theology. The best teachers tell us where to look. They don't tell us where to see. Theology. Truth has no need to fear and query. That's not theology. Truth and word blend into clear precision. Every time she speaks, it's a soft collision. You have to be a safer space, because when you blame others, you give up your chance to change. Phoebe dropping gems like she don't even try. Each line feel like scripture redefined on the fly. Let theology be about as deep as a tablespoon. The Holy Spirit sounds like an inner monologue with a halo on. She teach with tongue, wisdom wrapped in rhythm. No pulpit, no rope, no theology. It's theology. Christian love be dragging folks too far. Just a sister who sees, who don't try to sell me heaven, but reminds me to breathe. Feels what happens when your main focus ain't to be perceived as a good person, but just tries to be your best fit. The best teachers tell us where to look.
Feet, do you remember saying any of that stuff?
I don't. Some of it, yes, but I happened upon the channel after. Because sometimes I forget to look in there, and half of the shit I don't remember saying most of it though. Like, but I love that people capture it. That is amazing, and I'm gonna get through the song without crying one day. I don't know when that's gonna be, but love it.
Sandra, are you in the guest box on purpose or on accident?
Go ahead and play the other song that you made, Baby Got Mac.
I don't have a song that says that.
That's interesting. I thought you said you made it. So
No, you didn't, Chicago. I mean, Oso.
Should go so.
Chicago was
She
funny as
goes
hell
so.
last night.
Oh my gosh, he was hilarious. He's a weird guy,
He
like
said, "I
you.
like when you put boundaries on me. It makes me more creative."
I'm scared to see what fucking video he come out with today. Hey Sandra,
Hey y'all, how's it
Hey,
going? Ja.
what's
First of
going on,
all,
Captain?
the fact that you are unconsciously brilliant is so funny to me because you're like, I don't even remember saying half that shit. That's so amazing. That song is beautiful, Thinker. I came up for two reasons. One, I don't know what my status is because I switched my subscription to YouTube back in January and I just never switched back. So I know that TikTok, but I don't know like if I can do like the random off-topic shit or not. I don't know what status I am.
Sandra, your ass been here since the beginning. Like I think, well, like when I started, I met you through Bash, right?
Yeah, I came. Yeah, I came up on your page a minute ago. I remember one of the very first things I shared with you. I had this chart going with all these Christian arguments, and then I also brought up King Leopold. I forgot what you were talking
Yeah,
about. But yeah, it's been a minute. But
Yeah,
I
it's
know I
been a
started
minute.
my subscription back when when you shared that video of you speaking in tongues. I was like, oh, bet I can't miss that. And then I switched it to YouTube. So I don't know.
No, yeah, no. If you're subscribing on YouTube, you're good. You've been here for a while, so you're good.
All right, cool. Well, I came up because it's so apropos that you just shared a song that you created. Because listen, ever since you shared Suno with me, my mind has just been buzzing with thoughts and ideas. And I actually just made a song last night, or I published it or made a TikTok about it last night called Watered Down. Because it's about like the blood of Jesus being kind of watered down, or just whole religion being watered down. Like every day you gotta repent. This Kool-Aid blood, yo, it ain't doing shit. It just, it's just on my mind all the time, and I just wanted to thank you for that because I have this like space now, this thing where I can like just express my thoughts and ideas and get these little limericks out of my head and onto some kind of quote unquote physical space.
Yeah, that's why I like it. It allows me to go back to my first love. Like I love words, like and language and stuff. So it gives me that outlet. And as a neurodivergent mind, when I come across something new and I'm really interested in it, like I'm gonna play with it for like the longest until I get tired of it. So y'all might get tired of me in songs
No, I'm just
because
saying.
I'm
No,
gonna every bit of creative juice I have, like I'm like, ooh, a song.
no, I'm the same way with any hobby. I will obsess over a specific hobby or activity for like maybe months, and then I'll drop it. I'm surprised I haven't done that with the gym yet, but probably because I'm paying for it. But yeah, I don't know. I just wasn't sure like what boundary there was for me to like share and talk about the stuff that I'm doing. So I wanted to establish what my status was because I don't want to be that guy. You know what I mean?
Oh no, yeah, you've been here for well over a year, and I didn't know that you had switched your subscription to YouTube.
Yeah,
I
back
thought you were
when.
still subscribed here.
No, you remember when TikTok went down for what, a day? However
Oh
long.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, people lost their subscriptions. I just switched over to YouTube, and I was watching y'all. I didn't come back right away. I stayed on YouTube just before my 30 days was about to be up, for my account, and then I reactivated it. So, but I was like, you get more money on YouTube anyway. So I was like, I'll just stay over there. So I'm still there.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, I love this space. I love you guys. I love that song is so pretty. Oh my God, Fee, I
Love
almost
you
cried.
back.
It ain't even about me. It's so nice. And you know what pops in my head? I always think about when we all met in March, which I can't believe that was this year. It felt like forever ago because I haven't got a chance
Yeah.
to meet up with
Yes.
you guys again. But that picture that Mr. Michaels did of you guys all together, like that shit just pops in my head, and Christina doing our makeup and all the I had a flashback of Xena and Fee in the trunk. They took a picture of them riding in someone's trunk to Kiki's.
I think it was Christina's truck.
No, it was my sister's. It was my sister's truck. And what y'all don't know is that we had a blanket to cover ourselves up when we went to any of the tolls because we were like, me and Zena were like, are they gonna think we're being trafficked? And I'm thinking, I'm too goddamn old to be trafficked, but Zena, you're young. Like, let's cover ourselves. Like, we had so much fun just being insane.
So hilarious. Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to next time y'all all gather around that I can try and be a part of that too. But yeah, it was so nice. I just
What
want.
about us singing "Joyful, Joyful Lord,
Oh
we enter
yes.
thee" in the
Man,
restaurant?
we tore that up.
We tore that up.
Whole
I was
section
like,
full
them
of
people were
smoke.
tired of us.
No, we had such a it was such a good time. Even I know you went with Mac with the Arsenal, but the other some of us were in that ice water pool
Oh,
speaking in
yeah.
tongues. Lord's doing
Lord's doing the
cannonballs.
cannonball.
Yes.
We said we were not going to Florida and not getting in somebody's water. That water was cold as shit. But I'm
That
like, look,
water.
it was sunny and it was good for pictures. We had so much fun.
We did. It was a good time, man. I don't know. I'm all feeling nostalgic over what something that happened 6 months ago, 5 months ago. I don't even know how long it was, but
Well,
yeah.
there's a conference coming up next October. So you have a year to plan. It's an atheist conference. I'll
Okay.
be speaking at the conference. Um, I think, of course, Justin is. Given who's doing the conference, I'm not announcing anything because it ain't my conference to announce. But given who's doing the conference, I'm pretty sure Justin would be there, and a lot more deconstruction or atheists that y'all are familiar with. And I put the information in the Thinker TikTok live chat, so I can get like a idea of who all want to go as a community, so we can start planning, like figuring out like they're paying for my travel, but like see if we can get like a group rate for like hotels and so knowing like how much your tickets are gonna be, so you can start saving now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. That sounds
You
awesome.
you know when you posted that?
I think it was Sunday.
I was about to say, I think it was either Saturday or Sunday.
You said the live chat channel.
Yeah.
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 That sounds awesome. The way my life's set up, I definitely need at least a year to plan out anything. So I appreciate the heads up. But yeah, I just wanted to shoot the shit for a little bit. I know you tired though, so I'm not gonna prolong. If no other
I'm
Christians
here
come.
till 10:30. I'm trying to be here till 10:30. If
It's
y'all
been
come up out of the chat,
it's
huh?
quiet. It's quiet everywhere. It's quiet everywhere. Like no one really wants to engage. It's weird. I don't know if it's the because everything is so politically charged that people are a little more focused on that. But I've seen a lot of people that it'd be kind of quiet for a minute. So it'd just be us friendlies just kind of hanging out with each other until, like, when I be in Quan's live, the minute we start kikiing and laughing and having a good time, then they want to come in and start interrupting and got some bullshit to say. It's weird. But anyway, I just wanted to come up and say my little piece. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, thank you, Sandra. I hope you have a great rest of the day.
You too. Bye,
Hi,
guys.
Sandra.
Bye.
Arigato.
Amistad, I think you are an atheist, but are you in the box on purpose? Oh gosh,
That was violent.
Scared me.
I don't think they're up here on purpose. Does it say Islam in their username?
To Ali, please call pick.
Is that Saul Islam? Sal
Sal
Islam?
Islam.
Sal Islam?
Where's that?
And
And then like
if you
not the
click on it,
username, but the
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Oh, okay.
Are you up here on purpose? Oh, y'all know what? I think this is a porn bot.
nice. Take it off me.
Hold on.
Like, look at the username.
But the videos don't.
They don't.
No, this looks like somebody who might need some money.
Okay. Yeah, that's some slick shit.
Who followed the porn bot? Who followed them?
That's some slick shit. They getting tired of being muted in the chat.
I gotta take my message to the people.
Did Amistad answer? Like, I don't know. Are they? Okay, I'm gonna take them out. Somebody is in the backup account queue again. Oh no, they can't. Yeah, that's how I know they're doing that shit on purpose because they're back in the queue. Not bringing you up.
wonder if there's a way to prevent that. Okay.
What?
Well, like, I guess I'm coming in to the like follow. Are they following that account into the live? Is that how it's happening?
Yeah, like so the people who follow that account or who my account is being pushed out to from that FYP,
Mm.
they see me live and then they hit the go live and they come in the live through
But
that
they
way.
see the El Joso as like the one who's live.
Yeah, from their FYP.
Yeah, like if you follow a mutual into another person's live or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I want them to see me live though, because that's how I get
Mm.
more people in here.
Yeah, I got you. Mixed bag.
It's a catch
It's
21, if you will.
yeah.
And then some.
Well, this is new. Them mixing the accounts like that though. Like El Joso Ray is a mod. That shouldn't be happening. Like it didn't. It wasn't like that at first.
Yeah, I don't
I
know
think
what
they
it
have
is.
connected my accounts.
I mean, they could. I don't know. I feel like if they did do that, they would at least try to do it in a way where you wouldn't notice.
Why? No, they have an option. Like they ask you, do you want your accounts connected? Like they know this is my backup, and I said no, but I think they did it anyway.
Mm, interesting. Yeah, it's never given me that option to connect any of mine.
Yeah, it asked me months ago, and I said no.
They
But I
said
think
go.
too.
Okay.
But I have ingrowth. I have ingrowth and then ingrowth too. I don't. Do you have El Oso and El Oso too?
Nah.
That's probably why. Because I
Gotta
have
keep them separated.
yeah, and then this was actually what did they ask me? I was still TikTok thinker when they asked. So I had thinker and ingrowth, and then my username thinker, and then I had ingrowth two, and then TikTok thinker. So that's most likely why they asked.
Yeah. Back in the day.
Uh, are we ending 3 hours early? I was over here smacking. I'm eating in y'all ear.
Hola, buen día para todo.
Uh, we don't speak Spanish here.
Lo siento.
What?
No mami, way.
It's in the no, not the details are not there. My question about who all wants to go so that I can get the planning channel created. But
Mm.
Hapa
I
just
think it's on
responded to
Saturday
it.
or Sunday.
Hapa just responded to it at 8:31, so
Yeah,
that'll
so
take
it
you back to the
got
original
bumped.
link that Thinker put.
Good morning, September Virgo.
Good morning. I'm actually a December Pisces, though.
Well, don't say shit about Pisces. Also, we know how you go in. Leave us alone. You know how I'll tell y'all The Wiz is my favorite movie ever. How about it's coming to the Broadway show? It's coming to a theater near me. It's like an hour away from where I live. And I
Ooh.
kind of want to go, but I also went to this theater to when Hamilton came, and I was low key disappointed. Not because I didn't think they did a good job, but because it wasn't like the original. And I kind of feel like I'm going to be disappointed if I go see The Wiz.
I could, yeah, I see that.
It could be astronomical though too.
It could. And it's not until like the middle of next month. It's literally a month. I would go on the 8th of November if I go, because when it's here, the first few days I'm going to be traveling for work, but I'll be back in time enough to get that Saturday show. I might just go ahead and do it because, like you said, it might be good.
Oh shit! My birthday's coming up.
Whose? Yours?
Yeah.
When is your birthday?
The 6th.
The 6th of November.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Staring down the barrel of old 57, huh?
Hey, my brother turns 50 in the spring. Getting
Wow.
up there.
Wow.
Already up there.
Wow. I can't imagine being that old.
You won't have to.
Damn.
It's gonna be a friendly too.
It's gonna be your ass. I told y'all when the war breaks out and Mac has to pick sides, he's gonna be with us for a solid 2 or 3 years. Then he's gonna betray us.
I mean,
I
look,
don't
if
think so.
that's prophecy,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't buy it. But hey,
You're gonna have to be obligated to do it because you don't want to make me a liar if you really love me and respect me. Make my prophecy come true, or you hate me.
sounds like another guy I know.
Understandable.
Oh, congratulations, Vita.
I see a lot of congrats.
Vita became
She
a
just
great
became a
Great
great
grandmother.
grandmother.
Congrats.
Congratulations. Are we doing Spanish again?
Lex. Hello, Lex.
No.
I think I don't know. Because this ain't just on
No way.
this is yeah.
Hello in the chat.
Yeah.
They probably trying to get some coins. This guy is unwell. Like I clicked to check on him to see how.
Oh, you said they came up on accident.
I'm talking about like this guy.
October 5.
Someone in the
One
queue.
day out from October 6, which is 9/23 on the Julian calendar. I've been re-examining every single word, confirmation, sign that God has given me over the last couple of months, and every single one of them has been pointing to October 6th. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I am a fallible human. I don't have 100% complete knowledge about everything that the Lord has shown me. I've prophesied in part, I've had partial knowledge, but one thing I know for sure is that everything has been pointing to October 6th. And that on October 6th, things will be made black and white. Clarity.
Hold on. Notice how his older videos, he was 100% sure because he was saying everything was pointing to 923.
Mm-hmm.
now, like they be so bold with it, as if we don't fucking remember him saying this same shit about 923. This is what Terrellin tried to pull on stage, like in real time. This fucking bullshit here.
Is that the same dude that sold his car?
Yeah.
I thought he said he wasn't gonna do predictions anymore.
They just lie.
Wow.
And then he hasn't posted. He posted this video 2 days ago. 3 days ago. He hasn't posted since. So I guess he did get raptured, or either he's depressed. He's somewhere depressed.
The curtains are going to be pulled back. We'll be able to see clearly. That's the thing, is when you go on a journey with the Lord, a prophetic journey of discerning the signs, confirmations, the words that he gives you, it's ultimately all a mystery until the appointed day where God steps in and makes things clear. And I believe that's what October 6, 7, and 8 even, the 48-hour period from October 6 to 7 and from October 7 to 8, things will be made clear to us. And one thing I've been hearing in my spirit these last couple of days is to expect the unexpected. There have been many times in my walk with the Lord where I've hoped for something to happen on a certain day, and it doesn't, or something doesn't quite go how I expected it to. And it's just the human nature thing, you know. I just want it to happen in my time, when I'm excited, when I'm hopeful for that thing that I desire to be fulfilled to be fulfilled. But the Lord has taught me to expect the unexpected and to guard my heart. But I do believe that October 6th, which is 923 on the Julian calendar, is the appointed day for God to step in and bring clarity and make things black and white. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I know that God will not leave us in confusion.
Checked himself into like a hospital
My
to get
faith
better.
remains as strong as it was since the day that I began going on this prophetic journey with the Lord. I can't pinpoint what day that was exactly, but it's been, I'd say, several years. I've learned recently that my life, every 7 years, so I'm 28.
I'm bored listening to him, but I like, that's boring. I hope he's somewhere like getting taken care of, and that he's not like really depressed. It's I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird position, right? Because like this guy is causing legit harm to people, but also he's like clearly damaged himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there is empathy, but it's also like, you know, where's the accountability?
That's the thing. And then he called us demons from the pit of hell for not believing that the rapture was going to happen and not believing what he said his God told him. But he is getting bullied like crazy in his comments.
Mm.
Well, I wouldn't say bullied, but I mean, people
Razzed.
are like, yeah. Somebody just straight up commented, hi, it didn't happen. Like,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. Somebody said, I just know he's going through it right now. I
Well,
don't know.
Bincha, the Lord told me that during the 31 days of November, there will be a rapture.
Mm. It's you thinking like the 31st, maybe?
We have up until then, but the 31 days will be him making everything blacks and whites.
So is it the
That
31st, or is
prophecy
there
might
like a
actually
hidden
fucking
day?
come to pass.
I'm sorry, the Holy Spirit was talking while both of y'all were talking. What happened?
Who is Brother Joshua? Who is that?
Was he
Who?
different? Was this
Oh,
the
the
guy who was
guy.
like selling cars or whatever? Who was the guy like giving away cars? Was that him or was that the person you just played?
Somebody was giving away cars.
Yeah, like giving away like their material possessions. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. No, this guy sold his car.
Oh.
Oh, the African pastor. I don't think so. No, he didn't. He went on that podcast and said that it was gonna be October.
Hmm.
No,
Didn't the
I'm
Julian
trying to
calendar
find.
have like? Well, I guess actually doesn't play into it.
I'm trying to find Dr. Joshua's thing. Did you see the preacher selling the doomsday pack food?
Yes,
That scared the shit out of me.
it's so good. I could just eat this all day. No, the fuck you could not.
He said,
Was
"This
it
is
like the
Mexican approved."
the
Yeah,
is this like the MREs in a bucket?
yeah.
Yeah. Like I haven't seen the one you're talking about, but I've seen those for years. Like the prepper
Mm.
community is like full of those
This
people.
is
Like
Pepper as
it's so
Jesus.
intertwined. Yeah.
Somebody said, "Exactly how did you test it to say that is Mexican approved?" And why he said Mexican approved is wild. Like what?
The way he was like situating them to convince people that this is good furniture. You can make it an end table. You can make it a coffee table. Like, bro,
Like who does that?
you just
He's like,
put
you
your
can
piece
host
of
birthday
plywood on
par-
top.
You can host both birthday parties during the apocalypse. Like what?
It comes with 92 desserts. I'm not gonna give you
Any
six
way
hundred
to
dollars
make
for three hundred
money.
dollars worth of food.
And then like if there's gonna be like no food, why the fuck are you selling? Like give it away. Like why are you selling it? Like what you gonna need money for? Like he's talking about like people are not gonna be able to buy and sell. Well, then what do you need my money for? Just give me the shit. If you saying like this is what we gonna need, why are you trying to get rich?
Oh, well, I have to get blessed to be a blessing. You know that.
It's amazing how people don't think like they know who exactly to go after. Y'all, I'm a 15-minute countdown.
Hey
This
y'all,
the
you know
it's been
what?
going on too long. Go ahead, Lou.
You know how I know we starting to live in a dystopian hellscape. I got a something from the census to do the American Community Survey. I've gotten one before from them, and it says this is the American Community Survey. Your response is required by law. So when you open it, you go to the website. They give you a code. You put the code in, and as soon as you do, it says due to the lapse of federal funding, the website is not being updated. Any
Damn.
inquiries submitted via www.census.gov will not be answered until appropriations are made. My response is required by law to something that's not even funded anymore.
So I was looking for like I was looking up some info on like national parks
Uh huh.
and the USDA.gov website. It's got this little like banner at the top. It says the radical left Democrats shut down the government
What?
website. I'm not joking.
Oh wow.
Word for word, the radical left Democrats shut down the government. This government website will be updated periodically during the funding lapse for mission critical functions. President Trump has made it clear he wants us to keep the government open and support those who feed, fuel, and clothe the American people.
Wow.
I'm telling you. When
Radical
you elect
left
a
Chuck
clown.
Schumer.
Exactly. When you elect a clown, you get a circus, babe. That's it.
Wow. If these people go um unjailed,
All right. I
we
mean,
got a bigger problem.
it's when
I mean, it should be, but then again, dudes walking around with hella felonies right now. So, although I guess that thing that they're trying to, I forget what state that's in. Uh, but the thing that they're going to try him for is going to be for jail time
for who?
for Trump.
Uh, the Georgia thing?
I believe so.
Yeah, all the election stuff. That was Georgia. Like I think the 34 was that was New York, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that was New York.
But then the whole, they doing the thing to get Fanny the prosecutor. Was it Willis, right? They got her like
Yeah, yeah, Fonnie
knocked down.
Willis. Hmm.
Yeah, so they got her like out of the way. So now everything's getting like reshuffled and restarted.
Mm.
Y'all know what? Did it? Maybe they did get raptured.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My uber religious friend texted me this morning, so maybe she doesn't love God as much as she thinks she does. Maybe she didn't get raptured.
Maybe
Yeah.
she said Lord, Lord, and he's like, no.
I never knew. And he said, "New phone. Who
Said
this?"
I don't know her.
Is the screen doing the like a green screen thing for y'all too? Like it's doing no do that's phone?
Not up here. Or at least
Yeah,
No.
not when
not for
we're on
me.
panel, but sometimes in the audience. Yeah.
Oh, why y'all didn't tell me? I would have shut down and started back over.
I mean, I swiped out and came back in, and it was fine.
Hmm.
So I'm going to see Bash this weekend in New Orleans since I can't go to
Mm,
Alabama with y'all.
can't.
No, shut up.
Mm,
I can't.
so I guess what? Having surgery or something.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm,
That's it.
That's why we can't trust y'all. All these subjective morals. She's lying to you, Mac.
subjective calendar.
Subjective surgeries, all kind of shit.
I'm trying to see if I can find Brother Joshua. Like literally, that guy is nowhere.
So, Thinker, who was that guy? The video the audio you played just now.
He's another guy who claims to be a
Oh,
prophet.
okay. So he's the guy that said it would be the 6th or the 7th or the 8th.
It was Brother Joshua.
Okay.
Yeah, and he just believes Brother Joshua.
Mm,
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, this guy said, "I witnessed the rapture today." Look at him right quick, y'all. It's not okay. He's not okay. Look. This is how he looks now. This is what Jesus did to him. Hold on, I gotta flash it. I'm about to flash y'all real quick.
Oh my
Oh
God.
wow.
God damn.
Mm-mm.
Sheesh.
All I know is if y'all don't go watch the American Dad episode called Rapture's Delight, you're doing yourself a disservice. You really are. You're doing yourself a disservice. he was someone that thought he was going to get raptured with Jesus, and because him and his wife did the dirty in church on Christmas, Jesus left him down here. So it's hilarious.
Mm.
You just have to go watch it. It's called Rapture's Delight. It's exactly what people think. It's exactly what Christians think the rapture and the period after. It's exactly what they think it's going to be like. It's hilarious.
One of the joys of my recent life was us going through the Left Behind series in Xena's Discord. Um, because holy shit, how absolutely insanely funny that shit is. Like the fact that they think that the only thing holding the world together is Christians. Like we were all on the verge of destroying ourselves and the fucking planet, and the only thing holding us back was these motherfuckers. Like, yeah, it's so funny the like shit that they believe.
This is sad. This person said, "Keep your lamps filled with oil." Damn. I had my first ever rapture dream that I truly believe was from the Lord this morning. This is 20 hours ago. Myself and many believers I didn't recognize were excitingly awaiting the rapture and observing the full moon. Just then, a second full moon appeared, and we all knew we were about to go home. We started thanking Jesus and praying that God would have mercy on our loved ones, and the dream ended shortly after. Pray for your family. Also, another thing that is very important right now is faith. Keep watch. All the signs are pointing towards us being raptured today. Come, King Jesus. There are some believers whom I trust that have gotten September 24th rapture confirmations, which is October 7th on our calendar. October 7th also marks the 2-year anniversary of Israel being attacked.
Oh wow.
I was wondering if there was a
Also,
tie-in to that.
Also, look at the signs. The government is currently shut down. NASA is shut down, while it has been reported that three-eye Atlas passed by Mars. And that is Jesus coming on three-eye Atlas?
That's how you know
Maybe
Jesus.
so.
Well, that's how you know Jesus is American, right?
Mm.
It's a sign that he's coming back, that the U.S. government is in a temporary shutdown.
Because
Like
the
fuck
world
every
is
other
only
continent.
America.
That's
I
how
tell
they
them all the
think.
time that their God is American.
Because the fact that I was saying when I was talking about this the other day, they put some it's big G God, not little G God. Like, bitch, that's just in English. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this God is supposed to be the God of all people. Shouldn't the deciding factor of whether or not it's being referenced would not be a capital letter, considering all lettering systems don't have that? Like, they don't. They are so myopic and insular in the way that they think. It is insane.
Hmm.
And they're
Yeah.
loud and annoying and obnoxious about it and mean about it too. Like the guy who was saying that he believed that the sons of God were giants, and but they put themselves in human bodies, but they kept angel DNA, angel blood, and angel semen, and had sex with human women, and they made their own human body and made themselves a dick and testicles and
What?
created their own sperm. Yeah, it wasn't God. God didn't create the dick. None of that. That the sons of God created their own angel dick and their own angel sperm because they wanted to have sex with human women. And I asked him, I was like, if a horse took on the shell of a human body but kept horse DNA, horse dick, horse sperm, and had sex with a human woman, would that human woman get pregnant? He said no. I said, so then likewise, neither can a human woman get pregnant by an angel with angel dick, angel sperm, and angel DNA. He said, not so. I said, how? He said, because they're divine and they can do anything. I said, so what
Mm.
happened to the angel sperm when it shot into the woman? Like, did it like magically change into human sperm? He said they had all. He said angels have access to technology. I said, so they was shooting fucking AI robots into the women, like AI
Damn.
robot sperm. Like, and this is the shit
Technology is
that he
another
said. Well, you
magic
don't
word.
understand because you don't believe, huh?
Oh, sorry. I was saying technology is another magic word. It just means whatever you need it to mean in the moment.
Hmm.
The shit is crazy. The stuff that they expect you to just accept as truth, and then they get mad if you're like, that is the most illogical shit I have ever heard. And it's, oh, you just don't understand, or you're not a believer, so I don't expect you to understand.
Imagine telling someone they have to believe something before they can understand it. Right?
All,
You have to believe that this thing is true before you can know that it's true.
I mean, all this information is in chapter 6 of the book of Genesis.
And I was just gonna say, um, anytime you pee in my cup, it doesn't make me thirsty. And in the same way, that's how the
It
God
does
is
not
perceived.
say that. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. 5 minute countdown, y'all.
Twin, I'm going to punch him for you.
Triple, he's not.
Let me see what he's saying.
October 7th, 2025. It is the supposed correct date of the pre tribulation rapture. If you haven't kept up, what happened was there was a guy called Joshua Malekela, and he claimed he had a vision from God that was 1 billion% certain that Jesus was going to come and rapture the church on September 23 to 24, 2025. Those days passed, and it didn't happen. And then a couple of days later, he came back and on a podcast and said that he got the dates wrong because we were using the wrong calendar. And so the dates September 23, 23 and 24, 2025 was actually the correct dates, but it needed to be corresponding to the Julian calendar, which was the calendar that was used in the time of Jesus, the Roman calendar. And so if you use the September 23, 24, 2025 on the Julian calendar and correspond it to our Gregorian calendar, it would actually come to October 6, October 7. So that is today. October 7th is today, and nothing's happened yet. Not that I've heard of any rapture or anything like that yesterday, and it's like 6:48 in the morning, and haven't seen anything yet. And so today would be considered the day that they would believe, people who believe it, that Jesus is going to come and rapture the church today at some point. I'm do not believe in the pre-tribulation rapture at the time of corresponding to the same time, just before the 70 tribulation. I'm a post-tribulation guy, and hold that view. And I'll give my reasons for that, and I'll do a video on it most likely. But I'm going to wait till after today, not because I'm not confident about it, but because I think people that do hold a pre-tribulation rapture view, I think people will be more willing to listen after the dates pass, obviously. So that's why I'll do that. But I wanted to.
You wrong about that because I ain't gonna do nothing but create a new date.
Right. Um,
Speaking of rapture, did y'all hear about those 1,000 people stuck on Mount Everest
Yeah.
because of a blizzard?
Yeah.
oh, that's what I was gonna ask you. Um, is it that Jesus gave that dude the wrong month in the date, or did he give him a specific number of days? Because if Jesus meant October, why did he say September?
Because they lied. Like, that's what the first time he said it, we was like, so Jesus don't know that the calendar switched? Jesus still think that he back in first century Rome? Like, that don't even make sense. They just lie.
Well, that would jive with Jesus doesn't change, right? He may think we changed. He may
back
think
in
he's
my
still
day.
Have y'all
back
noticed that
in,
the second rapture
Sorry.
he may
What?
think he's still back there in first century Rome.
The crazy thing is that none of these people who was talking about October 7th are have made a video.
Hmm.
They all hiding. Oh, he go one. No, that was 924.
You think there's
Let's
any
see.
correlation?
To what? That they're
They
hiding?
did like a digital rapture.
No, their asses is somewhere. Like they're ashamed. They should have bowed out the first time it happened.
Rolling down a couple weeks later is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Rapture 3 days of darkness. That was 15 hours ago. What?
7th, and I don't think the rapture is going to have happen on the Feast of Tabernacles. Obviously, I wasn't given the 6th. The 6th was the date released in the UK, and then it corresponded with the date that Brother Joshua had with the calendars. Like I said, I got this, and I posted the information on the video underneath, but I don't think anyone's reading anything that I'm posting, so now I got to make another video. Unbelievable. But this is my last video, so it's pretty cool because the Lord said it's my last video. So I'm like, all right. So I'm done here. So this is what I got. I finished that video, right? And then I went outside and I was sitting there praying to the Lord. And on September, leading up to September 23rd, there were hawks up in the sky flying around. And I said, hey, Lord, that'd be really cool if you could send one of those birds down here and give me a confirmation if we're leaving on the 23rd. Because I said, you gave me the fall of Damascus, death in Damascus. You confirmed that through Brandon and sent by the throne room, General Coco. And
Mm.
Jacqueline Cruz, that's on here that I'm following. She had the same spiritual dream. I said, then you made me, well, he led me physically by the XRP. And I said, the XRP has to take off. And then he gave me a prophetic word from Ark of Grace Ministries.
Wait.
It gave me a prophetic word.
Jesus told him to buy XRP, even though he was coming to rapture his ass on October the 6th.
Hmm.
It's all a scam.
Make that shit make sense.
Wait, XRP like a coin?
Yeah.
Jesus told me to go all in on Doge.
Jesus said, buy the dip.
But I'm coming to get you October 6th, so you just wasting your money. What?
She's on here. So the Lord's talking to her that pertains specifically to me after I prayed.
This is
Because I
so
needed.
crazy. As I say this, I got a message. Your Coinbase withdrawal code is such and such. I ain't asked for no fucking Coinbase withdrawal
You
code.
know what? That's a scam. I get those all
Oh, yeah.
day. All day. It's a scam.
Yeah, they
And
want you to,
coin.
like, this isn't me, but then that takes you into their
Mhm.
phishing operation.
I mean, it's odd that came like
Yeah.
a couple of minutes ago.
That was
Hi.
God.
Good morning. Huh?
That was God telling you to invest now.
No.
I wonder how many people noticed that he said, God told me to buy XRP.
Right. Like, what?
The
Hold on.
divine word from Ark of Grace Ministries. She's on here. So the Lord's talking to her that pertains specifically to me after I prayed. Because I needed a sign at my job because a lot of people aren't believing. I said, Lord, the XRP is taking long. And I said, if you give me a sign based on my job, and she spoke a prophetic word exactly the next day about my job. So I'm like, Lord, we're leaving on September 23rd. And that's why I made the video. I said, I don't understand, but hey, listen, the Lord wants to take you, he wants to take you. What are you going to argue with him? I said, that's why I said maybe I need to leave these videos. So, and I'm working by myself here. So yeah, it's terrible. There's only a remnant of us, by the way. But a lot of people are having lots of spiritual dreams, and you need to share those dreams, by the way. because it gives everyone else better clarity, because God doesn't give everyone. He talks a lot in parables, mirror imaging, and numbers, signs, symbolism. It's pretty crazy.
I feel like this is a byproduct of the Bible being so fucking fragmented and, you know, being written by so many men over time from their fucking lucid dreams and their insanity, you know, their delusion, their hope,
Mm.
that it's almost like they can't help but think that way because they
Like
believe in
learned
fragmented
schizophrenia.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because like what he just said about their God not even just giving them like the full message, but splitting the shit up and into multiple people through dream. Like why? And then where in this book does the God give Moses half of a message and then give Aaron the other half, or give Jeremiah half of a message and then give some other prophet the other half? The God doesn't even work like that in the book. Why would he work like that today? It's an effect of how they read this fucking book, like a imprint or some shit, you know.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, so I was like, I didn't understand. And then, but the final countdown, I was like, well, Lord, and the calendar difference. And then there was 13 verses in that parable. And I said, wow, that's crazy. And then that song came out in 1996, which it has a strong concordance of, it means to gather.
What?
I said, what? I said, it did have meaning. So 1996
What
means to gather.
song is he
And
talking
then
about?
the verse had
I have no
13,
idea, but
the parable has 13
1996,
verses, which is
it
crazy.
is
So I'm like, oh,
2005.
okay.
Yeah,
So
but
I'm
you
like,
can't
oh,
deny the
I'm pretty confident,
coordinates.
right?
Huh?
You can't deny the strong coordinates that it has.
like what?
So this was after the video. I start figuring this out, right? And then I go outside and I pray on September 23rd. I said, well, Lord, those are big birds. I said, hey, send me a hummingbird because they're super small. Just make it fly around me a couple times and I'll be like, I got the message. I got no message from God with any bird whatsoever. And I'm like, that's why I was just pondering September 23rd. How could this be? Then I got everything I got for October 6th, right? And everything people were putting out. So I'm putting pieces of the puzzle together. It's a little frustrating. Give me a headache. I told the Lord all the time. I'm like, Lord, you're giving me a headache. I'm like, why can't you just appear as a burning bush, like a Bose audio system, and be like this, that, and the other? And I'd be like, oh, thank you, you know? So anyways,
She's sponsored by Bose.
I'm sitting
too?
outside and I got my Bible here. And this Bible that I have is the Holy Bible Family Heritage Edition, right? So, yeah, King James Version. So I'm like, sweet. So anyways, I'm sitting out there, I'm praying to God, hugging the Bible, because that's what I do, right? And I love the Lord. You know, I was reading the Bible, hugging the Bible. I'm like, I can't believe this, you know? It's the Feast of Tabernacles. We're going to go into your tabernacle, you know? So I'm all excited. Everyone's excited. So I'm like, this is great.
He just literally said that he was hugging the Bible.
Yeah,
And reading it.
that makes me think he's like completely full of shit. Like he doesn't believe any of this.
I was hugging it and
I'm
reading it at
seeing
the
like
same time.
Trump like hugging the flag.
Right.
Like this is what dummies like, right?
I don't know. Let's see his comments. He hasn't
No, I didn't give
responded
you a
since he
date. I
made this
just had the
video
date because
15
the
hours
woman
ago.
from the UK said she got the same exact song, and then I saw October 6th, and that's how I got it with the 13 days. Then I saw the 13 passages, and I'm like freaking out. I'm like, this is crazy coincidence. So I'm like, all right. So I'm out there praying, and I got the Bible and everything, and then I look up, and a hawk flies right over my head. So I'm like, damn. Like, if I stood up, it was like that, it would have crashed into me. Two of them back to back. So I'm like, you know, whatever. I said it's funny because, and not putting two and two together like, oh, I did ask that on the 23rd. So I'm like, what? I go, is this confirmation that we are going? Because I'm like, oh, we're still going. So I'm like, okay. It gets even crazier than that. So both hawks fly over my head. So I'm like, and they went into the brush. I don't know if hawks hunt together. I don't know. I didn't even look into it, right? Maybe it has been,
Notorious
I don't
pack
know.
creatures.
Don't really care at this point. I'm trying to stay focused.
What you say?
I said hawks are notorious pack creatures.
But is he saying that? Did he say it happened on October 6th? That they finally flew over his head? Is that what he said?
He got the confirmation for. I don't think he said it had happened on the 6th, but he was saying it was confirmation for the 7th because of the festival.
Oh, okay.
So then I'm sitting out there and I feel a warm blanket, a pocket of air descend upon me. I never had that. I'm 49. Never had that happen. I don't. It's cold outside. The sun's setting. It's 5:39 p.m. and I'm in New York. So I'm like, all right, not thinking anything of it, right? I'm just like, just a little pocket of air, but that's weird. And I'm feeling around, like, not spiritual energy, just a pocket of warm air come down, down around my shoulder arms. So I'm like, ooh, enough to notice it. My feet are cold or whatever. I got a t-shirt and shorts on, so it should be cold all the way around, even temperature. So I'm like, that's weird, Still not thinking nothing of it. Then I'm sitting there, and my God, literally, Lord, I'm like, looking, I'm like, what am I watching here? And then I'm seeing.
Yeah, there's a young black girl in his comments. She says, "Should we be getting XRP if we aren't hearing from him as often as you? Is that a bad thing? I received things until about the 23rd." He said, "I would this is an hour ago, so he's still here, and the rapture did not happen. I would purchase some XRP, look up all the prophecies on XRP. If we are still here, you can do a lot with the money to help others and spread the gospel."
Oh
What is
wow.
XP again?
It's like a coin.
In crypto, yeah.
Yeah, crypto coin.
All these little bugs come up out of the ground, and they're all taking flight. They're all taking flight. And I'm like, what is that? They're mosquitoes. And I'm like, oh man. I go, still not getting it. I'm like, oh, those are freaking mosquitoes. I go, these things are gonna maul me. So now I'm looking around, going, these things bite me, and I don't even know, because sometimes they'll land on you and they'll bite the heck out of you, and then you go inside and you're all bit up. So I'm like, oh, I'm good, but I'm mesmerized because it was like a phenomenal amount, and it was nonstop. And then I'm looking at the ground to see where they're coming from, because I don't understand that. I didn't look into the mosquitoes either. I didn't look into the hawks. I didn't look into the mosquitoes. So I'm like, I don't know. So I'm like, they're coming up, they're rising up, but they're going straight up into the air. And I'm like, isn't that weird? Why would mosquitoes be going straight? Like they were taking flight. Like they were going straight up. And I'm sitting there. I'm like, why aren't they biting me? So I'm like, that's weird. So I'm like, I still didn't put two and two together. Because like I told you, I'm a little slow. And I got nobody to talk to about my encounters and everything. So it's pretty sad, actually. But anyways, I share them here, and then I get feedback.
Oh my gosh.
The mosquitoes
Somebody
had a
said,
kingdom mindset.
somebody said, so from what I understand as reading the Bible in the Exodus, they left in darkness, but also I learned tonight through another brother, it took all night long for them to be rescued out of there, all night long. So I guess they're expecting to be raptured like in intervals.
Or in the 11th hour,
So that
they
means they're
just
gonna go all the way to like tomorrow then,
pretty much,
right?
or I guess till like midnight in the last region that they can possibly say.
He posted this in the final hour.
All right.
Oh, that was 4 days ago. No, this guy is serious. He's not. He posts about cryptocurrency a lot. But yeah, his last video was 15 hours ago. I don't know.
The Lord told him it was his last video, so
All right. It's October
Uh,
7th.
I don't know. Maybe Jesus did come get their asses.
one can only
Just
hope.
those four, huh?
Nah, he could take all of them, to be honest.
No, I'm saying maybe he did come get just those four.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they the only ones that's been all over the damn FYP. All right, y'all. I think the people in the guest request box are trolls. No, he didn't. I was trying to see if he apologized. He's gone ghost like he did the last time. Can y'all check those accounts out?
Larian's not a troll.
Okay.
I'm not sure about
But,
DJ.
like, I don't know how great it's gonna be, but he's not a troll.
That PFP looked trollish.
Hello,
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 39.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic.
And what are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, I think it comes from a misunderstanding of God's justice and God's mercy.
What does?
So, yeah. So if I could ask the person, who is it? Are you the host?
What comes as a misunderstanding?
Yeah, I think if I could ask the host what he or she
What?
understands by
I'm sorry. I'm
justice
sorry.
and mercy. Yeah,
You have already posited that there is a misunderstanding there.
yeah.
What is the misunderstanding?
Yeah, the reason I posited that there is a misunderstanding is because I don't see the problem. I don't see any problem with the mess in the Bible. So obviously, if the person disagrees,
Just
they have
because
to get
you
into the
don't see
Bible.
a problem with it doesn't mean everyone else is going to see it the way you do.
Right, I agree, and that's why we're here. So I'm trying to
No,
see.
no, no. You
Yeah,
have
go on.
already made up in your mind that I must misunderstand what I read because I didn't come to the same conclusion as you.
Yeah, that's why we're here. That's why,
No,
right?
no, no. I don't think. Here's the thing. You
Okay,
obviously don't understand the words that came out of your mouth,
I do
right?
understand what I
You
believe.
you saying no, you don't. You saying that I misunderstood what I read
Yeah,
because I did not arrive at the same conclusion as you. It's
yeah,
not
that's
you
what.
saying. It's not. Stop talking while I'm talking. Okay. It is not you saying that you agree that people are going to read this text and get two different perspectives, right? That's not the same thing. You automatically, basically, claim that because I didn't get the same conclusion you got, that I'm fucking illiterate or something.
Can I speak now?
I don't know. Ask Jesus, Lyrian.
Quite funny.
Can
Okay, I
Larry,
believe.
Larry,
Yes,
in two seconds before you speak, can you rephrase what Thinker just said before you respond to her? What did she just say?
she's trying to explain that for us to have different views, to read the Bible, and understand it, in different ways, that I'm trying to say that or that something is wrong with her, or that she's just wrong. She's reading it wrong. And I'm agreeing with her, actually. But I don't think something is wrong with her. I think something is wrong with humanity in general, including me. So when we disagree, it's not as if I'm saying, oh, you are bad or you are dumb or this. I'm just saying, yeah, I think you're wrong. And you probably think
You
I'm
would
wrong.
be wrong. You would be wrong by positing that I have a misunderstanding. You are wrong. First off, I've never spoken to you. You don't know what I understand.
The reason you put this is because you believe some people were wrong to believe the
Where does it
opposite.
say that? Where does it say people were wrong to believe?
It's already implied, it's
It's
implicit.
not fucking implied. I've never told anybody they were wrong to believe any fucking thing. So
Is
don't fucking assume that you know me. Don't put words in my mouth. Come up here and speak for your damn self. If you're going to be a part of the conversation, speak for yourself. Don't speak for me.
when people disagree,
You're
implicitly
not
there.
disagreeing. You need to learn words. You aren't disagreeing with me because I have not given you any of my thoughts. You came up here making accusations, making conclusions. You have not disagreed with me. Do you
I'm,
understand that? You
You
came up here
disagree?
with no. You came up here with the conclusion already in mind and stated that first. You did not engage in conversation. You did not ask why I would ask that question. You stated the conclusion without having a conversation. Do you understand that?
I read the prompt. I was reacting to the prompt.
Do you understand what I just said?
Yes. What I
Repeat.
said
What did
was
I just say?
what I said was based on the prompt.
Oh, it's not.
I'm speaking for myself,
No, it's
not
not. No, you're not. You are speaking for me. You are telling me what I understand or don't understand.
that's my belief.
That's not a belief.
That's my
Oh my
belief. I
fucking
could be wrong. You think I'm wrong, but that's
Mac,
my
do you
belief.
know this person?
I mean, not really. I've been on panels where he's on, but I haven't engaged.
Like,
I
does
came
he
on here because
usually
I
like
disagree.
not understand words?
Yeah, that's
I,
why I said it might probably not going to be great. I think not a
I came
troll,
on,
but just yeah.
I came
Yeah,
on
he
here
doesn't
because I
understand the
disagree.
words that he said. Like, there's no point. You
I'm
don't
sorry. I'm
understand the
sorry.
words that are coming out of your mouth.
Can we get onto an agreement
No, for what? Do you even know what agreement means?
to have like at least a basis to discuss our disagreements, to have
You
an
think discussing disagreements is an agreement? This is why, like,
no,
I am tired as fuck, and I would literally be torturing myself doing this. Like,
oh my God.
I already know that the words that come out of my mouth, you're not going to understand. And we're going to be talking past each other because you already have done that. It's going to be a waste of my time. I don't know if one of them want to talk to you, but I don't.
Okay. Can the other the dude? Can I speak with him? If it's okay by you.
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other person up for the challenge?
Mm.
Challenge
Wait,
though,
wait,
like
wait.
Mary,
How are we define? What is the challenge
Challenge.
exactly?
right. I think part of the issue is that Thinker's prompt is a question, right? You haven't spoken with her, yet you came up here and the first thing you said was that she has a misunderstanding. That's not a good foundation for a fruitful conversation. Can you understand why we're saying that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So if what you're saying is that, okay, is mercy in the Bible truly mercy or favoritism disguised as grace? If you were curious to know what her position was, you would have asked that, as opposed to just saying, nope, it's a misunderstanding. Because by calling it a misunderstanding, it implies that your understanding is correct. And that's not how adults engage in conversation if they're truly interested in understanding the other person.
Especially when I ask, well, what is the misunderstanding? And you can't even articulate that.
My bad then. So
I
what
personally
now?
appreciate the recognition. I don't have a problem having this conversation with you if Thinker's okay with it.
Well, my type
It's
of
up to you.
actually, I can have a conversation and I try not to bring emotion, even if I'm offended, because my point is just to get to the argument, to get to the point of where we
Nobody
disagree.
cares. Nobody cares. Hey, conduct yourself. Whatever boundaries you put on yourself, good. But just because you do that doesn't mean anybody else has to do that.
That's fair. That's fair. I know that.
Oh,
So what are your
obviously you
thoughts on
don't. You don't have to tell us what you need to tell yourself. We don't need access to that internal dialogue.
Okay. You have a good day anyway. You people have a good day.
You don't want to. Did you understand the words that came out of my mouth? I didn't say no one wants to dialogue with you.
I think you will spend a lot of time in like bickering and all this. I think I
Okay,
try to.
bye. Goodbye. Bye.
Take it.
Bye,
Take it.
troll.
Take it. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, metro now. Bye.
You were a troll when I brought you up. You don't understand words.
I don't know how people get through the day engaging in conversation like this.
Just gotta be up for the challenge.
I will say
Why we was still up here.
that's the worst I've seen it go for him. So,
Like, it's
if I
crazy.
thought it
And
was
then,
gonna go anything like that, I wouldn't have said bring him up.
like, they think that when they say when I engage in conversation, I try not to get emotional, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's an internal dialogue you should be having with yourself. The reason you are saying that out loud is because you are tone policing
Yeah, it's
me.
a shot.
Yeah, like I'm not stupid, and I'm not gonna let you play me like I'm stupid. You then bring your motherfucking ass back up here, you illiterate motherfucker. You the one who fucking ran.
Right. I told
That
you
little
I
challenge.
was willing to have that conversation with you. You're the one who chose to drop down.
Is that look what he just put? You are too emotional to engage. Police yourself, bitch.
But you weren't even going to engage with thinker. You were going to engage with fee, right? You weren't going to engage with thinker. Why did you drop? It doesn't make any sense.
I'm not finna waste my time when you don't even understand fucking words. I'm already tired than a motherfucker. It's been like the night has gone so slow. I'm barely keeping my eyes open. I'm not finna waste that shit on your ass.
Well, Lyrian,
Andy,
come back up. Oh no.
Andy, how old are you?
45.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Believer.
What are your thoughts on the topic?
I don't know what to think about the topic.
You what?
I don't know what to think about the topic.
Why not?
It's asinine.
Okay, so you came up here for nothing then?
Not nothing, but
You didn't come to talk about the
mercy.
topic.
You say mercy, what?
I mean,
Do
you
you
could
know
ask
how
it.
to talk about the topic?
It's not favoritism. It is, but it's not.
Oh boy.
Do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, buddy.
Speaking of asinine,
Let's go.
Go ahead.
you good?
Bring it.
You're
Expand.
the one that disagrees. Can you tell us why? You
Why
know what? If
mercy?
yes. And if anybody wants to sign a petition against
Mercy
that
is
bullshit,
available to everyone.
the
I
question
think,
is mercy in the
You
Bible
said it
truly
is
mercy?
and it isn't favoritism.
Yes.
You said it
I
is
didn't
and
but
say
it's
it
not
is
favoritism.
and it isn't.
You literally
hold
Don't
on.
did.
put
But
words in my mouth.
is it formatted in a way for like a that a college professor would give to their students for a fucking
Like,
research paper? Like the way the question is formatted, is it formatted like for a brain that actually thinks? Like, do I need to change that?
no, I think it is. Okay. Like, I think the college professor thing may be like shooting above the audience, but like I don't. If a person were to come up and like honestly like read and analyze, like understand what the question is saying, it's a good starting point for a discussion. But
But they haven't been able to
they don't.
engage with it.
But they
They
don't.
don't
They don't
understand it.
process it.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
is it the way that it's formatted? Did I format it wrong? Like for
I don't think it's the format.
I think I know what you're asking. I just don't. I can't. I'm not seeing a way to make it more. Because I think because I remember the genesis of this. We were the line we were on. He said he gave me an idea for that, and so I know kind of the conversation you're looking to have, or at least I think I do, right?
yeah.
And I don't. I nothing coming to mind of like a better way to phrase that to get there.
Okay. I don't.
I mean, it's so
I'm wondering if that's
clear.
why they're scared. Why they haven't been coming up though. Like I don't think they understand what I'm asking. I think they
It
just
might
see
not
mercy.
be like incendiary enough. You know, what I mean? It's definitely like a headier question.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think it requires thinking.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something they can just look at and get mad about. And I'm not like I don't give a fuck about making them mad.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
And so
that drives interaction and requests and shit like that. So it's like, oh,
Yeah, it's the wrong type of interaction for me though.
sure, of course,
Yeah.
but
Like
that would
I'm trying
explain
to
the
get people in here
quietness.
that think, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it tells me a lot about the type of people that I'm reaching because they're not able to engage with this.
Hmm.
That's what I was trying to see. Yeah. Go ahead, Andy.
Mr. Dufresne.
Why
Saying that,
would you do that?
at least he
Why
didn't
would
say
you
anything
do
about the
that?
sisters. I sent the invite, so
You don't know how to come off mute.
I mean, he got a pop up, so it's not like there's an excuse now.
All right. Somebody said in the comments, you have to have a brain of a Christian to be higher than them at this moment. To think higher than them at this moment.
Was it YouTube?
Mm-mm. It wasn't on in TikTok. Janello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. So yeah, I had. I'm not. I'm 40 and I'm deconstructing.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
So yeah, I was. You're talking about favoritism, and I was. You were talking about all the rapture stuff, and my question is sort of about how, why it seems that believers in America think that, or at least evangelicals think that they are the ones going to be raptured. And it all ties into this sort of favoritism thing. And it's kind of like when I was, well, I'm not a Christian anymore, but, evangelic, where I live in Africa, we get a lot of preachers coming in. But it seems we have to sort of believe in the American style of stuff. And is it true? At least I need to know whether the evangelicals in America think that they are sort of the chosen ones now, and not the sort of Jewish people. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. So in the Bible, when the covenant switches from the Israelites to the Christians under Jesus, that was with the Europeans in Rome. And so they started identifying as the new chosen of this God from the old covenant to the new covenant. And then when they broke off, when they had the schisms all the way down to Protestantism, you know, white that's when white supremacy was created and America became New Jerusalem. So in Protestantism, which is Western like the larger of Western Christianity, white people do believe that they are the chosen, especially evangelical believers. And then throughout the growth of different denominations, just Christianity within the West, totally, right? Just started believing that, or the way that they engage to see their God and is basically the God of America, because the God helped them acquire this land. The God blessed them with this land because this is New Jerusalem to them, and they believe
So
that they have to help. They believe they have to help the chosen, the Israelites, get back into the Holy Land, so Jesus can come back, and then they bow down to Jesus because Jesus is going to be the last God standing, and the ones that don't bow down to Jesus, they will die in the war, and then it'll be the Christians in the Holy Land at the end. That's what they believe.
so they believe that when Jesus comes back, the Jews as well will die off, or will be cast aside,
Mm-hmm.
or the Israelites.
Yeah.
So when they
Let's say
come,
every knee
let's
will
see,
bow, right? Right, that every knee will bow
yeah.
and every tongue shall confess. That includes the Jews, the, the Jewish people. It includes them. And if they don't, then they're going
So
to
when
die.
so when they come over here and they go on missionary, stuff, are they? Are we included? Let's say, am I included? If I was a Christian and I was at some
If you
revival,
were,
am I
I
included?
don't, I have no idea. I'm not a Christian. Um, I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in this God. But if we look at it, it's typically colonization, right? It's not a God actually coming back, right? The God has always been the man, has always been those in power. And so asking, like, am I included? I would say on a more realistic level in how this book is used, probably not. One, because you're black and you are not a believer. So you would be low on the totem pole. If you were a black Christian, you were there. I don't know if that, like, honestly, I don't know the answer to that because there is we see the prioritization and the plan, right, that's happening, that they're executing right now in America. And it's prioritizing white evangelical men. There's black men don't even see themselves in that plan, yet they're helping that plan be executed. But so if you're being facetious and asking based on, like, if Jesus is gonna bust open the sky, a believer would tell you yes, you're included. If you're looking at reality and how this book is used, I'm gonna tell you based on the fact that you're a non-believer and you're black. I don't know if you're wealthy or not. You said you are on the continent, or are you in
Yes,
America?
yes. I'm no, no. I'm in East Africa. I can
Oh, you're
say
in
I'm
East
in like a
Africa.
middle class type sort of level. Yeah.
Okay. They wouldn't even be counting y'all. So if you've been facetious, to y'all, aren't y'all heretics to them? And you're East
So
Africans are heretics to Western Christianity. Y'all have different views in God anyway, right? Even though it's the same characters.
yeah. So this is basically the same conversation. I'm trying to get to the point because they come here, right, in the plain loads. Benny Hinn was here recently. All those, we've had revivals, for ages since I was a kid. Jimmy Swaggart and the rest used to come here all the time. And when so I was a Christian, obviously. I'm still trying to fight the different issues, but you'd watch these guys and you'd think, okay, yes, I'm part of the group because Jesus came for all of us. That's what they say. So when I listen to you and then I read up about these things and you say they think, like, practically they think that they are actually the ones going to go, and whether you're Christian or not, you profess with your mouth and all that stuff in Africa, you're probably not going to go. So is it just money that they come for? what's going on? It's really weird. I'm just starting to understand this part of it, which is really weird. But
Are you asking
yeah,
why do they come to North Africa?
no. Why do they come here? I mean, they come to East Africa. They go all over the place, and they convert people, and people will spend lots of money. I guess it's the money, obviously.
Yeah, I think you know
We'll
the
give
answer
them
to
lots of
that.
money. Yeah, I
Well, they
understand.
come there.
It's
They don't just take money when they come there. They build businesses, right? They build houses. They build
yeah,
neighborhoods. They build schools. They set up. They get into the governments there, and they set up, policies to where money continues to get funneled, right? They set up people who actually, pastor their churches, and then the money gets funneled. They're coming there to open a new business, kind of like what Paul did in the book. Like Paul and Barnabas and Mark goes throughout and to check on the churches that Paul had set up. And Paul's like, "Hey, come roll with me right quick, because I gotta go check on these. Stop by and check on these churches." Right? It's like a person who has set up a startup and opened stores in different cities, and they're going to check on him. And he gets mad at Barnabas. He's like, "You didn't even do, as much work as I did." And he ends up like firing Barnabas. Or Barnabas ends up leaving because they get into an argument because they won't do that much work. Like they're just coming to set up shop, and then they end up leaving and leaving their henchmen or their employees in place.
yeah. There's a whole bunch of them. Mega churches and massive buildings and yeah. But yeah, I understand. I guess you've answered my question in general. It's just really hard to wrap my head around this mentality and or how it can be. Oh, God is merciful, God is kind. Everyone's going to be in heaven, and then underlying all that at the very bottom is the root is nah. We're gonna go, and the rest are going to just die or go to hell forever. It's another level of crazy that I hadn't really understood. But anyway,
Yeah, the more people they have buy in, the less they have to police it, because the people start policing themselves. Like that, I don't know if you saw that video of that pastor who was saying he set up shop in Haiti, right? Like he's not there. He has a church there. It has a Haitian pastor there, but the Haitians bring that he's like they're poor. I mean, he didn't say shit, but he's talking to all his evangelical audience, and he said they're poor. They're living in poverty, but they still bring their money to us. And he said it doesn't make me a mind, right? As long as they're blessed in the Lord. And he said they'll steal from the Mexicans to get it too. Like literally just saying this. Right? They don't care how the people are living where they take Jesus. Because they convince them that
yeah,
how you're living, right, is not important. What's important is Jesus in your soul, and your soul being washed in the blood, and you getting the reward when you die. But here's how you get that, and that's funneling the money to them. There was
yeah,
a guy from South Africa, I think it was either South Africa or Nigeria, who said that the only he's a Christian. He said the only benefit to Jesus for them is to make people docile, so that he said they're not productive. He said when they become Christian, they don't become productive citizens, right? He said, but they become so docile that they are not criminals either, and that's more beneficial for them, that they are docile and unproductive citizens than to be out there committing crime.
wow. Yeah, I guess I knew this deep down. It's sort of like there are things that you sort of intuit and you sort of push it down because you're thinking, well, I'm going to be a good person and I'm going to profess with my mouth and go to church and stuff. But you see the old lady bringing her sort of last bits of money and stuff, and you're like, man, this is odd. And then people sort of sell off their shop stuff and give it to the pastor. And, they sort of join in with the gay bashing and all that stuff, which it's all just sort of rolled into the same thing. It's just give me your money, go to church and be calm, about the wider stuff that's probably happening to you. Why are you actually poor? You don't have to think about that because Jesus is going to come and help you out at some point, or maybe when you die. But actually fighting the actual battles that are causing you trouble, you sort of don't think too much about it. You just sort of read your small, red letter Bible, or, you just repeat the verses that the pastor said to you, and that's the end of your day, even though you're hungry. It's messed up. But
Yeah, absolutely. There was a guy that I was talking to, and he was talking about the Joseph story, right? How the God rose Joseph to second in command in Egypt, right? His brother sold him into slavery, and God was with him the whole time, and God rose him to second command in Egypt. I said, "Do you know what that story was about?" So, I'm telling him the story how the God set Joseph up to basically take the resources from everybody in Egypt, put it into the hands of the wealthy where they control it, right? And they become slaves. The Israelites are now in Egypt being getting favoritism from the food and cattle and land that used to belong to the Egyptians, right? Even the Pharaoh is like, "Oh, I'm only higher than you in name only." Like there's a Hebrew in charge, right? And
yeah,
capitalism has been established, right? The exchange of resources have been established, and this is the plan that the church has used to go into foreign lands and switch the resources from the people who own the land, right, to them. That makes sense. And the people
yeah,
become their slaves and live in poverty, right? And so I asked him, I said, I see how a oppressor, right, would use this story, read this story, and use this story. I said, what do you, as a person who is a believer of Christ, like you don't have any land, you don't have any power, you don't have any military. What do you get from this story? He said, God's power. God's power. Oh, the loyalty, which is what they need so they can keep doing what they've been doing. You loyal to the God, you seen how the God can bless somebody, but it ain't you, right? In this
yeah,
situation, it would be you and your people whose resources are being snatched from them and given to the powerful and wealthy. And you're like, "Oh, look how powerful God is." That's how the plan works.
yeah. I mean, it's very clear. I mean, the pastors, for example, here the what you call it, that prosperity gospel and all that is really big here, and they basically turn up in like, you know, they have TV stations and they turn up in like 5 white Range Rovers and like just for the service, it's like a big ceremony, red carpet, all kinds of craziness. And you sort of watch this and people are sort of jumping up and down, and it's mental. Right next to, extreme poverty, like unbelievable poverty. So it's weird. It's like exactly what you're saying. It's like the resources just being drawn up into a certain select group of people, and then being made docile because they can't really think for themselves. Critical thinking is not a thing. It's not. I know you don't like talking about previous guests, but I speak to people like that all the time, and it's really hard to sort of explain to people why you're not, or try, or thinking about not being Christian, and they just stop thinking, and so they just go to church and give their money, and that's the end. And yet we have massive political education, whatever, all these other problems that we are just not able to sort out. So we just go to church and we're like zombies almost. It's really odd. But anyway, I know you've been up. I think I've got most of my answers. I'll just keep looking, I guess.
You're more than welcome to come back. I'll be live again on Thursday and probably, a little bit more clear minded. But it was a pleasant conversation. I appreciate you for coming up.
All right, man. Thank you so much. I really like this place, man. There's so many things every day. There's a new thing that just breaks my brain. This was a new one. But yeah, all right. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Have a good one.
You too. You too. Bye.
Bye. See, believers, that's how you have an intellectual conversation. It's not even about you knowing everything. It's about you listening, actively listening to each other and responding to each other's points, whether you agree or disagree. Imani?
Hey, y'all, nah, man, I got added a little too late. I gotta go. I gotta head back to work. I'm sorry,
Okay.
y'all. But nah,
That's okay.
I joined, and I'll dive in later on if
But we won't be
y'all
live again until tomorrow
until
night.
tomorrow. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I'll just be in the comments a little bit. But I did wanted to respond to something earlier. I forgot, but it's gone now.
Okay. I actually don't let people come up and respond from previous conversations, but I'll go ahead and drop you in the comments and maybe you can come up on Thursday to address the topic, okay?
Okay, cool. Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Larry, are you in the request box on purpose? Daniel, if you're in the request, you need to request on the main thinker page if you're trying to come up. Larry, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Lyrian, if you want to have a conversation with Fee, no, see what I'm talking about? Who the fuck said your name until just now? Who said your name? Literally, I was about to let you come back up and talk to Fee, but you are irritating. Your name is Lyrian, not Leary. And I don't fucking know you as Leary.
Why would we?
That's what I'm talking about. Like, that don't even make sense. Like, why would I call him Leary and his username say Lyrian?
Like y'all familiar.
You're supposed to discern that.
Exactly. And I said Larry. I ain't say shit about no Leary either. Like, honestly, as much patience as Fee has, I honestly don't know that she would have patience with him.
Mm. Oh, sorry.
You might be right, because that's ridiculous. Listen, somebody who says they don't want to argue, he's doing a lot of arguing. Pinch just said his name is Leprosy.
Oh, so are you talking to us?
Huh?
What is?
Are you talking
Also,
to
is
us?
that the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I was in the spirit.
What?
What?
I was communing with Jesus. I'm sorry. Trying to figure out what day it is.
Also, I got snatched by one of them fucking personalities.
Mm.
I don't know what you're saying, friend.
We're bad Shaq. Come on back to the fold, brother.
Just trying to bring Bash back.
Come back to the fold.
Thank y'all for the gifts. Oh my God. Yep, the circle jerk continues. As soon as you come in, you get muted for the entire fucking live because you know better than that shit. He can't yell no more. Bring musically know about Caps in here. He did that shit on purpose.
How is it that
I
a
know he
Christian
don't want to come up.
Yeah, because how can they complain about circle jerking considering what church is? Like, that is a
No,
weekly circle jerk if I've ever heard of one.
With music,
I
with
Yeah.
I bet
music
you he
and
just
prayer.
learned that. But y'all want to know why he probably said that?
Because of that song.
Because of the song that I posted yesterday, the music video that I posted on my page yesterday.
I was gonna guess that he went to one.
How many times have y'all heard musically use circle jerk?
What?
Just now.
Uh-huh.
Just now. I swear they learn from us. They learn from us and then they try to talk like us. They sit up under us and then call us demons.
Do copy our swagger a lot now, so even down to
So
whenever.
you are not allowed to talk no more until you figure out which one of your souls you want to use. Because nobody can understand shit you are saying.
Would you not understand me?
I thought that was the bit. Like the fact that we can't
He
hear you.
make
I thought that was the joke.
he already know I'm tired. Like he already done pissed me off with that shit he did after Tutu. And then like now he know I'm sleepy as fuck. I'm trying to stay live for Christina. And now he making me work hard trying to figure out what the fuck he's saying.
Hmm. Not being a good friend, also.
Wait, so Oso had both of his old ladies that spurned him up here at the same time? Awesome.
Can you hear me now?
That's why he trying to turn to Jesus.
Yes.
Okay. I was just saying something that I forgot because of what happened.
Okay, you know what? Go back to mumbling.
What did he say?
Nonsense.
I think you need to go ahead and do that week-long ban.
Oh my god.
No, he's because I think he was the guy who just came up and was like, I was going to talk about the thing, but I forgot what it was. So I think that's.
No, I dead ass was saying
Um,
something, but when
Oh.
y'all made a big stink about not being able to hear me, I forgot what it was I was saying. Like apparently I got to be audible for you guys to fucking listen to me. It's crazy.
Yeah, people are picky about that.
I don't know what's going on with the sub only videos. I don't know what's going on with the TikTok subscriber. It's telling me that I don't have any subs. Um,
Same.
I don't know. But have you posted sub only videos? Because Shai said that she
I
just
sure
tried to
have
watch this. Can people watch them?
0 views.
See, what is that about?
It tells me I have one subscriber, which is due that when I know I've seen people like become a super fan in my life, which is like so like it's definitely TikTok being weird because I definitely posted a sub only video and I was just like, dang, like I usually get like at least one like, but not even a view is kind of crazy.
Yeah,
And
it's
dude, that is
weird.
clearly not interested in your videos. I saw a guy, I don't know, I think you're probably not familiar with this guy, but he's got like 1 million followers named Sharky. But he's like a Christian apologist, but like a Philbro. And he has like 998,000 followers. He was doing a live yesterday with like 60 people in it. Like this, it's got to be
Damn.
bots.
What?
It's got to be bots. Like
It's gotta be. Ain't no way.
because like his highest video play count was like 58K, and that was like a huge spike from the rest of them were like 1,200 and shit. But it's like, why do that? Like,
Oh, somebody just liked the sub only video. That's Is he verified?
I don't know. It's a good question. I've never thought to like look. I guess is there like a check mark or anything?
Yeah,
Oh, oatmeal. Give me some oatmeal.
I don't know. I didn't think to look or make note of that.
Say that again, huh?
I think TikTok's a little different though because they decide if you get the blue, so like you could potentially have like a lot less than that with followers if you're like a notable public
Yeah.
figure.
I mean, that's
Look, I've
honestly
been
like the
in
way it should be. That's
verification for damn near a year. Like I sent in
Mhm.
my stuff for verification, and they said that the articles from the Business Journal was not national enough, enough national recognition for me to get verified. This is when I had all those people
Yeah, like if it's clear people are trying to like
pretending to be me.
impersonate you. If it's clear people are trying to impersonate you, like that should be a factor.
They didn't
Right.
take that into consideration.
Mm.
They accepted one of the. You have to send in 2 articles that you have been somewhere a publication has written about you, and I sent in the Business Journal article and then the article, the entrepreneur article, and they said the National Business Journal wasn't national enough,
Hmm.
so I
Well,
had to have
shit.
2 national articles written about me.
I mean, Carl Mackenzie has 2 articles.
That's true.
Yeah.
Said, yeah, shot that bitch.
That's a
That's not a
quote.
quote from the article.
It's the title of the article.
The other ones, I'll do it again. Yeah, I think it's
All
going to
right.
get even worse here. I think like any kind of criticism of Israel is going to be like even more
Oh yeah.
suppressed, like
Yeah.
based on the new management.
Yeah.
She
Did you
used
see
to
the
be
video?
in the general of the military.
Say again?
The leader over that. She used to be the general in the Israel army.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Did y'all see the video of Greta getting out?
I saw a video of her talking. I don't know when that was though. Like it was around the time of the flotilla thing. I don't know if it was like before or after. But like, what's the video? Was she in front of like a press conference thing, or was it like something else?
Yeah, like a crowd of people, and some of them were like yelling that she's a hero, and she was like, "No, the fuck, I'm not."
Oh, like doing the bare minimum.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
It's
That's so.
interesting. I saw her, but I know there were like more people that were taken, so I'm trying to like, where were they at? What they got going on?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw something last night, like late last night, that like they were being like attacked again.
How
Really?
did she get released?
They released her.
I mean, was it by force of did the government did the U.S. help with that?
Mm,
I don't know, like where the pressure
No,
came from.
it
it
didn't
would
come
have
Wasn't the
had
from
to
the
be
U.S.
U.S.
international.
I wouldn't think it. I think it'd be anybody but the U.S.
Yeah.
I saw a
Yeah,
video.
they beat her up and made her kiss the flag.
Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, I saw this video. It's like a guy, and I don't know who the. It was a woman with him, and then like they were like doing a stream, and like their parents or the guy's parents at least were on the stream, and they're like talking about like what's happening with who, and he's like Greta, whatever. She's the worst. It's like, what did she do? She did that whole like woke crap. Like that's like that's like the level you're dealing with. It's like I don't know her. She's woke. I don't know her. Like I don't like her. Like you know shit about her.
She's a woman and she has opinions. That's enough.
Wow. Y'all, I think I figured it out. The sub only content is going to those that are not subscribers, and if for some reason the paid subscribe, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Because the person that liked the video, they're not a paid subscriber, and then somebody else just commented and said that another paid subscriber said that they tried to watch the sub only content, but they can't. When Chicago watched it earlier on stage, he wasn't a paid subscriber either. So it's going to people who just like people that I don't trust, if that makes sense. Just people that get sent a heart me.
You know what? If I go to your page and try to go look at it, they literally have like a lock on it, so
You see
that
what I'm
I
saying?
can't
You
go
should get
view
it.
it. Yeah,
But it's going to those who send a heart me. They can see it. Y'all can't. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That the people who are free can see the sub only content, but the ones paying money can't.
that's crazy.
And I'm deleting that shit because I don't trust them. I don't know them people like that. Not that I don't support them. I don't know who. There's people who hate me and follow the live stream just
Mm,
to hate. So like I'm deleting that because I thought it was going to the nerds.
that's weird.
Like what?
Is there like an indicator? Maybe it's only on the app or something like that. A video, like if you're looking at the thumbnails, is there a way to tell if it's subscriber?
What do you
Well,
mean?
hers don't even
So
show on
many.
her main page.
What's that?
Hers don't even show on her on her main page. You have to go to like the subscription tab to like see them.
Oh, okay. Because I've got my backup. I'm looking at it to see if I can see them as a non-subscriber, but I wouldn't know how to tell just by looking at the thumbnails.
Oh, actually, yeah, you would. It's the green screen one. My fault. I didn't scroll down far enough.
So when you click them, it won't let you watch them also.
It prompts me to subscribe like I'm not already subscribed.
Like what? This how I know they got this fucked up. This how I know it's fucked up.
And that is crazy because to be a super fan, you have to be a fan. So if they're giving it to fans, so why not just fucking include the super fans?
It don't make any sense.
Yeah,
I'm deleting
they
that shit
obviously got it
because I,
backwards.
I created the content for the nerds. Are you playing it right now?
No, I'm trying to looking at your account on my other device to see if I can.
No.
Was that the one? Was it like the birthday thing?
Birthday thing?
This is like tomorrow's my birthday.
What are
I
you
don't know
talking
when
about? I
this
didn't
is
make no
from.
tomorrow. Huh?
No, this is your video. I don't know when it's from.
What? That's back in July. How? Huh?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's just showing up. That's what showed up when I opened
That's
the
the
app.
first video that showed up. Damn,
Yeah,
they got
this.
me all the way back in July on the FYP. They doing me bad, man. They doing me bad. That's how far my content is. That's how far back my content is for a new uh viewer. That's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Mac, I sent you a
Yeah,
screenshot.
I
Or
saw this screenshot.
okay.
It says I only have 12 subs. Where does it say that at?
Where? I see 844.
Where are y'all saying that at?
Oh. Oh, okay. So I see the thumbnails, but then when I go to view it, this is in my this is my backup account. Like I can't play the videos, but I can see them in the feed.
I see what they're saying. It's on the sub video.
It says that a lot of y'all are frozen. Like, are y'all sending heart me's?
I definitely am. But when you're a super fan, you can't be frozen. That's the crazy
Oh
part.
yeah, there are super fans that are frozen right now. There's over 100 of them frozen right now. It says Lala is frozen, Maria is frozen, Callie, Wayne.
I wonder if being grandfather excludes you from being a super fan.
Inward's frozen. Bash ain't even a nerd no more. Alexis Dust, Shaka, The Real is Real, Danny, Mimi, T Nikki, Trinity, CC. Out of all the people that are named are active super nerds, super fans, but they're frozen. And then everybody else was a nerd before the switch over, and they're not now, and they're frozen. I don't know how this shit works. I don't know. I posted content like trying to engage. This is the stupidest shit they've ever done. This is the stupidest shit they've ever done.
Yeah,
Um,
it's pretty
huh?
bad. I just say yeah, it's pretty bad.
Monkey Business said TikTok has new owners. Think they may be making sweeping code and policy changes that are breaking things.
Yeah, don't know how much they're doing just yet, but yeah, that's what I was talking about, like with the Israel thing. Like that's like Mark Andreessen, who's like the new bigwig.
What about him? What'd you say?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like that's probably part of what they were saying. Like the new management, new ownership is going to be. They're definitely going to be making changes. I don't know how many would be taking effect just yet. Like from what I know of like software development life cycles, shit takes a long time.
I'm trying to contact customer support because it's not telling me how many I have. Like I can't see shit. But their customer support fucking sucks too.
Yeah, but
Absolutely.
But do y'all have to like go to my page and do something? I don't know. I'm finna try to figure it out. I think we're done for the day, y'all. I held it. I held on longer than I normally do with no calls, but I am getting really really sleepy. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. We'll be back Thursday night. Christina goes live in about an hour. Thank you to the YouTube fam. Thank y'all for the super chats, and the likes and the shares. Make sure you following the YouTube channel at Art Thinker. Am I forgetting something? Am I forgetting something?
are you back
I
on
think.
ACA next weekend or
Oh, this Friday.
okay?
This Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Perfect.
I'll make a video and remind people. Oh yeah, we're putting the songs in a Discord. Yeah, we're putting the songs in the Discord. Jay's gonna help me do that. I do have them on YouTube already. There's a link to the songs on an unlisted playlist on YouTube if you want to access those. But we are going to put them all into a Discord channel. Don't forget, if Fee said something that inspired you during the live, make sure you go to stop by the Theology channel. Put the quote there. As you see, I can use that stuff for like creativity. Also, if you haven't stopped by the How I Found Thinker Live, that shit, I read that shit. Like if I'm having a bad day, I'll go read the How I Found Thinker and I crack the fuck up. Somebody would put, I was scrolling FYP and I heard a black woman cussing the motherfucker out and I stopped and I ain't left since. Like
Keep rolling.
so it's always interesting to find out how people find out about the live and what they first thought about it and where they are at that moment. So don't forget to stop by to how I found Thinker Live. If you're wanting to go to the conference in October, don't forget to comment on that. And I'll see y'all Thursday night.
Yeah.
Wha-
And just
Wait,
Oh, y'all,
Thinker. I,
huh?
I just want to say I went to your page just now, and it's asking me to subscribe.
See what the fuck? Like,
It
have y'all
it, it
Has anybody in here upgraded? Have y'all upgraded to the 9.99, or are y'all
it's,
still on the
it's
lower one?
I think you get rolled into it, right?
it tells me I'm a
Yeah, I got
super
rolled in.
fan, but when I go to your page, it has three levels. When I hit subscription under your name, it has three levels of subscriptions. One for $2.69, $5.39, and $8.99.
Those are the old
Yeah.
plans.
Yeah, so what's going to happen is if you do like opt into that, it'll do it for as long, like you could do like 3 months. It's going to let you
Hmm.
do that, but then it's going to prorate some of that back to you, like as a refund.
But I'm already paying.
Oh, I don't know what
And
that
she's
is.
already paying it. Like that doesn't make sense.
I pay mine 3 months at a time. So
Yeah, I'm already paying for a subscription. So I don't know why it says that.
Hmm.
But it
Maybe
does,
I shouldn't have done it that way. I
you do
think
have a
I
little
think
historian thing at the top of your head,
Yeah, I
top
was
of
going
your
to
head.
ask you about that.
Oh, that's
The
a thing
badge.
that TikTok. Yeah, TikTok sent me a message, asked me to post a video for a chance to win $2,000 to post a video about history. They're trying to promote some TikTok Learning Lab. Like they pick the best video and that person wins. Like five people win like $500. One person wins 2,000. One person wins like 1,000, something like that.
okay.
Yeah. What was I going to say? Okay, so also, do you think that you know how they sent us the list that says, "Hey, here's what you have to do to get this," right? And then
Hmm.
it says post sub only. Do you think we have to post the sub only from there and not from the main page and then changing it to sub only? Do you think that could be what's going on?
Um, that's a good question. I'll play with it today and let you know what I find out. But what I think is happening is I think that they implemented something before it was ready, and we are in the bug stages. Because I don't think it was intended to make it so that sub only actually meant anybody who sends a singular penny gets access to that.
Right, I'm gonna delete it because I don't want that. But okay, all right. Let me know what you find out. I'm gonna try to get at least a couple of hours of sleep. Since we're getting off early, I might be able to come to Christina's live later on today. I hope to see y'all over there. I hope y'all have a beautiful rest of Wednesday, and I'll see y'all for sure tomorrow night.
Is Friday Talk Heathen?
Friday
Or is
is
that Truth Wanted?
Truth Wanted. Truth
Okay,
Wanted.
yeah. So just somebody's asking where to find it. Just search Truth Wanted on ACA on YouTube and you'll find the channel. But like Thinker said, she'll put a video out. So
Yeah. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all.
All right, bye.
I
Alrighty.
Bye, y'all. Thank y'all. Have a great day, Option.